having fun, why don't you show your friends? When you're having fun, what if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. This booze, this cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, put the feeling on ice sail. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance, and you're worrying, oh, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. This booze, this cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, put the feeling on ice sail. She's as cold as December.
Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know my heartbeat needed skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic, no, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Ooh, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, you take me higher, baby, you take me higher, yeah, you take me higher, baby. Left a star glowing in your eyes when I'm not aware. You left a scar. I fall into your lies all again. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Let me feel it. Fall into you.
I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits. And all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing. And everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you off the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for days. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other, admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you off the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change, but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching along, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall you came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season.
Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know.
was a time you could be mine before all that you put me through. I knew that you were trouble, but I let that you were bad. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me.
Hello everybody and welcome to the very first stream of the NECC season so far, at least for Rainbow Six Siege. My name's Happy, joining me tonight is Light Rose, and we are very excited to start the night off with some Champions Division action here in Rainbow Six for NECC.
Yeah, we've got Kansas State University versus Rogers State University, and both of these teams actually didn't really have a very interesting week one. Kansas State had a bye, and Rogers only won 2 rounds out of 2 maps. So both of these teams looking to really jumpstart their season back into gear with a win.
And then after that, we'll be heading to the Legend stage. At least we won't. You'll have 2 new casters on then. But the Legend stage, or Division rather, will be UND Green up against Ottawa Garnet, or University of Ottawa Garnet. So you'll definitely want to stick around for that one as well, but you won't want to leave just yet, because it's also sure to be a fun one for game number 1. Like you had mentioned, both teams with a lot to prove. Rogers State with a lot to improve on after last week's matchup, and Kansas State, on the other hand, a team that we haven't gotten to see quite yet. So it'll be our first time introducing their lineup, really in any capacity, and it'll be our first time really getting to see them play, not just in that sense, but also their first time playing at all this year. Because like you said, they're coming off a bye, so their first real chance to play on game day.
Yeah, they get to show to everybody and to the first time to the actual audience how they are going to perform in the entire thing. And on the other side of the coin, it's going to be Rogers University. We kind of mentioned it a bunch that they only were able to win 2 rounds, which is not really where you want to be very early on. Are you laughing at my socks are off right now?
That, and also you put it very nicely for not where you want to be right now.
I'm not
2
wrong.
rounds and
two
no,
two
it
rounds
definitely
out of
isn't.
14 is.
No, it's not. It's significantly suboptimal. And yeah, I mean that. Look, for all I know, they could have been playing easily the best team in the Champions Division. So
This is true.
that could have happened, but just from what we have right now,
Yeah, with
not looking the best.
with the map ban, though, we can kind of pivot on over to where we are going to go now that we have seen who is going to play. First map is going to be Border, second one is going to be Chalet, and the last one is going to be Bang. So starting off, we should see a very frag-heavy type of play. Then we go to Chalet, which is a very popular ranked map, and among the competitive scene, it is one of the higher play.
Yeah, and so when you look at these 2 teams, we always talk about it in collegiate, right? They're typically going to stick to some of those more known, more universally constant maps that haven't really changed for a long time, and so that makes sense given this map pool. You're going to a lot more of those reliable maps. We're not seeing them really go for anything crazy like a Consulate or like a Labs or anything that may get too intricate. That'll probably be more of a pocket pick. Maybe we'll see some of the better teams in the league who are more adequately prepared for some of those special maps, whip one of those out later in the season. But for now, both of these teams just trying to, feel each other out and not trying to overcomplicate things very early on as we hop into Clubhouse, perhaps the most basic of any map thus far. And it'll be a very good kind of starting point for us and a reference point for these teams, because if we want to criticize them, it's best to do it, or not criticize them, but kind of get a feel for how they're going to play and how skilled they are. It's best to do it on a map that everyone that plays Rainbow Six at a competitive level is going to be comfortable on.
Yeah, I can't believe I lied to everybody by feeding misinformation out in the world. I said it was Border, it was Clubhouse, but Also, the last map is not bank, it's cafe, so just clearing that straight off the board. But we go to the bans. We've got Maverick and Habana. Both do make sense, and that might enable Tubarão if Tubarão isn't banned, simply because you can't really get through him and a Kaid with that Maverick ban. And if he's staying on the board, you can bet that that defense is going to be hugely enabled.
Last one is the castle gone. That one's a bit more of a, you'd imagine, pocket pick kind of strategy. You only really see him brought on that gym bedroom site that can enable some bandit tricking. So perhaps going to make it easier to get stuff off of those walls and enable the ace and the thermite to both open up that jacuzzi wall. That'll help so much in executing towards that objective. And so with the castle off of the board, it is kind of a bit of a strange ban, because normally there's so many other bans that often take precedence, and you consider that castle's kind of, even in this case, only used in one scenario. You're leaving up a lot of operators like Azami, we see Fry picking up in this round, but even some other ops like a Fenrir, or like you had talked about so much in the ban phase, a Tubarão still on the board. So you're going to have a lot of tools on that defensive side, especially since one of those bans is only really applicable to one site at all. So you're still having a lot of broadly helpful ops that you can have access to for the rest of this map. Still pretty standard defensive lineup, though, for Rogers State, I would say.
Yeah, they start on CC, which actually has fallen off a little bit. A lot of times teams will prefer to go to gym, go to basement, but there is one operator that does enable that CC, and it is Azami, with Fry having that ACS 12. It is a very powerful gun, especially with the 1.5 in the hands of a good player. So we'll see if Rogers State starting here, they'll be able to get a really good head start and jump all the way to that quote-unquote primary site that some of those higher tier players really like to run. But so far, Kansas State, they're just going to be running with the basic Thatcher, Thermite, get the wall open, and then you're either going to have to pivot on over to construction or rafters, but they don't really have the operators to go for rafters. So my first thought is that they're going to go from that northern side over, and they'll have to go through Benito to do that first.
It does look to be a bit more of a northern side focused take. They're leaving Unified over towards Garage, probably just hoping to find a pick wherever he can, as the bandit trick perfectly timed. And my socks are off right now, making sure that the exothermic charge is not able to blow up that big wall. And that's going to make things so much harder. A Thatcher is still on the board for Kansas State, but they only have one EMP up on said Thatcher. So they're going to have to bait out a lot of those bandit charges before they can confidently get the wall open. And my socks are absolutely blown off after that huge kill from my socks are off right now. Taking down Unified, opening pick onto the Yana, and now this push is really going to need to come through the backside because the bandit has killed your entry and has made sure the wall cannot get open quickly. Based on the audio, it has just been opened, but even still, that's only so much control, and you're at a player disadvantage.
This really is looking to be like a one player is dictating the round. Benito is going to have a say in this, as they have to back up through Cash. The wall is open, but a great crossfire coming through from Rogers State. And the other two players, we see one outside on the rappel and one just on the subroof. So you're not really going to have a lot of options here. You could try peeking Fry, who has those keeper barriers, has the ACS 12 with a massive magazine. You see 31 shells in their back pocket, along with 3 other players who can provide them covering fire. Kansas State, you kind of got to call this one a loss at this point. Your construction-sided take did not come well together, and I think you have to worry about how the defense is going to set up with the angles that you give them in the future. But considering that this site isn't going to be going on until round 4, that's a future thing to worry about.
I do like the call to try and isolate the Garage player that it looked like was coming out for just a moment, but the Garage player has not been isolated. And so Fry is going to keep on shooting. String in a 1-on-4 is not going to be able to do anything. The first round will go to RSU on the defensive side.
It wasn't too much of a big play by Kansas State. They didn't really do too much to actually enable themselves. It was just trying to get the wall open and hoping that Rogers State would simply give themselves up to their opponents, and they didn't. There's not much to actually look upon in that entire round happy. So it's more about fixing your own mechanical skill, saying, hey, how can we enable each other to win these gunfights rather than just simply taking them one-on-one.
So far into round number 2, I like the selections of the Dokkaebi and the Ying that seem to be coming through. That's definitely going to be helpful in, like you said, enabling gunfights between blinding the other team so they have a harder time shooting back, and also giving that passive info. I did kind of feel like maybe they were lacking some of that information. A lot of defenders would just swing some, I don't want to say predictable corners, but not completely out of the ordinary positions, and it felt like Kansas State were not at all prepared for some of those swings. So for now, like you said, time to enable your teammates. I think the Ying and the Dokkaebi will be doing that quite a lot. But it's on the basement defense, which many people consider to be the very best bomb site on this map. It seems like Rogers State prefer Cache and CC, but regardless of what they prefer, it's still, this is a very good site for defense. So you'll need a lot more than just enabling in the gunfights to help you win them with this many advantageous angles for the defense.
I mean, all things considered, it's just the first round. You do have a little bit of time to warm up, get things going, make sure your mouse is calibrated correctly. So you can't go around criticizing Kansas State for missing these shots when, say, yeah, you do have a little bit to work with. The Jackal, though, getting some nice little scans. There isn't too many roamers to actually worry about, but they do have to worry about the cameras that you see Jake utilizing. A great kitchen one, couple over in blue. But Kansas State needs to realize that there isn't much going on in the roam. They can simply eliminate that second and first floor take and worry about their buck and use everything from there. Like, you don't want to waste much time here.
Unfortunately for Unified, he scanned the green footprints when I
did see
believe...
that. Yeah, there was a red right next to it.
There was a red one right next to it. For those of you who don't know, the red ones are newer. So as it gets closer to blue, it gets, technically that's showing that it's getting older and older, and you get less and less track scans off of that. So just a fun fact for anybody who is a big Jackal fan or didn't quite know that. Now you do, and now you can use that properly. Not to say that he used it improperly. You weren't really going to get any big info that you could capitalize off of anyways. It's just good for getting general information as to where the defense might be playing, but they cannot flush out either Jake or Fry, as the two opening picks this round will go to the Mozzie and will go to the Mozzie and the Valkyrie. So a two-player disadvantage for Kansas State with only a minute to work into the bomb site.
Information is really big for Rogers State. I don't know if they actually got rid of the black eye that was in the kitchen itself. You can see that Jake had a couple of drones that they were able to use. And with dirt being the only real thing that Rogers State has to worry about right now, simply because there isn't any other attacking pressure from any other entry areas, and that needs to be applied if they want to get a pinch going. Unified, you can't really do anything with that Surya gate. It's a big indicator when you hear that flash coming through when you throw a projectile through it, or if you walk through it. Like Jake sees, he knows that there's a player in dirt. He's ready for it, and Kansas State is going to have a quick, hot, and heavy attack in these last 15 seconds.
They could try and run in from bottom main. I like that idea, but Unified's just gone down to Fry, so it seems that someone's still kicking inside the back of Armory, and the C4 is absolutely perfect. Couldn't have been any better in that round for Rogers State, unless you saved the life of the one player who died, but I'm sure you're perfectly fine with that. Rogers State, again, are able to take the defensive rounds. They've evened themselves with the number of rounds they took last week after that round win.
You take those wins. I mean, you can't exactly say whether Kansas State is a better or worse team, depending on their record, because they essentially don't have one. They have a bye. They are 0-0, so everything here is gauging on the performance of this team, whether they're better than Rogers State, who did not have a very good week one, or if they're worse, which so far in these first two rounds, you could definitely say the attack of Kansas State on this map leaves a lot to be desired. There's just no goal with their attack. It seems like they have a very vague idea, and they try to get to that idea, and if it doesn't work, kaput. That's how the attack goes. You need to have a lot more purpose with what you're doing on the micro. And if things go awry, let's say Jake is able to find a C4 kill, you need to have a secondary option and have somebody call that for your team so you have purpose in what you're doing. That's what makes a good team happy.
Well, hopefully they'll be able to adjust that quickly. A lot of fundamental topics you just brought up that are hard to get down on the fly, but there's also a good
feels
chance
easy on paper, but
Yeah,
it's a lot
exactly.
harder in practice.
But you know what? There's a good chance that Kansas State have that kind of stuff down. They just, are starting to warm up just a little bit, and that they've got plenty of time to do that. Opportunity for 3 full maps here today is Sox unfortunately not going to land any of the shots on the players rappelling up. Had a decent angle, but at that range, it's very hard to control any gun's recoil enough to actually effectively land some shots. And so with that, the gym bedroom attack will commence without the castle, as Rogers State chose to ban that. However, seems the jacuzzi wall getting opened up either way, as the Thatcher is going to be more than good enough at taking those bandit charges off of the main wall. And now Kansas State have that very important point of pressure opened. However, the big thing here that I'm looking for is, will they go for more? Will they start the pressure from CC side and from the highway windows? Or are they just going to try and play entirely around the jacuzzi wall?
I don't think they can do that. Rogers State has shown.
I don't think they can. Yeah.
Yeah, Rogers State has shown that when you do go for a very basic one-sided take, they're just gonna pick you apart. It's no contest. Unified over by that CC window, he's gonna be able to take out Benito, and not only do you get that kill, you can get map control. Doesn't seem like that's actually what's going to happen, as now with about half of the round gone, they open up that construction wall, which usually would indicate that they're gonna push through it, but so far nothing is happening. It's just Unified outside spraying through that wall. And here's that lack of purpose that I mentioned earlier, is you have the ideas for the actual goal that you have, and now that you've even gotten them like you haven't in those previous rounds, how do you engage? And it seems like they're just trying to run straight at the enemy, like we see Scoozy and String.
Seems to be working for the time being, though. String's starting to get that plant down. Fry's taking a lot of damage from the gym window, and Scoozy's just got a kill, make it 2, as he runs in through the bathroom and does a ton of damage. He'll even triple up, for that matter. It's now just left to Jake in a 1-on-4, does get the first, and knows that there's going to be one coming in through construction. That's Scoozy very low, but he doesn't even get to take a single shot at him. Scoozy, the MVP, is Kansas State. Get there first.
I think part of that was Rogers State getting a little bit lackadaisical with their eye on that wall, because they had to give up the bathroom simply because of the Selma. It was, it's what it was designed to do, was lack of that space for Rogers State. But they didn't have anybody over by construction. They didn't have anybody over by mattress, so they couldn't really provide a good angle to where the rest of Kansas State were going. So by the time that they were starting to get the diffuser down and Scoozy was providing coverage, all the positions where the defense needed to be weren't quick enough. They couldn't get to those positions in time to provide the angles to shut that down. And maybe it's just a sight thing. You can tell they go back over to that CC area. They clearly prefer this with the castle ban, with that gym being their third site. It may just be a preference thing in the end, Happy.
Seems to be, and I can't blame them. They had a very good performance last time they went to this bomb site, so if it isn't broken, don't fix it. However, the attack for Kansas State, maybe broken isn't quite the right word, but it definitely wasn't what they were looking for, to say the least, as they had a good idea of how they wanted to split things up, something they kind of struggled to do on that gym bedroom attack, though it did end up working, kind of brute forcing through the jacuzzi wall and playing off a couple windows. In this case, while they were attacking Cash and CC, they wanted to get the main wall open and also put some pressure in from construction, but they just lost too many bodies in the process, not anticipating Rogers playing where they were. And at the end of that round, didn't really felt like they stood much of a chance at making the comeback. And so for now, they'll have to figure out what they want to adjust. The first matter of business seems to be trying to put some more pressure early over towards that gym bedroom side, as Worm already breaking open the jacuzzi wall. Meanwhile, Green is waiting for String's help in getting the main CC breach open, as it isn't actively being tricked because Scoozy's right here to make sure that doesn't happen. The wide swing onto his position nearly gets the kill, but instead, wall opened up, mission accomplished for Kansas State.
I thought Scoozy was dead.
Me too.
With Socks pushing that window, I was like, oh, you know, they're going to be able to get the wall open, but it's going to cost 1. And then they just took a straight flashbang to the face. And sometimes you cannot do anything about that as a defender. Step 1 gone. You have Worm and the rest having that pinch in from construction. But what are you going to do with these angles that are opened up? We're looking a little bit similar to what happened last time when they get these walls open and then they just sit. The directive for what happens once they achieve their goals needs to be there, and the fact that there's nobody really going over by lounge, going over by rafters, just scares me a little bit. Actually, well, as I say that, we do see a potential rotate. I'm not exactly sure where they're going. It is seeming to be that garage, so a very welcome change considering how the last round went.
I do like that call. Should definitely open up a lot of opportunities as you open up the garage wall. They spot Jake in Swamp. And one thing I have noticed about this Kansas State team is that when they see somebody somewhere, they can get very hesitant to make the play forward. So even that phantom pressure of someone possibly being in Swamp could be huge for this defense. However, while I was talking about that, Kansas State were busy getting the opening kill. So a 5-on-4 make it 5-on-3 as 30 seconds to go is really the only thing about this round that doesn't favor Kansas State's attack, as they've got a 2-player advantage. However, you don't want to get ahead of yourself. You need to make sure that you cross your eyes and you cross your T's and dot your I's, as Jake is going to get a kill from below with the C4. And that's another thing that could be so powerful, is they waited too long. Some mere plant denial could completely end this round, but it looks like Scoozy is going to just barely managed to get it down. 4-on-3 in the post plant. Good shot for Fry and another one for Jake. They'll bring it back to a 2-on-2, but they're always getting traded as Worm gets the next trade and even manages to double up right afterward on the player top red. Outstanding round for him and a great round for Kansas State.
You want to hear about this super cool operator idea I have, Happy? So, it's somebody she's got the P90, she's got impacts, and her gadget ability can see attacker gadget through wall, even the diffuser, because it's an electronic. I think
that sounds insanely powerful.
Yeah, and she's banned. She's actually in the game, and Roger State were still trying to play like they were a Solus. And there's a reason Kansas State banned the Solus, so they could do things like that without having the pressure of somebody who knows their exact position, can shut down the diffuser. And I think Roger State just simply didn't commit to either being underneath or being up top. They had everybody go down below and were able to get one with the C4, but they simply had too much of a man mismatch at that point. You either have to commit to your either vertical take or the horizontal take, and the operators that you selected were not going to help you in the slightest with that. It's kind of a decision in the moment type thing where, with hindsight, maybe I'm being a little unfair on them, but it's something that I noticed with how they were really trying to counter the plan instead of actually using it where they had a little bit of space to work with.
Even notice that Mute at the top of red stairs shucked the C4, trying to keep himself alive. When you think about, maybe that could have been the plant denial that ends up winning him that round. If he just, instead of trying to throw the C4 up the staircase, tries to sprint away, keeps himself alive, and then uses that later. Well, no use postulating on that. No use kind of talking about a round that's already well and gone, as 40 seconds into the action phase of this next round, can already kind of tell what Kansas State want to go for. It's really just getting that armory hatch open, a very default kind of execute, taking their time and making sure that they do not miss anything. As, oh my, Worm has done some, maybe not solid damage, but he's hit Fry a little bit, because Fry was holding out either the cameras or the C4. Either way, damage dealt to a Valkyrie. Very important character to keep up late, because she has that C4 and the live information from her own cameras is very helpful in dealing with attackers trying to play up in that kitchen area. Unfortunately for her, Kansas State is actually focusing on this moto hatch first, and you can't C4 them from below while they're getting that open. So perhaps instead of the sort of armory-based attack we saw last time, they may be shifting more towards church this time around, and Benito is going to get the first kill of the round with a C4 onto Worm.
You can tell Worm's a little bit frustrated with that. That's IQ's one job. She could spot the C4, she could shoot him out, and to die on a C4 that you knew was coming is really brutal to see. Green isn't going to follow the same fate as Worm. They're still alive. They can still use the secondary hard breaches, and lucky that they are still alive, because that hatch wasn't going to be able to get open because String had used both of their secondary hard breaches. The round is kind of on a wire here for Kansas State, and that's just going to make things worse. And Unified falling, Kansas State really just have a couple options. You drop the hatch, hope for something crazy, or go for the entry and rush into a specific area. Either way, you're not really going to get too much. Rogers State has so much information, so many guns covering all these areas. It's why the early game is so important, so you don't end up in this sticky situation.
If anyone can win this, it's a Ying, I'd like to imagine, but I don't even know if this Ying in this case can do that much. Flash onto the cap. And that's pretty solid. Really good frag for String to find off the back of the Candelas, but you need to start making a play off of these, because if you don't, exactly what just happened to String is going to happen to Green as well, where the flash goes away. They're no longer affected by it. They can see just fine in Jake. After the Candelas expired, because it took too long for Kansas to push in, was able to get both kills and win the round.
So far, hasn't been bad for either side. And here's the point where we can start to look at, okay, what's going to happen once the side swaps. Right now, we are in a very defender-sided meta, because with the Fenrir, with the Azami, with the Solus, who's not on the board, and the Tuberal, which we haven't seen yet, it doesn't seem like it's in the strat book of Rogers State, it's so easy to just sit back on site, pester the attackers, and just be as annoying as you can with stopping their attack. Once the sides swap, are Rogers State still going to be able to maintain their momentum that they have currently? They have the ability to go up 4-2, but with such a radical change, is there going to be a similar style of play, or are we going to see similar types of play from like we're seeing from Kansas State, who still have some of the similar problems that I talked about very early on, where maybe they're peeking these angles, trying to hope that Rogers State will lose them and they get these advantages, which is not happening, and why Rogers State are up 3-2. There's a lot of questions about what's happening.
Getting around 6 searching for answers, and similar answer on this question to the answers they've given in the past when questioned with this particular bomb site of Cash and CC, that being going for the main wall first and trying to deal with your other options later. You've got, once again, the Thatcher and the Thermite prepared to deal with this main wall being opened, or trying to open the main wall. Yeah, with the ace charges too of the Selmas, that's going to make things a lot easier, because now you can't bandit trick it. The Cade isn't going to detonate fast enough to deny the Selma on the left side of the wall, and the bandit can't deny both walls at the same time. And so with that, you've got a doubly opened wall, just faster than every other time they've tried to go for it. Great plan by Kansas State.
Yeah, this is it. Every time they've gone here, they've just gotten better and better at it. For Rogers State, I mean, the strat book only goes so deep. There's only a certain amount of time where you can change things up as the defense. You don't really have much to work with. I do like Jake trying to see if they can get the wall down below, knowing that's what Kansas State really did like to do on that second time around. Staying in the swamp area, though, when the drones are going to be here, you can be peeked from the door, potentially from stock. As you can see, Jake is a little bit aware of where that can come from. But as things get better and better for Kansas State, the wall is going to be electrified, and you stop what could be a flood of attackers.
That was the nerf, I think, affecting that directly. It was recently tweaked to the Selma charges were, so that they take slightly longer to detonate. And that was on the very edge of detonation, but not quite able to go off just yet. Sox is able to get that C4. For some reason, Unified right up close against that recently opened wall, and he's been taken down by the C4 from Sox. So that's going to make things a lot harder for this attack, not having that ace anymore. However, he's already done his job in opening those walls, so a lot of opportunities now opened up for the attack, and even more being opened up from below is Scoozy, making it so hard to play anywhere. Benito in a very exposed position, and he's been C4'd, so it's not going to be long for this world. Another kill for Scoozy, and then one more from String. Everything goes wrong after that first kill for Rogers, and Kansas State will end this half 3-3.
Yeah, they just knew at that point. You've run CC 3 times, and every single time it was pretty similar what you were doing. You get things going the first time. Second time, your opponent's starting to really read into what you're doing. They win the round. And you tried the same thing a third time, and Kansas State just absolutely walks all over you. That's why it's important to feel confident on these other sides. Kansas State going to start on the defense in the basement compared to something like that CC, which a lot of times is a very old strategy. It was very popular back when Asami didn't exist, which feels like ages ago. And if Kansas State can have a much deeper pocketbook than Rogers State does when it comes to strategies, for example, over on that gym bedroom, even though they don't have the castle, I think they really do have all the momentum going into this defense.
3-3 defensive half for Rogers State. Maybe not the best, but still you have to see their attacking prowess. And already very impressed by a number of the operators that they're running. Grim, a pretty high skill ceiling kind of operator. Also, Ram, still somewhat new. A lot of players maybe not comfortable on her just yet for the vert, but Sox is willing to bring her. And also, just the fact that they are not bringing an actual dedicated hard breach, but rather 4 hard breach charges across both Fry on Grim and Benito on Ying. Generally, speaks to the fact that these guys really know what they're going for. That's something you'll see more often towards higher levels of play, and it's something that they've added to their own strat book. Also trying to make sure that they have flank drones set up for every possible backstab angle, which is going to be important in this round because it looks like there is a Kansas State defender on the prowl trying to make sure that anyone who tries to enter the building is going to be stabbed in the back, and that'll be Scoozy up in construction waiting for that very entry.
Ready to be oh so sneaky. There's not actually much presence by Rogers State up on that second floor. It's a dangerous game to try to ignore that rumor. It seems like Fry, alone over by that garage, is a little bit wary about what potentially could happen. This is so dangerous. You have the diffuser. Fry, if this does not go well, the diffuser is dropped, you lose a player, and we're halfway through the round. Scoozy can make or break this, but it seems like they're just 2 ships passing in the night. The tension keeps building, but nothing keeps happening.
Oh, something's gonna happen. And Scoozy's ready for him, too. Scoozy seems to know exactly what's about to hit him from the backside near Swamp, and Fry knows what's around the corner, and Fry quicker on the trigger and more accurate to boot. Headshot for the Grim, and an opening kill for Rogers State on their very first attack. Running into issues, though, with these hatches because the Cade Claws are placed really far away. Too far to be gotten by the impact EMPs, and they only brought 2 of them. Smitty was banking on it, being able to just throw one at both hatches and then calling it a day. But now they don't have that moto hatch open. They're going to have to work around the vert through the metal bars, and they won't really have... I don't even know if they got kitchen hatch open either. So this could be a very difficult attack where they're strictly working... Yeah, they didn't. They have to work now from main stairs, blue, and dirt, and they don't have anybody going blue. It is a triple main stack of an attack, and Unified is ready for that very play. At least he's ready for wherever Benito was, and String ready for Drake in that corner, taking him down with the C4, and they're really starting to bottle up with 10 seconds left, nowhere near the site, and no chance in the world at pulling this one back. String gets another one, and Unified is going to buff his KD even further. Kansas State win round number 7.
Oh, that was brutal for Rogers State. First of all, I mean, I made my opinions known on Fry going for the solo roamer kill with the diffuser, but then you don't have anything to deal with those hatches. You don't have the IQs. You can't get a drone in there to spot the claw. you're stuck. Funny thing enough, Happy, you said they didn't get kitchen. That wasn't electrified. It was stone cold steel. Benito still had a secondary hard breach, but they were all the way over in dirt. I think it's just a lot of errors really crashing into each other all at once, and you're starting to see the results of that with just an absolutely poor attack going into that basement. I think with Fry going on to the roamers, that's something you can change. But once you go back down to the basement, because Kansas State, they only need to win 2 more rounds, it's going to be map point, and you cannot try the exact same thing with the exact same operators.
Fortunately, no chance at the same thing happening this round. Is very different defensive site. Can't go back to one you just won for the next couple of rounds, and so for that reason, Kansas State now going up to gym and bedroom, a site that, well, maybe they were planning on running a castle for, but they won't have access to that. Instead, pretty typical ranked style lineup, typical of a team that, you know, has an idea of what they want to do. Very good utility with the mute and the Mira. That'll help you a ton in playing some angles you want to win. And a lot of nade denial. Both Jaeger and Wamai on the board. But this also just speaks to me, hey, we want to play a couple 1.5s and we want to play our guns confidently.
We want to shoot.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Unified didn't even place his deployable shield down until right now. But I also think he's running the M870. Never mind, no. I don't know why I was seeing that. Anyways, he's not. Liddy Smitty's walking up main stairs, by the way, and they're just walking in the main breach. Trade on the player who's walked all the way through, but not ready for more inside a gym, but somehow still getting all the kills anyways. It's now just left his socks. In a 1-on-3, his teammate down could bring him back into the round. Instead, gonna focus first on bringing the case back into his own possession. He's got a lot of space to work with other than considering the player inside bathroom, but he's just killed that very player himself. String is down. He has to hop off the diffuser because he's worried about somebody pushing up on him, and that's a very legitimate threat indeed. On the very other side of the bedroom wall is a Thorn who's just spotted him running across the window. Now he's going to try and prioritize the res, but Unified can just play that sound cue and wait to jump out at the perfect moment. They're going to go for it now. Unified can hear this. Jump out, my friend. Oh, he held himself a little bit too much, but he's just knocked down Socks for his trouble. And now Benito flashed outside the window. What on earth is going on? I think they're going to start to settle down now, hopefully, because I need a little bit of a break.
Yeah, play the revive game at this point. I mean, you knocked Sock's health all the way down to a minuscule 20. Benito to follow as well. And with Roger State, their entry clearly being indicated, and now information on the side of Roger State, that is going to be diminished simply because Unified has now rotated away from the area. There isn't much hope. Sock's flashing themselves. They might hop in the window, but that is covered by Unified. It's another mismanaged attack, and this was what I was worried about going into round 6 when I talked about how things would be once the side swapped. And it seems like Roger State, even though we've only had 2, one of them being a pseudo rush, it has just not gone the way that this team really would have liked, and now down 2 against Kansas State.
Nice shot to end it by Unified. And I like the idea they tried to go for it first. They tried to spot the gap that they could see in the defense, which is that they weren't anticipating a straight push right through the bedroom wall. Even with the mirror there, you kind of sprint forward and melee that, because there's nobody inside a gym preventing you from walking out the jacuzzi wall. Also nobody top main to prevent you from just walking in the jacuzzi wall and meleeing the mirror. And then you'd use that lack of information against the attack, or against the defense rather. And they used that quite effectively. However, Kansas State were just winning their individual fights. They were winning their ones at the end of the day. There's not much more you could ask of a team than that very thing. Rogers State, I liked, again, their idea was good, but you can't win a round with even the best of ideas, or at least 90% of the time. You can't win the round even if you had the best idea if you lose most of the fights that you take. And they were catching a lot of those defenders off guard, so it kind of is shocking to me how Kansas State were able to pull those fights back. But they did. Now Rogers State have to attack NECC.
Not only did they have a difficult time with the fights, they didn't get any trades. You had the initial one, which was the opening engagement, immediately downed another player. It's a 4-on-4, but other than that, Rogers State just weren't connected with each other. So it was just leading to body after body falling. Suddenly, it's essentially a 3v1 with the player down. Of course, able to be revived. But Rogers State having to attack this CC side. They know this side in and out on the defense, but the attack is simply a different story. They only have the second. Oh, I thought they only had the secondary harvest. No, they have the ace. That is going to get used up, but Worm is going to keep themselves by that construction wall, and you can bet they're going to try to keep that closed for as long as possible. And so far, Rogers State, they're either going to have to rotate on over to Rafters, go up those red stairs, all of which are being watched by Kansas State.
Still plenty of time left to work with for Rogers State to diversify themselves and try and mix up the angles at which they're going to attack the bomb site. The Unified is going to take down BG Benito in his attempt to probably do that very thing. Try and enter somewhere that maybe wasn't expected. Unfortunately, Unified very ready for it. And that's an early kill going to the defensive side. Jake is going to get some good info here, though, on this gym bedroom side and realize that it's pretty much free for the taking. However, that's just an illusion. Scoozy again on a very deep roam and can easily come back to flank the attack should they try and fall, or should they fall into the trap that is the free to take gym bedroom.
Seems like Kansas State, or excuse me, Rogers State, are doing a little bit of what Kansas State did on their attack, which is going over to these entries and trying to get a free pick at that point. But oh, I love what Scoozy is doing on the flank. Jake and I think that Sox are gonna get pinched massively, as Sox has already gone down, and now Scoozy over in construction.
Oh, no.
He makes his presence known, and that makes what could have been an amazing flank just fall apart at the wayside. But even though he doesn't get a kill, it's still just his presence that is there. That's all you need at this point. With another player falling, I think that's Rogers State attack just completely going by the wayside. And now, with 25 seconds left, it's going to have to be Jake and Smitty to get a massive play on themselves.
Jake gonna get a good shot to start us off, so it's gonna make things look a little more promising than perhaps they actually do. And a good nade to try and space things out so you can move out the door in from construction. But Worm was ready for that, and Green ready for the entry in from the main wall. Good 3-2-1 attempted, but Kansas State still win the round nonetheless.
Maybe you don't have the resources to do a 3-2-1 at that point. Usually you want to do it when maybe you're executing with like 4 or 5, not when you're in a 2v3 scenario. There hasn't been much to really highlight upon with Rogers State. Most of these rounds haven't been anything to look at. I mean, the only thing was a big rush that just was not it at the end in Kansas State, despite the fact that they clearly were taken off guard. Rogers State did not take advantage of that. That led to them losing, and now we're back to what is clearly Kansas State's favorite site. Here's where they started, and probably where they had the best of times, considering that you had Unified over on that visual just absolutely running around. The Kaid of String, which just threw a wrench in all of Rogers State plans, yet they're still not bringing in IQ. They have the Thatcher, which I do like, even though right now Thatcher on the basement is just really hit or miss when you could just bring an IQ and be able to spot those Valkyrie cameras, potentially spot any other things that you would need to. But Rogers State, it's their last-ditch effort for Clubhouse. We'll see if they can figure it out.
Yeah, they were thinking more literally just about the hatch problem and thought that, oh, well, we just need to cover a greater range with our EMPs and that'll do the trick. Which, yes, is going to work, but
What about the black
the
eyes?
IQ, yeah, exactly. Like, the IQ is also going to help a ton, is the black eyes. And that also the big problem with it is that you're getting Z-pinged all around. You don't realize the other team has perfect info on you, so you're not actively worried about that as much as you are something like the threat of the Cade Claws. Fortunately for Rogers State, if there is a threat of them getting slowed down again by these Cade Claws, it's likely that it will be negated by the fact that they are already working on said hatches. Less than a minute into the round, the Thatcher EMP is going to detonate without a hitch, and now the main hatch is opened, or rather the Moto hatch is opened. within a minute of the round starting, whereas last time it was never opened at all. They can also look for the kitchen hatch, unless they're worried about it getting impact directed, which it's not. Instead, there's a Cade Claw on it. But even still, Scoozy is able to get that opener, and it's not the greatest of starts for Rogers State. Good trade back, though, by Smitty.
1 for 1. That's the trade game that seemed to be lacking. A really nice black eye camera. Something you usually wouldn't see because it seems like it's right in the open. You get shot out, but no one's really going to look at the camera that's on the stairs simply because it's out of line of sight, and you're only going to look at it if you're looking down while going up the stairs. Scoozy's on it. String still has the mirror window to fall back upon, and a good frag grenade might displace them and actually destroy the mirror, but it doesn't get out of the way for String. I think both the black mirror and the player fell down. A big play for Rogers State. They need to make sure that they can actually win the round based off it. With the black mirrors up, that's one thing. You take it.
Watch for Unified, though. He's still alive and still kicking near the vending machine. However, he's going to get kicked out real quickly as Sox is going to take him down. Still a player advantage to the attack, and with the Yin Candelas, it should be pretty easy to break in here, but they're not ready for the prone angle, and Green has lined up to. It's now just left to Sox in a 1-on-2 with very little HP remaining. It's got to be less than 25, and it's got to be the ace to win them this round. Nice headshot into the first, though. You can have as little HP as you want, but if you hit a headshot before they're even shooting back at you, they don't stand a chance. But if you can see them with the red pings and they can't see you at all, then they stand even less of a chance. That exact scenario plays out at the end, and Worm will close us out in 7-3 fashion.
The String gets a nice little tea escapade, as this does seem to be a game that is dominated by defensive performances, and I think Kansas State won simply because Rogers State was too predictable. CC won over and over again by Kansas State, and even if I think that one basement round isn't won by Kansas State, it's still them to win it in the end because the attack for Rogers State really isn't anything to scoff at. He doesn't hold a candle to their opponents, who actually did have that learning curve, and granted, Rogers State didn't have too many attacking rounds to work with. They only repeated basement twice, but we still saw very similar mistakes, and it fell apart in the end, same as always.
Well, we'll see if Rogers State can improve anything as we head into Chalet, but first, we're going to cut to a quick break.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there. I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they set for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Even now, laying down hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Looking inside
find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. You can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. You can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here. You push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too. So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here. You push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but I don't wanna lose me too.
Welcome back for map number 2 between Rogers State and Kansas State, the very first of this series, Clubhouse. It ended 7-3 in favor of KSU after a pretty solid start for Rogers, where they went up 2-0 on their defensive side. Kansas then won 7 of the next 8 rounds and ended it pretty convincingly, so it'll take quite the mental reset for Rogers to come back on map number 2. And, well, V, do you think they've got it in them?
It's all going to be about that attack. It's the only place that I can see them really getting anything jumpstart worthy is going to be how they can formulate their attack and if they can actually beat Kansas State on their own defense. Going to the same site over and over again, repeating the exact same thing over and over again isn't a recipe for success.
Not on either side either, right? You think about
Yeah.
defense as well, especially on certain maps, and Clubhouse is one of them where you can kind of be prone to running some of the same things over and over again. Like we talked about in the pre-show, it's a very old map, so a lot of teams kind of have it ingrained in their memory that you have to do this, you have to do that, and you have to do the other thing right after. Meanwhile, you think about other maps. We're heading to Cafe, or no, we're heading to Chalet next. Excuse me, the little graphic in the background kind of confused me a little bit, but we're heading into Chalet. That one definitely has been played a lot as well, but it feels a lot more open. It feels a little bit more interpretive, and also the attacking side a bit more favored on this map compared to many others in the map pool. It's this and Border that are commonly considered two of the more attacker-sided maps. So your point of needing to do a lot better on your attacks is going to prove very vital here, because if Rogers State comes into this and isn't able to get maybe like multiple rounds on their attacking side, it could go very wrong very fast for them.
Yeah, I mean, we already saw that they went 2-7 on one map and then 0-7 on the other. Replicating that, especially against a team who had a bye in the previous week, it's just not looking good for this team. Here's where you can kind of wipe the slate clean, not repeat your mistakes of both the previous match and the previous map, and just make yourself look like a competent team, like a team that can compete and go for the playoffs at the end of the season.
So will be very important as well. It's still pretty early, you know. It's nice
Yeah,
to always
yeah, we're
look
only
forward
in,
to
we're only in week
nice to look forward to the playoffs, because that's the goal by the end of the season. But you want to just make sure you iron out the kinks first and make sure that you're as competent as you can be through the regular season first. And I think Rogers State have definitely shown some promise. I've definitely been individually impressed by some of their players, and a lot of times it feels like they have the right idea, but at the end of the round, maybe they're just kind of not quite able to get things going the way you would have hoped. And so with that, obviously need to share that up. It seemed to be a problem last week as well, as only the couple of rounds they had across both maps is definitely worse than what's happening this week. They're already at 3 across map 1, and they've got a whole second map and maybe even a third to get even more. But for now, Kansas State definitely looks the stronger of the two. But Chalet, a whole new battleground, so we'll see what these teams can do, and we'll see what Rogers State can do, starting on their oh-so-important attacking side with Jackal off the board.
Last time, Rogers State went for a little bit of a unique defensive ban with Castle, and I don't think it really panned out at all. Kansas State only went to gym once, where we usually see Castle, and it didn't seem to have any effect. An ace ban, that'll make some of these breaches a little bit more difficult. My eyes go to the bakery wall, so you'll have to bring a Habana or a Thermite, so that could indicate that Rogers State maybe wants to hold the bakery or extend a little bit over there.
It's Chalet.
It's the freaking background.
The same thing happened to me.
That's not fair. I do not. It's not my fault. I was tricked by Daniel Time to Light.
Our lovely producer Daniel Time to Light playing a map in the background that is also happening in the background. He actually doesn't control them. Never mind.
I don't
I'm
care. I'm
person.
still blaming him.
Anyways, map ban phase is over. Ace off the board.
It's Cafe again.
Stop, Dan.
My brain already hurts.
Ace is off the board. There was a lot of bandit tricking last map, so I'd imagine that ban is specifically in hopes of being able to bandit trick more. And so with an ace not there, now, you know, it's going to be harder to counter a bandit trick, because you think about the easiest counter to a bandit trick is just put 2 Selmos on both sides of the wall, and then you're perfectly fine. You could instead maybe do what they did last map with the Thermite and the ace, except instead of the ace, you use a hard breach charge. I could see that still working. You could also bring a Habana, though a Habana for a big wall is not really the most efficient of breachers, but still, you get the idea. Ace off the board. I like the ban for Rogers State. They are clearly adapting, albeit in pretty simple, just let's adapt to the first solution we can think of. And so I like to see that. I feel like I'm very happy to notice that they're at least trying to improve things, and I think that by the end of the season, this could be a pretty solid team. You know, just keep playing the game together, learn how to play around your teammates more and more. However, for now, Kansas State seems to be the better of the two individually. Still have this whole map, though. Who knows? Maybe Rogers State or Demons on Chalet. I don't want to count them out too fast.
Yeah, so far, I mean, they do have the Osa, which maybe could indicate that they do want to go for potentially a fluke balcony push. Right now, Sox is just repelled over by the sunroom area, as Fry over by trophy, so usually it's a pretty typical type of take coming out from the attack because you want to gain control of the sunroom because it provides you access to both the site itself of bedroom, but also bathroom, which depending on how the defense sets it up can just give you help in a variety of ways. One talent shield is going to be prepped on the window, which just gives you a line of sight to a little bit of the site, as Benito is going to fire away through the bathroom window, takes out Worm. Can they keep themselves alive? Yes, they can, with the diffuser as well.
Unified barely missing out on that kill opportunity, and he thinks he might be able to see part of that Yang. If any little bit of the Hong Kong operator is exposed to this Jaeger, it will be game over for Benito, and that's diffuser out over where Benito is. So you can't afford to lose this. Unified is sticking to his guns on this window, but eventually will fall back right as Benito is seemingly starting to work more and more out into the vision. So if it had just been a little bit longer, Unified might have gotten that kill, but instead, the case is still alive on the bathroom wall, and the push still relatively alive and well in and of itself, but that's a great impact trick.
Oh, that is killer. Because you don't have a walkable hole anymore. It's just going to provide vision, and that got impacted as well. I think that might be Rogers State primary plan. I talked about in the first map how they need to have a secondary plan, and that's going to make things a lot easier. Great play by Jake to adapt, go underneath, as they have such a great advantage over their opponents. But as a player falls, and it seems like it might get worse, Kansas State are not ready to fall.
Unified already making sure one goes down, and he'll do the same to another. Nosy has the knock on the balcony, so why not make it 3? And now the Jaeger has completely turned the tides of the round. Sox is going to make things even better. Consistently a standout performer on a struggling Rogers roster last map. However, good info on his position. Those live pings are going to make things a lot harder, but he's meleeed the deployable camera, so that's not going to be an issue anymore. Why not just shoot it? You know, you could shoot it pretty easily. But he's about to look forward and focus more on shooting the Jaeger that's right ahead of him, and he'll do so quite effectively. It's now just left to Green, 1-on-2, but he can still play to try and deny this diffuser plan. Sox only just picking it up and still has to start getting it down. Cover from Smitty may not be totally there at the moment, so Green can walk up in through the closet, but he doesn't know where the plant's coming down, and so he doesn't realize that he could walk up closet and deal with it for free. Now, he's got to try and deal with both players in this post plant. C4's a little bit too short, and Sox will not let you get away with that one. First round to Rogers State in a convincing way.
So many missed opportunities for Kansas State. That's one you're going to really want back. Now, we have the God mode on. We can see alternative options that happen. When it comes to what Kansas City can actually do in the round, it's just play a little bit more conservative. Use the vertical destruction that the attack and the defense actually did, and make the attack really work for the fuser and the plant. I think Unified playing the angle onto the bathroom is a mistake, especially considering that they know where the diffuser is, and all they have to worry about is the window, not actual entry into the bathroom. Because time is the 6th man, and I just don't think that Kansas State really utilized it very well. Especially, String went on a little bit of a flank, and it seems like the flank didn't work out for what Unified was trying to do. There's just, like I said, a lot of things that you really would want to do better on a second go-around, and I think that's why Kansas State are going back to the same site. They know they can win this. It just takes a couple changes.
It also seemed like across the board they were a lot more ready for a master or a take into office from mezzanine library side. That's the default you'll see a lot. And I was going to point that out until, you know, that whole scuffle on the balcony happened, and you had to, you know, more important things to mention. But it was kind of interesting to me to see a team like Rogers State go for a solar side take, because often it's kind of a lot more difficult. It can be a little bit uncomfortable to play off repels, especially for some less experienced players. And in this case, they're still going for the same thing, but Kansas State have adjusted pretty well. The castle barricades are all over the place to make sure that the master window is harder to open in and of itself, and that it provides less of an extreme cutoff for anyone trying to play near piano or that piano corridor just outside of master door. And you can already see Rogers State are struggling to adjust. Not to mention, there's an Electro Claw on that wall that the Habanas were trying to open last time, and there's Unified downstairs, but he's just seen the Claymore. If he had not had that in the way, it probably could have been a multi-kill. Instead now, he's walked up the west main stairs, tried to do damage to Fry inside of Trophy, but the Zofia only going to lose a little bit of HP and is now wary of that flank. So Unified, 2 times over, has been denied kills by his presence being made known and wanting to keep himself alive. Which, you know, disappointing that he couldn't get the frags, but very important that he's still up and Scoozy's here to help him out as well.
Ooh, walking directly into your opponent's line of sight. Feels like there just wasn't some communication with Unified and Scoozy, especially considered that Unified wasn't actually able to provide any help. It's a good shot onto Fry, but things are getting worse up on that top floor because Roger State once again has the man count. The only thing you can rely on is a Unified flank up this trophy stairs, but that's not going to be something that you really want to dedicate your entire round to, especially considering he just got dusted inside of the kitchen. Green and String remain the only ones really able to do anything, and String is just stuck in the bathroom. He cannot move.
There's a melee hole on the typical plant spot here. And so if they walk into the right spot and he makes sure that he holds his nerve as long as possible, this could be an outstanding spot to play late in the round, and exactly that's just happened. A double kill for String, spotted in the bathtub, but nothing Benito can do. He just has to wait until an opportunity is given to him. As a matter of fact, both of these players were effectively just holding crossfire angles, trying to make sure that they had as big a chance as possible to shut down anyone running up, but String was already in perfect position. Not even a Candela is going to stop this guy. A 3rd kill for the Fenrir, and now it's just left to Smitty. The repellent is going to be oh so obvious and oh so dealt with as Green shuts that down and Kansas State respond in round number 2.
Beautiful patience coming out. I was wondering if he was going to take even longer to shoot it out, see if he could lure in anybody else, but the fact that you're able to get that second one, and then sometimes if you flash, you want to wait a little bit because the usual indication is you flash, jump on in, and the player knows where the window is, so they can essentially just pre-fire, and that's exactly what happened. Like the adaptations from Kansas State, they take it for that second time, and now they can head over to the basement where we get to see the tuba round for the first time in this entire game in combination with the Bandit, and the fact that there is no ace. It might make this entire attack over by that trench and snowmobile wall really difficult to deal with, because you can't simply put both Selmas on both sides, and the thermite charge takes a pretty long while to actually detonate. I think Scoozy and Worm, they might be cooking something up here, and I want to know how Roger State are going to adapt to that.
Well, they've been adapting quite well in between rounds, but in the individual rounds themselves, sometimes they do struggle. They feel a little bottlenecked at times by the lineups they run. They run a lot of util heavy lineups, a lot of Thatcher, a lot of hard breach. That's been what they've been doing all map. But sometimes, you know, it feels like that leaves you a little bit slower and not quite as able to send one person in through the gap that they can spot. And so without that kind of ability to be dynamic and catch the defense off guard, they're able to sort of hunker down inside the bomb site and feel relatively confident that you're going to push them exactly how they expect, and all they have to do is just set up the proper angles, something that Kansas State have absolutely done in this case. And so Roger State, continuing to not really surprise anybody. However, they've been very good at not being surprised by these roam games. Unified, again, on a heavy roam, this time on Warden, but he's been spotted once again. So these walls being opened up is going to be very important for the attack, and Unified being spotted also going to help a ton.
You can see that Kansas State are really trying to gear themselves up for a snowmobile push, and now that Roger State have gone for a trench, you would think that things would be disastrous, but Scoozy's just gonna fire away! Like, that's 3 for them, and that's Roger State attack completely kaput. And I don't think it was anything of their wrongdoing. I think they get the wall open. That's great. Scoozy just shot.
Oh my gosh.
And shut it down. Easy as pie.
And that's part of one of the issues with not having someone yourself who is a serious threat to the defense in terms of getting aggro and playing crazy. It feels like it opens the opportunity for somebody like Scoozy to just walk forward and take every single fight. And he has not been punished for that all round. Not going to be punished for it in his 4th try. He's good for a 4th kill, may even be on for the ace, should they let him get the opportunity. First requires some info as to where Smitty is, but I don't think anybody shot the fireplace default, so they should know that he's walked through the fireplace area. He's already taken a lot of damage as well, but they're just kind of calling things out. The Jaeger dealing some damage through the wall or inside of the dining corridor. Either way, don't take the kill, man. Let him have the ace. String,
give
don't be
Scoozy
like
the
that.
ace.
Don't be like that, String. Call him out so Scoozy can come again. And that's exactly what seems to be happening. And he
No.
wants to do
No,
it with
with
the
the-
pistol. Oh, it may be the most disrespectful ace you could possibly get. Only 3 rounds in, but Liddy Smitty ready for Scoozy to come around the corner. He may not have too much to play for, but he certainly denied an ace to the other team and boosted his own KD. He's got his, but I don't think his team's got that round. No, sir. Unified will shut it down.
A little bit of a fun one there, especially for Scoozy. You could tell they're like, okay, this is gonna look really cool or really stupid. Maybe it was a little bit of the latter when it came to the pistol, but it was a very good job by Scoozy in the round itself. Sometimes making those plays is extremely hit or miss. You almost look like an idiot sometimes for just broadly peeking these areas that the attack are watching. But in the brief moments where it works, you are credited with such a play, and that's what happened there. For Scoozy, he's able to get the 4K, able to single-handedly win the round for Kansas State in that scenario. Now puts them on top after a mediocre first round. And now, as they head over to that kitchen, Rogers State still bring that util, the sledge, the Zofia, the Nomad for the anti-roam. They brought the gridlock prior. I want to know what Sox is going to do with the 0. Where exactly they're going to place that, if it's going to be a sort of anti-roam like we would usually see, or you maybe get things done on the top floor and actually shoot out the potential Kaid clause with the 0, which I don't see too often, and it's kind of a shame, because I think it's a really cool strategy that some teams can do, but other options usually are superior.
Also, one small thing about that last round, I want to give compliments to Scoozy on a very micro level. Notice that before he swung the snowmobile breach, he shut the tuber out at the door to discourage anybody from peeking him, because you think about that wide swing, it could very easily get caught from that door. So, just shows that these players are very, very smart, even at a small level, not just in terms of knowing what they want to do on a big scale on the round, but also knowing what they want to do in individual fights and in very little scenarios. However, moving into this next round, it feels like Rogers State are trying to go for a very different kind of lineup. You mentioned, like, not sure what the 0 is going to do. He has an MP7, so that's definitely something he could do, is shoot with that. And this lineup in general seems to be a lot looser than anything Rogers State have been bringing thus far. I feel like I just mentioned last round that they were bringing very heavily structured lineups, but this one, you know, very fluid. You've got a Finka and a 0 that are both kind of loose. You have hard breach gadgets on 2 different operators, so you can afford to take engaging aggressive fights with one of them and not necessarily lose that hard breach potential. And you also have an ARX with a 1.5 times scope. Probably not why they're bringing the Nomad, but it's still worth mentioning.
Not only are the operators kind of individual, the players seem to be individual themselves. I mean, you had Smitty over by the balcony. Jake is over by the piano window. There's not a lot of areas where you can provide great crossfires, so instead you just kind of get picked off. And what seemed to be a Rogers State team that worked together very slowly is now just a lot of players separate that aren't getting anything done. A great shot from Scoozy. And Sox is left in a 1v5, very reminiscent of the last round with Smitty all alone by themselves. And even a run out from Worm, and it just gets worse and worse from here on out.
Hopefully that's not Tilt speaking, because Rogers State, you talked about it, have looked so cohesive and coordinated all game, but that last round just felt like a totally different team. They all tried to spread out as much as possible and try and play their ones, see where they could get a pick to open things up, but they just didn't get the chance. And at this point, we have to resort to the oh-so disappointing color point of what can you do when the other team is just shooting better than you in certain situations. Right? You can try to outstrat them. You could try to play very traditionally like they did in round number 3, only to get gunned down by Scoozy one by one. You could try to spread out a lot and play heavily into gunfights with guns you're confident on like you did in the last round, only to lose the individual fights to people like Unified, like Scoozy, and like Worm. At a certain point, it feels like it's like, you know, we know what we want to do, but the execution has been a bit of an issue for Rogers State. And I've definitely felt impressed by some of their players individually. Socks looked pretty good statistically last map. Jake has had a number of shots that show that he has a very high skill ceiling, and it really applies to every single one of these players. But you do need to kind of work as a cohesive unit and not get too caught up in, oh, we're losing our 1v1s, then let's just try and go take 1v1s, right? Because like you mentioned, it felt like they didn't have any crossfires last round. They didn't have any potential to catch Kansas State looking the wrong direction.
Usually it's not the solution. The problem is not usually the solution. You are right in that scenario. But Rogers State, they have attempted this before, and they've actually been successful. But when they tried the exact same thing, it didn't work out. Unified didn't realize that was a head that Crosshair was directly on, and the freest kill just slips away. Instead, they take a ton of damage, only saved by the fact that Warden is a very chunky man, and they still live to see another day and to breach through these candelas.
Oh, Jake's been flanked on. Unified. You said that he didn't see the kill that he could have had. Well, eventually able to get something, so not too disappointed with the way the round has played out, I'm sure. And down goes Jake, a very important operator. The first time I would say that they brought someone who's very clearly just kind of your entry player. You're bringing an Ashe, you want the Ashe to run in first and try and take some fights. Unfortunately, wasn't even aware that Unified was where he was, and so now Unified, they're very much aware that he is where he is now, and he's only got 1 bullet of HP. That's a good kill for Fry. But in the meantime, 2 more kills for Kansas State. And I mean, you take 1 step forward, and you take 2 back in that very moment. You also started a step back from where you could have started off initially. And so with that, 2-player advantage for the defense, and Fry and Smitty seem to just look a little directionless for the time being.
So what kind of happens when you're at this stage is you don't really have many avenues to success. So you just hope, you pick one direction and hope for the best, and sometimes you just get gunned down. Actually depart at odd areas. I don't exactly know why Fry was over by the bar, Smitty's walking up by main. It's very interesting choices, but like I said, you don't really have many choices to begin with. It's a good shot, but once again, you're in a 1v3, 30 seconds left. You don't even have the diffuser in this scenario, so you're just hoping for the best.
Pads his stats just a little bit. He's about to die.
He dies.
There you go. Green takes the kill. Down goes Smitty. Another round for Kansas State, as they just seem to be an unstoppable streak. And Rogers, I mean, they started off well, but it's been a bit of a cold streak, much like last map, since Kansas State have gotten hot.
I think this is just Rogers State struggling on the attack, like they did in the previous map.
Yeah,
They're
you
the
called it.
One fix-all that I kind of said, which was just like, hey, your attack is really where you're struggling. If you could change that, things are going to get better. You're not going to be able to change your attack too much over the course of, what was it, about 5 minutes. And Rogers State, they've done what they can in that first round, but ever since then, it has just been the exact same thing over and over and over again. The rounds haven't even been close, happy to be honest. So Kansas State really look like they have taken control of Shoutlight in the entire game, and a 5-1 is where we could potentially end, with a 4-2 being the best that Rogers State can do, which I still think Kansas State would be disappointed with, but knowing that they were able to get attacking rounds in the previous house while their opponents weren't, definitely eases their worries at the moment.
Feels like Rogers State are too stuck in their ways in terms of sticking to the strats. And it's good to play a strategy you know is effective, and the strats they're playing aren't bad ideas. But a while ago, I was once talking to some of my teammates in a little bit of a ranked, in the starting phase of a ranked team, the drone phase, before we even really knew what was going on the defense. And I was mentioning to some of them, like, oh, we should try this strategy or that strategy. And one of them just said, like, we should probably see what they have on the defensive side first and then adjust it. And that kind of, you know, lit a light above my head that you can't just stick to your guns. Unified is sticking to his gun, and it's very much working. Jakeru is about to get the trade, though. An outstanding trade at that, and that's a better job of being well-positioned to play off of your teammates. You get that information on the first kill, and you trade things out. Also, the switch of the Amaru was a very fun switch, just because, you know, quicker entry, you get into the building, and you let Jake use his gun. I like these that Rogers are making, so it's good that they're not sticking too heavily to their strategies, but, you know, is it going to be enough? Because you still have a lot of good gunners to deal with on that defensive side for Kansas State. And, oh, I think the bandit trick is about to work.
Yeah, I mean, there's also no reason that you should have...
Oh, we're not... Okay.
Okay.
He just gets the kill anyways. Like
I don't know if... Did they read the patch notes that you have the delay after the ice goes away before the electricity?
They probably did, but I honestly, it was worded kind of weird, and I didn't even realize what that meant for a while.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, I agree, but
yeah,
it's just an interesting idea that actually pans out. Like you said, that they're able to get the kill. Scoozy is still chilling with the DMRs. We've seen how powerful they can be sometimes when they can just peek these angles. They don't usually think they wouldn't win them, yet somehow they do, as Jake has a great peek and now makes it even.
Another good kill for the Amaru. It's been a very valid weapon, a very deadly weapon in opening up some of these opportunities that they've had this round. But it won't be a weapon they have access to anymore, but Smitty still has access to the Type 89 and is going to make sure that Worm doesn't have access to anything for the remainder of the round. Even damage dealt to String over in blue. Good information, but Benito just exposing himself without even realizing Scoozy gets two, and something about the two morale for this man right here on this site right here is just beautiful.
It literally does feel like it's lightning in a bottle. That it's this specific operator on this specific site, because we really never saw
the site too.
Exactly, it's just trench. I don't know. It's like a monkey's paw. Where it's like, oh, I wish I was good at Siege. Okay, you get this one spot with this one operator. Regardless, Rogers State have a huge mountain to climb at this point. They're down 4 rounds. They haven't been able to, weren't able to get anything on their attack, and now on their defense, they're going to have to beat Kansas State at their own games. Kansas State really does like this second floor. I think a lot of it's going to come down to those roamers, whether or not they can make Kansas State care about them and actually dedicate resources to them, because otherwise I'm just going to see Kansas State do some pretty basic things. The roamers will probably, like, make their presence known by walking up main stairs or library stairs instead of waiting to the last possible second, like you might see some teams do, just to truly punish them for not caring about them. Otherwise, Kansas State, I'm still betting my money on them for this.
You're talking a lot about the roamers. I don't really see anybody in this team composition that fits the bill of a roamer. Maybe a Rooney, but with that in mind, you mentioned that it's important for the roamers to not let their presence be known, or I guess, I mean, like he's playing mezzanine. This is a heavy library side hold in preparation for a heavy library sided take, and I think Jake was towards Mez. If not, it's just Smitty over here. Oh no, Jake is roaming actually. He's underneath. So yeah, that you were right. I didn't think a Doc would be roaming, but I guess they're just kind of letting Jake pick his operator and say, just go try and kill people. I guess at this point, this feels like a very tough situation to be in. But Smitty for now just trying to delay just a little bit, make sure that Jake goes unspotted, and he's underneath that very window that there's one player outside of. And Doc has access to a bailiff, so he might be ready for that jump in. Instead, it's the hatch jump in that he's ready for. But instead, he'll die, actually, to Scoozy right after Smitty just went down. And this is the thing we're talking about so much. What can you do when Kansas State's just outgunning you?
A lot of times it usually involves crossfires. I mean, something of the sort, but when you're on the roam and you're playing such dissimilar positions, you can't do anything like that. And even over on the anchors, I'm not seeing too many crossfires actually get set up. Tubarão is going to be able to ice the wall, slow that down. Eventually, it will get open, and Fry will have to deal with that. But so far, they are going to be a little bit safe. Here comes another Zoto canister. It's going to be frozen. That's another 10 to 15 seconds that the attack is going to have to wait. There's another Zoto canister. I want to say something, but I don't think it's appropriate for broadcast. So I will hold my tongue.
Oh, all right. Well, on that note, 50 seconds left. They've got a good Z ping onto 1, so as if things couldn't get any better, Sox is getting pre-fired from the office balcony. Fry has given up his position very close. So now they'll know to expect a wide swing from an MPX anytime soon. At the very least, they'll know that it's a possibility, as String still sitting on his drone out here. He could get swung on pretty quickly, and I would like for the Tubarão to do that. You're losing this man advantage. There you go. Try and get active somewhere and eliminate an extra threat if you can. Benito's in a pretty solid position to deal with a jump in through Piano, and it may be something he has to deal with. There's somebody on the master balcony right now as well, and or rather the master window, and they're kind of isolated from everybody else, but they're going to rappel in and try and make the play, but it's Green through this smoke who ends up getting one. Benito with his C4 is able to deal with Green, but his gun is not up to deal with the player right in front of him, and it'll be that very player of Worm to shut that round down.
One more round for Kansas State. I can head to bed, all nice and easy, settle in, and go to classes tomorrow. Because I know that, well, no, it probably did not snow in Kansas tonight, a state not typically known for its snow. So,
I'm not sure where Rogers is. I'm not going to lie. I got to look that up.
I don't know, but for talking about Kansas State, I don't think
Oklahoma.
there's too much to
So it didn't snow there either.
improve upon. Yeah, both these teams don't have to worry about that.
Yeah,
But with Kansas State, there's not much to improve upon. I think it's kind of a thing where it's like, if it's not broke, you don't need to fix it. Rogers State, there's a lot to fix. You've won 4 rounds over the past 2 maps. You're going back to the same site, which usually indicates that you do want to fix something. But there's not a lot of changes. I mean, you've got the Legion, you've got the Cap Can. Changing out the Tubarão for no denial at all, I think, is an interesting choice, because I think that was the one maybe highlight of the previous round, was because the attack had to wait. That opened up certain opportunities where the attack was, or excuse me, the defense was able to go to certain areas and actually find kills, like we saw Fry do near Fluke Balcony. They're trying to enable trap operators, maybe go on operators they're a little bit more comfortable with, which I'm always for, but I think in terms of how the site works, these ops aren't really going to help you out in changing what you need to.
Running the Roni on a Rooney. That's something. Not typical. You normally see that 1.5 times scope being used. Smitty was on that last round. Big Roni fans, though, that could definitely make a little bit of a difference. Would be easier to fight this window if you had that extra magnification. You've also got Sox basically taking up that position that we saw Jake in last round. So really not adjusting that much. They're changing the operator lineup, but they're not really changing where they are. And Worm is going to deal with one just a bit off when trying to deal with the player inside of games. But the pressure from the double window is going to give him a second try, and he absolutely won't miss that. Now it's the Aruni's job to fall back to site because her teammates downstairs have been killed very fast. Smitty is going to do just that, but it's still a 2-player advantage to Kansas State with a lot of time to spare.
Oh, they know where Jake is, too. Good little Twitch drone. Yeah, that's not where the drone is. You might have spotted it by now. It's right out
it's
of the
one of
open.
I think it's
Jake's fight spot.
I think it's bugged. I think it's bugged.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's...
Well, bug or
that's
not, I don't really believe in Rogers State at this point, because, yeah, even Jake's a little bit confused. As Kansas State, all they need is one more. It's just cleanup duty at this point, then they're all done.
Just left to Fry, 1-on-4. Does manage to get the first one. Don't count him out of it necessarily, as Unified and Scoozy have already been taken down. It's a couple of very big threats on the attacking side. They're 2 top fraggers, as a matter of fact. through this map thus far, but Fry not going to be ready for green on the other side. And let him get on the board. Let the Thermite take another kill, boost his KD, as you already know that it's a round win and a map win and a series win for Kansas State. Rogers managed 4 rounds across the whole best of 3, and Kansas State managed all 14 to send us home in quick 2-0 fashion.
Kansas State, it's a great way to come out of your bye. Shows everybody that despite you not literally being there in those first weeks, that you're still a team that can contend with. For their opponent, can't say too much.
Twice as good as last week.
They did get double the rounds, but 2-4 isn't where you want to be as a team.
At this rate, they'll be winning a game by week 4.
That's not a good thing. Happy. It's not exactly a good thing for Rogers State, but I think it is just their attack. That's really what it comes down to. Clearly, they have strategies on these more default match, which might not be too surprising, but their attacks on the fundamental level really do struggle compared to the opponents that they're going to face.
Yeah, and I do think, like you mentioned, that Rogers State, a lot to work with, but also, in their defense, a lot of promise. You know, they showed some very good prowess when they were in comfortable positions. It's kind of just about, you know, I would recommend play some rank together. You know, get used to being in uncomfortable positions more, because nothing's going to make you more uncomfortable than playing against ranked players, because it is their job to make you uncomfortable, or at least it feels like that sometimes. As we are very comfortably done with that series, we're going to go to a much longer break, and then we will bring you the next game of the day. We won't actually. That's all for myself and Light Rose for the evening, but our friends will be bringing you the next game of the day in the higher division, so perhaps even more intense siege action coming up right after this break.
Born to ride Mustang 65, got that V8 engine with a fuel injection. Drop the clutch, pedal to much from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, 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 panic. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? And before too long, I found where I belong. I can hear it, I can hear it, oh. I can't stop the rush, every note I touch. I can feel it saving me. Tell me, can you hear the symphony?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? When you know, when you touch, when you feel, yeah. When you know, when you touch, when you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. When you know, when you touch, when you feel, yeah. When you know, when you touch, when you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. Let me in. I want real love, real highs. You're just enough to get me through, get me through. 'Cause you're officially perfect for me. So wait for you, wait for you.
Up all night thinking, passing the time, anxiously waiting. You're mine, I need a scarecrow after what you did. 'Cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did. 'Cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, but this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
I am here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to let to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again. And as I fall, I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, I'm feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. So can you, so can you. For too long about the mistakes, while I resent, I learned to hate. Forgot your names. Fear the struggle to follow on. Need to focus to prove you're wrong. I'm not wrong. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. I know I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it. I know I'm holding on to this. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on. Holding on.
Cigarette ash, it looks like snow. When it falls in the wind, you know. And you, oh you say you wanna dance. You're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. And you're having fun. Why don't you show your friends? And you're having fun. What if it never ends? I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes, trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off, put the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance. And you're wary, you know, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. Miss booze, lit cigarettes,
feelings. It's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Oh. Magic. No, I'm never letting go. Now that I have it with you. When you kiss me, it's like the stars fall out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know what my heartbeat needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. Every little thing you do, every time
I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits. And all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing. And everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall, and I'll keep you on the ground. You were gone, I wish you'd stay. I could look at you for a day. Time was well spent, that's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you. Take your time, not in the fast lane. I understand that you've been broken too many times, but I'll be waiting to mend your wounds from all you've taken. But if we listen to each other and admit our mistakes, then I can show you who I am, because I'm not the same. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. I'm better with you. Catch me when I fall. You know you keep you off the ground. That's when I knew that I need to spend my life here with you.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching it slowly grows. With each new one starting, I recall you came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the breeze. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing, just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Just like another season. Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know.
you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there, I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they sent for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they sent for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. You can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. You can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. Started as a whisper, message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like I've been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing inside. Drop the clutch, pedal to the floor. Turn that giddy part into a lion's roar. Dream machine, racing queen. I'll take you wherever you wanna go. Let's blow this town, break the speed of sound. Tonight we own the road. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Red light on the highway. Blue lights flashing behind me. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Red light on the highway. Blue lights flashing behind me. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Started as a whisper, message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, no, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, no, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, no, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, no, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. need a scarecrow after what you did. 'Cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did. 'Cause you were the devil, you messed with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, that this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. Game 1 of the day is done and dusted, and we're joining in for our second series here on a great Tuesday afternoon for the NECC. My name's Infernosis, joined here by my good friend Klimps, and we're excited to get this one underway.
Scott, I missed you. I missed you so much. I haven't talked to you in like ages. Oh, is it not mutual? Is it not
Figure it out.
I even wore a
working
Hawaiian
through
shirt because you're wearing a Hawaiian shirt.
No, you told me it was
out.
coincidental. You told me it was coincidental. So you can't lie to everyone
This
here.
guy is just a liar, folks. I mean,
Runs through my veins.
whatever. Yeah, it's he's really just a D1 hater.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That's
I
it.
guess,
That's
I
it.
guess a little bit, but you got to be a little bit of a hater, especially in the collegiate scene. Now that we're finally back in full season for collegiate. Of course, we missed streams last week, but we're back in full swing. Let's go see the schedule for the day. Of course, you had Kansas State University taking down Rogers State early on in the Champions Division in a 2-0 fashion. And now y'all get to see University of North Dakota versus the University of Ottawa Garnet in the Legends Division. Both teams suffering a loss last week, so they both start 0-1 here, trying to secure their first win of NECC Spring 2024.
That's the good thing here, Mason, right? One of these teams is getting a positive, tick on their record. They will be coming away this week with a 1-1 scoreline, but they're going to have a bit of a tough time to do so if there's any precedent to really go off of. UW Garnet's a pretty darn good team. They've had their troublesome moments in the last few semesters here, Mason, but they're good enough to be able to kick it into high gear. But let's just hope this game doesn't turn out like the first one we had here earlier, where Kansas just absolutely tore apart both maps and really said, this is where we're showing off since we didn't get to do it last week.
Let's check out the good old University of North Dakota varsity esports roster. Last season, these guys were in champions. They fortunately made their way up through the promotional tab into Legends now, but unfortunately, they suffered a long-lasting Legend team in GCU Purple. They suffered a 1-2 loss, although it was a very close game, 8-7, 3-7, 7-8. A roster consisting the same that they ran last week of Renegade, Brick, Cole, Frosted, and Sloth. A really solid roster, a fun roster to watch play, and they definitely keep any match that they're in very close to their opponent.
They're a solid team, one you'll have to keep your eye out on, but coming up against them today as well will be the U Ottawa Garnet side, who also had a pretty darn close series in their game earlier against OC Esports. Yes, the first map wasn't necessarily the best thing looking out for them, a 2-7 stat line, but they went into the second one and they managed to go 8-6, which is a lot closer than it could have been, but they weren't able to force that third map like we see UND were able to get to before they inevitably took their loss as well. But for the U Ottawa Garnet side, it's going to be Toga, Lens, PC, Star Moon, and Unicorn lining up their roster and rounding themselves out.
Well, it's only one way to find out the victor between these two teams. One of these two teams can get themselves on the board here in NECC Spring 2024. Again, both teams very solid, looking to get a bounce back week. U Ottawa is a team that I've always enjoyed watching. They were I played against them actually a couple times last semester. I just graduated, so I actually have a decent amount of experience against a couple of these teams. I've never played North Dakota, but I know who their team is because I've seen some other teams from GCU play them. Yeah, that's where I came from, so I'm kind of happy that they did beat Ottawa or North Dakota last week. But besides the point, I'll be excited to see North Dakota potentially gather up a win this week against Ottawa, who is also a rather studded roster. They've got some solid players, solid depth, and very solid coaching behind the forefront. So between both teams, it's really a toss-up because it's so early in the season. We don't really know each other's strong suits and whatnot. From what I remember watching of the North Dakota game versus GCU, Chalet and Skyscraper were maps that were both played. I think that UND won on Chalet. I could be wrong. That may have been Oregon that I'm thinking about, and they may have lost Skyscraper and Chalet. But regardless, whatever the case may be, they're good on these maps. They've played these maps, so you expect them to come out pretty strong.
These maps? Well, what maps are those, Mason? I think we have a screen for it. Who knows if it's correct at this point in time, but I'll go ahead and tell you what maps we're heading today as well. At least to help it out a little bit. Chalet, Skyscraper, and a third map being required of Oregon. Should it be required? And Mason, if I was a gambling man, which I am not, I would have to say that third map may actually come up into play for this one, considering the records they had going into their last week, now heading this one 0-1, knowing what Ottawa can do, and knowing how UND Green can play. If North Dakota can play at their peak against an Ottawa side that has had a lot of roster changes, it feels like, between every single semester, which is both good, meaning you've got a lot of talent coming in and out of your program, program, but also maybe bad considering they maybe don't have as much time working between each other. I think a third map is definitely on the chopping block, and Oregon is a tough one to have to face off against when you know every team that plays R6 knows this map to a key.
Yeah, definitely warranted, definitely important to recognize that. And also, I want to talk a little bit more because I did fortunately get to see some of that UND versus GCU. That's kind of just the more relevant topic in my mind. Hello, as we zoom into my face.
What a stinger that one was.
I know, right? It was like into my face,
it was
into
like
the forehead,
shocking.
and then straight into the flyover. Right? Yeah, here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Woo! That might be the best
like a horror
of
jump
2024. Yeah, it is kind of scary. I'm sorry that you guys all had to see that. But UND, very aggressive team on attack. From what I gathered watching them, they like to take space very early. They like to be aggressive, and they like to end a lot of rounds rather rapid. So we could have a very quick night if Ottawa aren't able to make the adaptations and adjust to bring trap operators to try to slow down UND. But we also may have a quick night if Ottawa do adjust and UND keep going for that really fast tempo, and these rounds are ending in a minute and a half. It might cut our time in half, which might be kind of nice since we are starting this game a little bit later than we anticipated.
It's not that much later, though. It's not the worst case in the world. And we are seeing the second chalet of the night. It was game 2, actually, that came forward in the Rogers State versus Kansas State University game. And it was a very quick map, to say the least. Round one for the side of Rogers State. Kansas State University just kind of swept away. They knew what they were doing. They handled their temper. And despite Two-Brow being in play and having the ability to shut down so much utility all by your lonesome, it wasn't enough to shut down that very high level of aggression that's being brought forward. So you're right. If we do see that high level of aggression in this series here, Mason, I would have to say it's going to go by exceptionally quick, because if you do not force out the trapper operators and don't force out their proper effectiveness, you're going to get steamrolled by the very aggressive attacks that tend to come forward.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Chalet and how good UND will be on their attacks, but then when we flip the card over to Skyscraper, map 2, that's the big highlight. It's a map that, surprisingly, Scott, in Collegiate has been favored at the beginning of this year. In the Columbus land, I swear I've never seen so much Skyscraper played in my life. And it feels like a map that all collegiate teams are starting to transition over towards. But the biggest thing about that map is the fact of how defender-sided it is, right? I mean, it's one of, if not the most defender-sided map in this game. And you see 5-1 splits, 6-0 splits quite often, which leaves very little room for errors. So starting on the defensive side, which the University of North Dakota will be getting on Skyscraper because Ottawa picked into it, then maybe, just maybe, they could steal away a nice swift 2-0 win if they're able to get that 5-1, 6-0 lead, winning their map pick first on Chalet, then getting that 5-1, 6-0 lead, not having any mistakes, and maybe capitalizing on a few mistakes from Ottawa.
So what you're saying here is if you weren't really paying too much attention to the collegiate scene outside of the NECC, which I know for a lot of viewers out there, the NECC is where you get your collegiate esports. There's nothing wrong with that. Skyscraper was not really the cream of the crop. It was not what was really selected for a lot of collegiate teams last semester. Coming into this one, though, expect to see it a lot more often and expect teams to feel a lot more comfortable on it. And that's going to be something that's going to need to be quite studied by a lot of the directors that maybe haven't necessarily been, I don't know, coaching their players for these maps, knowing that just no matter the ranking, whether you're in Legend, Champions, whatever you may be for your team, you're going to need to know every single map. And this was another point that was highlighted, I believe, earlier by Happy in the series one of the day for the short little time I was able to tune in before I was getting ready for this one. It feels like everyone has to know everything, and gone are the days of just saying, hey, we only need to work on these 5 or 6 maps. Instead, we need to know every objective on every map, even things like Clubhouse down inside bar, where you're kind of be like, hey, this is never played. Well, it just got played multiple times today in the WM7 game over on the R6 channel. It's going to get played by Collegiate eventually too.
Well, finally, we're able to hop on in to Chalet between these two teams. North Dakota Green starting on the attack, and the University of Ottawa will begin their train on the defense. Operator ban so crucial, especially when we're talking about the defensive side, Scott, because of how many strong and potent defensive operators there are. Fenrir, Azami, Valkyrie, Solis, Mira, just a couple to name who are so strong on this map. We kick it off with the Jackal ban. Very solid on attack, but I feel like there's other operators that just might be a little bit more of a threat, especially me thinking kind of towards the attacking side, Ying being a very strong operator, Flores as well, extremely potent on this map.
Jack was banned earlier in the series today as well. So apparently the Inox scanner, something that this teams really don't want to have to face off against. Flores is not shocking at all, but when you're limited to just 2 bans on the attack and 2 bans on the defense, some things are going to sneak through. And the Candelas are a force to be reckoned with, and one teams really don't like to leave up, especially in a map like Chalet, where she tends to be the most dominant she ever is. But for the first defensive ban, it will be that Soulless, trying to deny as much information as possible. And when you try to deny information, you could do so by denying the potential to deny your sight lines, getting rid of those of Finner, getting rid of the canisters, and making sure that there's no way you can't swing a corner and then unfortunately be haphazardly stumbling around in a very toxic smoke cloud for just a little bit longer. And that leaves up very important defensive operators that we'll be seeing, Azami being one of them and Tuberal being the other one, the most important one to mention, who has been so darn effective for so many teams and something teams still don't like to face off against.
Yeah, Tuberal is just so strong. Azami as well here on Skyscraper. Sorry, Chalet. Apologies, I'm getting ahead of myself.
It's probably there too
I'm,
as well, you know.
Getting excited going to, yeah. I mean, honestly, Azami is just good on every
map, yeah.
Like it just there's no bad map for Azami, which is kind of sad and kind of upsetting, but it's because of how good she is. I mean, you can just redesign the map. You can basically port a Fortnite build on anyone you want. That you feel free. Around the map,
you
get 5
make a Port-a-Fort reference.
Generate. Absolutely. You know how many times I do that? I'll keep like 3 Kiba barriers in my pocket until the end of the round, just for funsies, and I'll just run at people, and it's so much fun.
It's for funsies, he says.
You just start building, dude. It's the greatest thing ever. It's
a little hard to hit the 360 builds though on the Azami, because it takes a little bit to send those out, and then
I can do it. Trust.
All right, I believe it. I believe it, Mason.
I'm spinning. I'm doing everything crazy. Yeah.
With the golden scar on top.
Of course.
Collegiate Pro. That's how it works. That's how it works.
That's how it works, right? Right, guys?
Here in R6, we call it just Collegiate Pro, because you're going pro there and you're going nowhere else afterwards, in Mason's case.
Going to work. That is what we
driving my own 9 to 5 right afterwards.
Exactly.
And speaking of 9 to 5s, it feels like there's a lot of work ahead of most attacking teams for this map, whether you try to breach in all the way up through library and take control of the windows up there and work in verticality, or you work from below like we're seeing right now coming out from North Dakota, trying to clear out the floorboards. That's why Brick is here with the skeleton key, making sure the drone work is clearly and finitely ahead of them, because with the objective over inside kitchen and dining, you don't necessarily need to vie for control of that second floor up in master bedroom and solarium as much as you necessarily think you would if you can just dominate this southwest side of the map first and be able to swing in through Ivy.
It's such an interesting attack. They're working like bottom up on a dining attack, which you don't see. You'll see teams maybe try to work their way up the west main stairs and try to grab swift control that way, but you don't ever see teams literally go all the way from big garage up the main snowmobile stairs and up blue stairs into those positions now where they have located themselves onto the main wall. However, Toga will maintain this top floor control for now while he burns those Tuberal gadgets on the main wall, keeping it frozen upstairs. That's the first step here on this dining attack. You get that upstairs wall open, so that way you can put pressure on to half wall, which is where that main vertical play plays into for that default plant spot right behind the bomb chassis inside a kitchen. So a lot of work still ahead here for North Dakota, but Frosty getting that opener, great start to the round.
And it's a really tough spot to be in for Toga as well. The Soda canisters can do a lot for you, but at the same time, you have to be worried about that office balcony door. You have to be worried about the utility. You have to be worried now about the floorboards from below, considering how much space has been dominated by North Dakota Green. And it is quickly coming to a big feld swoop, with Ottawa losing now 3 of their total 5 players in this round, all remaining 2 stuck down on the objective and praying that UNT Green won't check every corner in these drops. They've already cleared away that kitchen hatch. They're seeing more destructive utility go down off towards Trophy, where Lens is kind of lying in wait, but there's not much more you can truly do. If they step directly in through that dining door, neither of your 2 operators in that space will be able to keep control of it. You'll have to pray that Unicorn will be able to pivot effectively, which is why you put your buck outside of the main entrance, working in from that window to keep Unicorn steady and at bay, as Renegade now goes for the diffuser plant. Brick able to secure Unicorn, like I said, from that flank, just making sure they can't work from it. And Lens has a 1v5 they have to come back from here, Mason. And it seems impossible, and it may very well be exactly that, as 35 seconds is not a lot of time to cut down 5 people.
Yeah, there's really not much the Legion's going to be able to do. I mean, Ottawa just completely lost top floor control. It was a really good coordinated push from North Dakota. It started it off with Frosted on the Solar Repel, getting that initial pick onto Star Moon. And after that, it just completely boiled over. Full control established. That Ying really helped them to push their way all the way through. And I think that North Dakota is going to continue to use the Ying and be aggressive with her. And Ottawa, their only counter pick to that is going to be the Warden. So obviously now you see them picking into it. It's a great counter pick. It's a good adjustment made. The issue is they're already down a nice early round that would have been nice to have in the bank, because when you get later on into your attacks here on Chalet in Collegiate, it plays at about an even map, maybe even slightly defender-sided, because some teams are very uncomfortable attacking. North Dakota Green already showing how strong they are on the attacking side.
I wouldn't be shocked to see UND Green once again go for a basement prowl first to entry in down there and work their way up for the verticality like we saw them do in our previous round. It really panned out for them. You work from the basement, you take up the corner staircase inside garage with that snowmobile, you get control of mezzanine from there, you use the buck skeleton key to clear some floorboards and really remove some of those strong fronts like Toga was utilizing inside of office for Ottawa. Just those small little things that denied those maybe potential early kills that Ottawa could have gained if they had left their own player extended out on the prowl on that roam game, trying to cut somebody up that initially jumps in through library and tries to get onto mezzanine. And the own staircase you just took up the last round would have been used against you. It's smart. It's not something you see all the time, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see it here once again, but it looks to be a little bit more direct once again, breaking down, giving options, giving them multiple ways in, and getting information right off the rip with individuals working for it, and making sure that nobody can sit inside trophy to go for that free crossfire kill as you prep another player towards West Main entrance. Brick's already inside and wanting to cut down the player of Star Moon who's just denying Sloth's potential, but now it's worked against you. Everyone's spraying back at you, and it's a 3v5 as quick as it started for UND.
Ottawa or UND rather, try to walk their way into West Main and take control, but Ottawa fight back. They read into this West Main take. They understand the way that UND are trying to direct and coordinate their attack, and they simply put the pressure on to North Dakota. And unfortunately, there's not enough players in the proper cutoff spots to deny Ottawa of those strong defensive positions that can be upheld, especially in Trophy and on the Solar Stairs. That's why you see them getting 2 free picks, and unfortunately no utility able to be leveraged by North Dakota to grab the control that they were wanting. Now they'll have to rotate over, go for the main take. You see Renegade has taken that top fireplace control. The issue is there's still a mute germ on that main wall. Cole only has 1 EMP, meaning Frosted more than likely is going to have to get sent down below to get that main wall open. And now Renegade dies, so your situation goes from bad to even worse for North Dakota, as they've lost 3 members and have 0 ground, 0 walls open, no control at all, no diffuser in hand. And there's just really not much they're going to be able to do with 60 seconds left on the clock and 5 members to destroy.
Toga's falling out of the Zoda canisters, which is at least something you can tally up for yourselves, but that still leaves little to no time past this point. Toga's done their job, but the rest of the team has done an even better job just knocking down all the opposition that's in their way. Cole will strike first for the side of UND Green. Unfortunately, they'll find 2, but they will go down quickly afterwards, and it's Frosted now all by their lonesome, looking to look down the barrel of their first death in this entire series so far. Sitting at a 2-0 margin, will need 5 kills total at the end if they wish to find themselves successful. And with 2 players off towards office, one of them who's rotated back over towards the bathroom side, another hitting behind piano, there's nowhere for Frosted to go. And Frosted will fall on the attempted step in through the breach connecting to office. It's just a great line of sight for Star Moon, who not only opened the kill in this round, taking down the Ying that attempted to step in through Trophy, but also able to secure the final. A good start and ending for them.
I just really love the defense there by Ottawa. I mean, they adjusted exactly how they needed to. They got in the face of their opponent, right? And they fought back. And that was the biggest change that they needed to make from round 1 going into round number 2. They did just that. They'll probably continue it going here on out for the rest of the series. That's the strength that we see out of the side of North Dakota, right? They like being aggressive. They like taking space fast, and they do it together. And that's what typically stumbles teams across their feet. But if you're able to catch them off guard, if you're able to catch them before they're in position to go for that team execute like they did in round number 1, then you're able to leverage a couple kills. You might catch them rotating. You might catch them without utility in their hands to leverage their push. That's exactly what Ottawa did last time around. I'm sure it'll be the same case here, especially because they understand how North Dakota want to go for this attack now.
Yeah, they've seen or maybe not seen much in the first minute of the round, which would lead them to assume that there is no poking for information, no attempt to take control of the second floor during that period of time. They must have been down in the basement. They must have been playing to deny the eventual roam game that a lot of teams like to utilize on the defense for Chalet on this first floor defense. So, how do you adjust for that instead? Well, you try to cut down in that early sort of space and time that is being utilized by UND, apply pressure to them, cut down that drone game, maybe have an extension for them. You can see Lynn's doing exactly that, making use of that staircase down towards basement to clear out any of the potential drones and or the entrance that leads in towards that side. But if you can't find anything on the Ottawa side, then your second stage of prepping tends to go down to how much more players, how much more utility can we stack up towards that Ivy entrance. Well, we got swept through by UND Green in that first round, and they've done so a little bit more dramatically. Toga's no longer on that two brow. They want to go for the Aruni, slow down, more information. They've stacked up PC over there as well, just to kind of make sure they've got an individual watching that long fire through the Surya gates here at the top of this Ivy side through the office breach, and make sure that that blue staircase is impossible to pursue for UND Green.
Yeah, the Tubarão really hasn't been super impactful for the side of Ottawa on the defense, so I like the swap over to the Aruni, try to soak up a little bit more of that defender, or attacker utility, rather. And then on the side of UND, I don't know about the Grim. I feel like the Warden was good, or the Ying was good, rather, but with the Warden being picked, maybe the Grim will help you leverage some of these defenders out of their anchor positions that they're in, just like Pezzy here inside of Piano, who gets aggressive, jumps outside, and takes down the Grim. So there goes the player I was just talking about. I'm sorry to caster Courtesy Sloth, but you're dead off the board and no longer helpful to your team. But what?
Brick.
Why does the Book just walk in there? Toga takes him down. Both of them hit the floor for North Dakota, and Ottawa all of a sudden just continue to get more kills. Last member alive is Frosted, and what is he to do here on Solar Repel? Maybe he'll find one under the Warden, but even then he can't find the shots. With 60 seconds left, pretty much a round chalk here for Ottawa.
And Frosted has been the last player alive for North Dakota now 2 rounds in a row. And as an Ash, I don't know if that's necessarily indicative of the rest of the team not checking corners or not extending correctly, or maybe you're not being the forefront runner as expected of your role. Most of the times, it's hard to say. I can't put too much blame here on Frosted. Your Buck, aka Brick, did not check their corners, extending off towards Piano. And despite the call it assumingly have been made, 2 more players funneled in afterwards to give Toga not just 3 kills in this round, but the eventual 4th to knock off Frosted as well. The two brow wasn't working, but you put the Aruni in their hands, and my goodness, that EBR tear down the competition.
I guess you just call Toga a DMR player. Tubarão twice, Aruni once, both having DMRs, the only DMRs on defense. Hey, why the hell not? The biggest thing, though, that round was this: there was no refrags, there was no trades, there was nothing being played by the side of UND, and that was the biggest struggle that we saw. They just could not get it together. They couldn't refrag, they couldn't trade, they got jumped out on. Aggression overall happened. And the biggest, I just didn't like their attack at all. I mean, truthfully, they just tried to walk in and make something out of nothing, and they really had no control to do so.
From the breakdown we saw of the map, the floorboards, the dismantling of where we saw even just Toga, who obviously was allowed to do whatever the heck they wanted in that last round, completely different from what we saw in round 1, where they couldn't stand directly behind the office wall where they wanted to throw those Zeta canisters for the defense on mezzanine. They couldn't stand over near office door because they were very worried about that Balk presence. All of that was not present whatsoever for North Dakota in this last round. And like you said, it was very flat. They just wanted to walk straight in. They just wanted to get aggressive. And if you're not willing to check those corners or have a drone going in front of you, despite the first 90 seconds of every round being nothing but drone work most of the time, it doesn't stop there. It transgresses past that time limit. And you got to make sure there's something there at the forefront to find any sort of success. And it was just totally absent. They have to slow it down a little bit further. They have to be willing to peak fights, but also burn the utility in the process. And I think Brick is just playing really darn aggressive. What did we see in round 2 from Brick? They got really in the face early. They wanted to fight outside West Main entrance. They didn't do it like they did in round 1. They stepped into West Main entrance. What were they doing inside main entrance? I'm not sure. Attempting to save their Ying's life in the 1v1 they were having against Star Moon, and neither of them get out of there alive. Smarter means slower 50% of the time, and the other 50%, it probably means the exact same thing, and you're just misreading the scenario.
Yeah, the other big thing to point out and talk about, Scott, that you were mentioning was Frosted. Kind of seemed a little baity on the Ashe. I don't know if that was necessarily the case. I think that it's just the positions that they're being put in, where they're more so on cutoff roles, right? This is like what you would see maybe someone on a Lion do, or someone on an operator role like Flank Watch, maybe like a Nomad or a Zero. On a map like Chalet, where instead of actually being inside and supporting your team, you're just taking a gun and playing on windows, playing cutoffs. It's a very smart way to play Chalet. It's the way that Chalet is needed to play. And you've seen Frosted get a couple of nice picks. The issue is, if his team fumbles, if his team all die, then there's really nothing he can do. And yeah, as picking the operator that he is on the Ashe, then it looks a little baity. It looks a little, hey, why is the Ashe not walking in and entering, as you typically see as, you know, what we call an entry nowadays in this meta and in this line of play. And Ashe is an important operator. It needs to be brought because of how much defender utility there is. But one could say that maybe Frosted should be playing the role of the Dokkaebi, and then you swap Ashe over into the role for Cole, who now is with the team and being more aggressive and walking with the team, because you need those Ashe charges. They're active gadgets that can be used to destroy active gadgets, versus the Dokkaebi, which is going to have your EMPs that you can rotate over whenever you want to get the wall open, and phone calls that you can use from anywhere around the map.
Also, just Ashe breaching rounds are really good against surrogates. If you're going to waste them and not use them, at least use them on something that makes it a little bit easier for yourselves when it comes to that office wall. Something, right? Something's better than nothing. And there's way too many collegiate teams we see in the past and even today that just don't utilize utility at all, let alone effectively. If you're going to burn it, at least burn it so we can see it happen and make some, post-haste judgments after the fact. We're seeing a little bit too much left on the table for UND Green, despite the really good first round they brought forward. It has been Ottawa's game since then, and we're a bit of an apologies about the extended break for this one. It looks like there was a player DCing for the side of North Dakota, and in that same period of DC, now an Ottawa player has also managed to, unfortunately, get disconnected. The state of online play these days, it seems.
Literal tragedy. Literal tragedy. The fact that, as soon as the player from North Dakota joins in, as soon as they get in, immediately disconnect from Ottawa. That is painful. Genuine torture, honestly, because you're like, okay, cool, rehosts suck, but we can get ourselves in lobby, we're ready to go. As I state it, Unicorn hops back into the lobby, and we are, hopefully very soon, ready to go between both these teams. But yeah, in online play, sometimes that is the tremor and the tragedy. However, sometimes it's better that way, that only one player disconnects, versus if the teams are in a team house or in a university room or something like that,
and then the whole team disconnects
from the lobby because the power trips or whatever, or maybe the internet slips for just a minute and they all lose connection. We've seen that a couple of times. That does happen to some.
I remember one here for the NECC. I think it was for Overwatch, where they were in, and then 4 players dropped, and the one that wasn't dropped goes, "Oh, I guess the campus Wi-Fi went out. I'm not there right now."
Good thing I'm not there, right?
Oh my goodness, the state of online play
does happen.
Internet can be such a, it's such a modern marvel of engineering, and yet we still don't have it all the way down. It's basically just like wizardry to me,
Good old technology. Hate all that stuff.
You hate technology, Mason?
Yeah.
You realize what you're talking into is technology, right?
Yeah.
The camera you're using to see your forehead glare is technology.
My job is also technology.
Your job is also technology, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but I still hate it. I can still hate.
I'll let your boss know.
As useful as it is. No. Tell my boss, no. Do not tell her.
Oh my goodness.
I need my job. I need money. I need to get paid.
Money.
I'm a broke former college.
Money is a form of technology. It has to be processed and created, and it takes a lot of technology to do so. Also, I think they have strips of things assigned in for
Where'd you learn this? GTA RP?
No. Pretty sure it was some like documentary of like how it's made. Like, there's
Dude, How
things you
It's
like you're
Made
watching
was
YouTube
so
while you sleep
good.
and then you wake up and it's
Yes.
just some random how it's made video.
Yeah,
I was like,
How
no
It's
wonder I
Made
was sleeping
video.
so well.
It was
No
like,
wonder I was
oh,
sleeping so well. I now
dude,
know
that
how
was
cocoa beans
awesome.
are made.
Yeah. Oh, dude, that was so cool. I love How It's Made. Oh,
Glory
WOG
days.
show.
The
Really,
glory days of that
honestly.
channel. It's also like Dirty Jobs, all the
Oh, Dirty
those
Job,
classic
Mike Rowe and the
shows.
Dirty Jobs, yeah.
The classic shows.
The glory days of what was the network? What was it called?
I don't
I
remember.
can't remember what the TV network was. Too much.
I don't watch
just remember
TV
the channel
anymore.
That it was on, but
I watch esports, Mason, and that right here is hosted by the
Yeah?
NECC, and that's what matters
heck
most.
yeah. Me too, man.
But you didn't watch the first years of the day, now did you?
No, because I was at work.
All right, fair.
I was working. That
Fair.
is why I can only do the late shift. Aha.
We're back into a segue about working, where you see UND working their way through the basement. What worked out for them in round one.
W. Very
Doing
smart.
so again here in round 4. They're quickly running out of time to find success in this half as the first 3 rounds have already elapsed and they've got a negative stat line to show for it at the end of the day. And now a negative player count to start with this round as 60 seconds go down at the moment that timer ticks to 61. Down goes Brick again, who despite playing a buck is playing so in the face of Ottawa. Mason is getting punished the last 3 rounds in a row.
Where's the refrag? Where's the trade? Why is Cole not walking up, playing the pressure? The IQ is not even important this round, considering the fact that there's no Valkyrie, there's no Solus, because Solus is banned, and there's really no electronic gadgets that you have to worry about here on Chalet, at least in this round. Yeah, you might have a couple of Midas spread around, and maybe those beat jabbers are a little pesky, but overall, they're not actually going to punish you, especially on this bar attack. Have Cole go play that refrag. They're more than likely getting it because the commando is just so strong up close in those gunfights, but I guess UND subvert that, and that's been an issue that they've had multiple times now in these last couple rounds where they fail to get the refrags in trades of each other, and Ottawa's been doing a very good job of simply winning their ones, unless you're Renegade, who ends up getting one back for his team as the support player on Tepezi there on the blue stairs. Toga will replace that spot, but Star Moon just walks out willy-nilly into Ivy, losing their life, and that gives UND the man advantage, and if Sloth's able to find the head of Toga, it might just roll over for them and tie us at 2 apiece.
It's crazy how Toga's always holding this front position, the most important position you would say for the side of Ottawa on their defense. It was the office wall connecting to mezzanine the last 3 rounds, and now we're seeing it here once again, but at the top of blue stairs, just trying to deny control for UND Green. They maybe outstayed their welcome for a little bit longer than they should have or could have, but they still get away with their life, can fall back, and now can find more effective kills from inside dining as they had rotated all the way backwards and clear cut down yet another as their 3rd kill falls successfully for them and even takes a huge chunk of damage out of Frosted in the process, as it looks like a 1v1. No time to plant. You'd have to go for Toga here, but Toga knows their play, knows what must be done. Tuck away in a corner and hide, because it's the most important thing at the end of the day now, isn't it?
And you get the win. Clutch up very nicely by Toga. A good 3k, finding 3 bodies on the round. First, that opening kill on a Brick, and following a couple more bodies of UND. And in a very pivotal spot, and that's the issue with UND. They lose those picks early. They try to get aggressive down below, and then they completely swap their take to a top floor when you lose the only operator that's good for making vertical on the site that you brought. Right? It's like, it's just confusing to me why North Dakota are making the decisions they are. They have the right idea of how to go for pushes. The issue is they try something else first, and when it doesn't work and they lose 2 members, they try to do the push that would work with 5 people, but doesn't work with 3. And that's where they're fumbling. That's where they're stumbling on themselves, because they can't play refrags, because they don't have the right operators alive when they're going for those takes. As you saw, Exhibit A, the buck being dead when you have full library top floor control. So now your Capital has to try to make a little bit of vertical with their para. And you also have the Zofia trying to make a little bit of vertical with the concussive breaching charges, right? So just a few mistakes here out of North Dakota.
And Toga needs to be dealt with post haste, very fast. The fact that you have Brick working in without a drone directly in front of them, I'm assuming it's because Cole was trying to get information using the IQ utility, but the fact that there was not a drone a couple feet in front of Brick to let them know for sure that there is in fact a player on this staircase and defending it is a big miscue for North Dakota and something that cannot be allowed to continue. Ottawa have already guaranteed an even position at halftime with their win in the last round, tallying them up to 3, and they start off on the wrong foot here going into round 5 by losing Linz in the first 30 seconds of this round, which is something that North Dakota have not been able to do once so far in this entire series. It's always been 45 to a minute to get those first kills. If they're even able to get first blood, which is something that's eluded them in the last 2 rounds, they've struggled to put Ottawa on the back burner and make them question how to play with limited players when it's been mostly them, like you said, trying to work a 5-man strat with only 3 players to do so.
Which is so funny because I always I was at least in the pre-show complimenting North Dakota on how fast they work typically in their takes, right? They're typically a fast team. A lot of the rounds end a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes left even. But here, they've just been getting stumped by Ottawa. They have no idea how to stop them, no idea the solution to getting into the site. And although they're able to get that main wall open, if Toga is able to find the Nitro Cell here potentially on the Capital Sloth, that could yet again stump this take that Ottawa attempt. Minute and a half left on the clock, still plenty of time for both teams to make their move. The issue is you've got Star Moon here posted up in the red hallway wall, ready to deny if those smokes come out. Toga, though, has been downed, and Renegade has vaulted their way into the bomb site. They could be able to get this diffuser down, only 1 Nitro Cell to stop them, but where's the mute? Where's that player to stop them? Starmon will find one onto Cole, but still the diffuser remains in the bomb site, and they're taken out by the Capital. This is the faster pace that North Dakota need to be able to catch their opponents off guard. They do just that, but now they've rotated out of the bomb site? Are they going for top floor control now? Or wait, is the site master and I'm just crazy? The site's master! Oh, they just executed on downstairs. I am so silly. I thought it was kitchen the whole time.
Mason's
so
going
funny.
into a rampage.
Oh, that's so funny.
He spiraled himself up with UND getting crazy with the kills, and he's just got a little bit too amped, guys. It's all right. We're going to figure it out. Unicorn hiding in behind Piano. Not for much longer. Renegade with a long shot from the office door. Now has assistance from PC flanking all by themselves. There's no one to really wrap around here. You've got a direct line of sight. You have to push in to defend this. They'll step in through the closet, able to knock Frosted off the board, but with 3 more players left to cut through, and Renegade going for this plant and smoking off the sight lines. It's just an impossible task in front of you, and the perfect prone angle being held by Brick, who has struggled to find any success in the last 2 rounds prior, knocks themselves back into the board and knocks UND Green up the board to get 1 round away at halftime against Ottawa, who very well could still tie this up in round 6.
Well, my apologies. I got so excited over.
You really pumped it into it.
I thought that was sight. I thought that the ace opened in and then the ace ran into dining. So I figured, okay, it has to be sight if ace is just running in there taking control. But I guess, I guess. Okay, I'm guessing yet again that Renegade just felt like being the entry that round. And hey, sometimes you gotta let him cook. Sometimes you gotta let him eat. If he's got the walls open that he needs to get open, then hey, let him run around like crazy. Let him clear out those players below so that he can go upstairs to get that bomb down. That's exactly what North Dakota went for. Unfortunately, Ottawa, their defenders, none of them helped from above. They could play vertical down below if there's a player sitting on half wall. They could stop UND from pushing up and taking as much control of the bottom floor or that middle floor as they did, but they didn't. They just sat there. They let their roamers die all alone without assisting them. That's the biggest part you have to be as that anchor on site. If you have teammates extending into other parts of the site, how can you help them? How can you help those players still, even if you're in the bomb site and you're trying to hold back a rush? How can you still aid your teammates to be successful?
So many teams feel like on the defense, we can't take out the floorboards. That's the responsibility of the attacking team to handle that. We can't make things harder for ourselves. When you create these floorboard holes, like Toga is doing right here inside office near short wall, when you create these angles at which you can help your roaming game down below or even above in certain rounds, you know where they are from. When you're practicing this, when you're rehearsing with your team, you should be able to understand the weaknesses and the positives of every single thing that you put down, create, or utilize as a roster and as an individual as well. And it just feels like maybe Ottawa weren't really willing to go to that lengths in that last round, and maybe they'll start to realize that they have to go a little bit farther than the expectations may hold for them. As UND Green, no first bloods here in the first 60 seconds, but a ready strike from Renegade, a long sightline all the way back towards Star Moon, lying back in Solarium as the office presence and the office pressure is starting to broil up as Toga is the only one in here and now completely blinded by a Candela. And are they tossing drones to clear out the Surya gate on Ivy Door? If you got a Monty, I guess it's all right, but UND Green want to go in fast, Mason.
You don't need a drone if you've got the Monty. Pezzy will just barely escape their life, getting away into the closet. Toga left all hung out to dry by his teammates as Pezzy had fallen away, and Renegade cleans up a very free kill, doing so in swift work and finds a second one, mostly on the hard breach, and now gets sent over to the Buck. They get to be a little bit more aggressive, and they find 3 kills with the assist from Brick on the Monty. Very solid job overall. Ooh. Sloth finding one on a Lenzy. It might be just enough for a flawless round unless Unicorn can finally get themselves on the scoreboard. It won't happen though. Sloth ending off that flawless round into the buddy ace between Sloth and Renegade. Really, really incredible attacking round by North Dakota. It seems like they're back in stride. However, now they've got to go over to the defense.
There's that Yang I mentioned earlier in the ban phase, something that is very powerful on the map of Chalet, especially when you follow suit with a little bit more aggressive operators like that Montaigne tends to be, have that essentially manned drone right at the very front. I guess every drone is technically manned here in R6, but a real man is as a drone, it would be the better way to phrase it. Just getting the information, being aggressive, getting in the face of the defense and forcing them to try to get out of those positions like behind the desk inside of office, which is something we saw utilized by Ottawa on their defense in rounds 3 and 4, or just the player of Toga that's in office in the first place. That's been a big thorn in their side. Something to help remove those players. It really gave, UND Green that little bit of an edge that turned into a huge edge and leeway with a flawless round result at the end of it. But with the halftime comes the switch. And now North Dakota will have to figure out how the defense will work, as they'll pick up, instead of the master and office, or instead of kitchen and dining, which was the main foray of the Ottawa's defense, they're going to head down to bar instead, which is the typical site you'd kind of expect most teams to defend on first.
Bar games. Finally, we get to see it at least another time here. It was a rather rough attack last time around.
Real rough.
North Dakota when they went on us. So let's see if their understanding of a defense is a little bit better than their understanding of attack. And on the other end, we'll see if Ottawa will be able to keep up with their defensive effort last time around and now on the attacking side. Tachanka is the interesting pick for me, kind of a wild card here on bar. I just don't know what the Shuminka launcher is really going to bring as a defensive utility to stop the execute. I feel like Smoke is just the better pick here, but hey, maybe the Tachanka is the play from North Dakota, and I just don't know it yet. Maybe they know something I don't.
Maybe. Shamika launcher. I mean, you have been out of collegiate for a while, and I mean, let's be honest. Even when you were in collegiate, were you really up to the loop with what was going on when you were in collegiate? Were you really in the thick of things while you were there? You're mostly just in the bench, anyways, Mason. Let's be honest here.
A little bit. I'm salty now. I'm so sad.
It's all right. I didn't have to call you out on there, but
I was never benched. I was
you just didn't play.
I just didn't play. Yeah, I wasn't benched.
I wasn't benched. I was a sub.
It's different, okay?
It's very different. I was never taken out of the starting lineup. I was never in it.
I was never in it. Exactly. See?
Oh, Adam Sandler moment. Anyways, first blood falls to you in green once again. Sloth taking down Star Moon, meaning the Ash, which is usually supposed to be up in the front, like we mentioned before earlier, that UND were kind of facing problems with Sloth, is up in the front for you, Ottawa, and now is down in the ground with 70 seconds still left on the board. It's very few deaths to work with, and so much more utility still on the board for UND Green. A Nitro Cell tossed out and at the ready here for Sloth. They will have the chance for it, and then as many Shumika launches as you can ask for in the pockets of Renegade. They can't get out of office. They can't step into Ivy. It is a slaughterhouse for Ottawa, who are struggling to find a safe space to step inside.
And how does Lenzy go for this attack? They just hop in? They're behind the defense? Do they know? Does the defense have any idea? Lenzy walks in. Toga gets one back. No way. Ottawa pull this round back. The issue is Toga's on such slim HP and only has one smoke grenade left. Cole and Frosted still full HP. Very capable of taking down their opponents in just a few shots. And the timer against them, so effectively that 6th man or 3rd man in this situation playing against their opponents. Lenzy just drops. They take the fight. No fear at all. And now Cole, last member alive, has the bullets, has the weaponry to take down both of his opponents, but does he have the information? He doesn't. Lenzy from the stock closet finds the kill on Cole, and Ottawa win a 4-on-2 disadvantage.
An absolutely insane recovery by Ottawa. Lindsay, typically you wait for a teammate to act on the information you find there with your drone of the player behind bar. No. Take matters into your own hands. Take the drop of death and take them out instead. That puts UND Green, who despite having 2 rounds in a row at the end of that first half to tie things back up, getting answered with an even more effective recovery than they were able to perform in the first half back in their face. And they didn't like the ending result here, Mason. They want to go right back at it, and they're not changing up too much. Shamika launching for Renegade was one of the biggest things in that round. They want to still utilize it, and they want to make sure that Sloth can sit at the top of that staircase for blue as uncontested for as long as possible. And the Maestro meatball cams may be the best way to do so, having that free information and even the removal of some utility if you get a little bit crazy with it and actually want to open it up.
Definitely might be a little bit more effective, a little bit more useful for the side of North Dakota. The issue is Ottawa, if they bring the right operators, the right tools for the job,
it's very easy to
they should be able to get rid of that shield top
especially
blue
where it is
rather easily. Because you only have ADS, now you don't have a Midas to burn through. In Ottawa, we're somewhat efficient on taking that top floor control, but still just slow enough to where it could be impactful against them. Brick also, instead of bringing the Alda, as many players do on the Maestro, has brought out the ACS G12, something you don't often see, but is a fairly solid weapon considering you've got 30 bullets of just like constant slow rate fire. That hits pretty hard when it hits you.
It was just an ACS 12.
Oh, maybe it's. I thought it was ACS G12.
I don't know. That G
ACS
was
12?
just like
Maybe-
hit me like a
maybe it's
brick. I was
ACS.
like, what?
I'm pretty sure it's G12. I could be wrong. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
It's the ACS. That's what the observer is saying.
wrong.
Did the ACS 12 or is it the
wrong.
ACS now? What's it returning in?
I
Somebody quickly hit up the R6 Wikipedia page. ACS 12. The observer has done it. It is the ACS 12. The G just hit me out of nowhere. It totally took me for shock. But it's not like it'll matter anyways. I haven't had the opportunity to use it yet. And the Shamika launcher that was really effective for really keeping everyone back at the top of Ivy and escaping out of Piano and Office is no longer here. I think Renegade kind of got snuffed out early. They knew where they were lying last round, so just head straight there this round and cut off the approach. And Ottawa do so very, very well as Brick is forced to fall back to where Renegade usually is to keep that ego window player in check.
Yeah, it's an easy angle to take out rather quickly. The issue is, I don't think that North Dakota have the information that the Meiser has retaken this spot that the Tachanka had previously lost. Cole will evacuate their spot. They're at the top of blue stairs, but you still have the Tachanka, or the Meister rather, upstairs ready to lay a fire. Starmoon taps away at the elbow of Sloth. It takes away quite a lot of HP, and now has crossed over. Brick upstairs, finally
No
located,
way.
and the ACS is just too slow to get the kill down. Sloth will find one, but he's got to go huge. The Frostman is big and takes down PC. Sloth, just stay alive. Get another kill if you can, and he does just that. We're on to a 2-on-2, but Ottawa are so good in these situations. Unless Cole is able to get and pull off this flank up the blue stairs, catches opponents off guard. He takes down Toga, but does not have the wraps to find Unicorn, who, unfortunately, Scott, to this point, has not had quite a solid game. This would be a really big round to clutch up for their team.
Take down Toga. 10 kills, 5 deaths has been an absolute force to be reckoned with. It's a huge part of that buddy ace previously we saw out of Ottawa. One of them was stolen right at the last second. I'll still count it a buddy ace nonetheless. They've been a huge force to be reckoned with. Knock them off. Huge role to be performed by Cole. And now with just Unicorn, who has assistance from multiple sides that can come forward against them from UND Green. I'm not sure why Cole was taking their sweet time to extend out of mud to do so, but eventually it happens, and all the trials and tribulations of this round go in favor of North Dakota. And I can't help but say it was all thanks to Sloth upstairs inside library corner, able to take down one long shot from range, able to get the revenge on your Tachanka, able to help out the Maestro for just nary a moment after you had just gotten your elbow shot out. They still got rid of him, but still so much effect past that. And when you're looking at a 3v1 pushing you and you still get out of there with an even kill past the 2 kills you'd already just gotten, you know you performed your job in one of the most arguable selfless positions that you have to fulfill in that objective of sitting in that corner.
Yeah, it was a really, really round-saving play by the Warden. I wouldn't quite rely on it in the next time
You can't,
around
you know.
games for North Dakota.
They're gonna
I feel
chunk
it's a round
5
they
nades back
should have
there.
Lost. It was just around that Ottawa ended up kind of skating out of and trolled themselves out of because of that warden that made the better play. Sometimes that's how it happens in Rainbow Six Siege. That's what makes it such a unique game. One player can make a unique play or just the better play, and it doesn't matter how many bodies you throw at them. You could take them all down with just a flurry of bullets and getting those headshots lined up, right? So that's the biggest thing is sometimes trades and refrags aren't good enough. Sometimes it's just being better than your opponents. And in that case, UND, Sloth was the better player in that instance and moment. Maybe this time around, Ottawa will be able to step themselves up. I'd really like to see PC, who's been on the Ash and that entry role quite a decent amount in this game, step up for their team, because 3-8 is not quite the scoreline you want to see for someone who's supposed to be on such an aggressive role.
Yeah, sometimes you fulfill your job as the aggressor, just creating the space right off the rip, but you'd still want to feel like you can do more, and it doesn't help the mental, which is something that can carry on past a map 1 or even past a half for a lot of players when they struggle in a first half and can't make the recovery as well in a second. And that could be something we're seeing come out from Ottawa. I mean, a lot of their successes have really come off of star players like Lindsay and Toga and Star Moon have been very exceptionally well. Star Moon had a really good start on their first half on the defense, being able to take down 2 off towards Trophy alone. We've kind of see that kind of sit still, kind of play really confidently. And of course, you can say a billion things about Toga up to this point. They just have been the cream of the crop. And Lindsay apparently didn't like I stopped talking about them despite mentioning their name. Knew exactly where Sloth was. And if there's one player you needed to knock off and humble just a little bit for North Dakota, it was going to be Sloth after that last round.
It's perfect, too. They used the lion scan to isolate that player and stop him. Even if it was so quick that the lion scan hadn't actually fully procced and popped off, it didn't matter because Lindsay just had full information. They used the drone and immediately hopped off, took that entry kill for free. And that's one thing I've really admired about Ottawa and about Lindsay in that aggressive role on the buck is getting that control and getting that pressure. However, Brick and Cole both responding on their own up on the top floor. And I don't know why PC would be on the Ash down below when your team is going for that top floor execute. Why not put all of your eggs in one basket rather than too many eggs in too many different baskets? It's the exact problem that Ottawa fall under. And now all of a sudden they're in a 2-on-4. Both of their players split apart. And unfortunately, really not much control to be had. No top floor control. The mirrors haven't been opened inside the lobby yet, so Toga is going to have to rely on that singular shock drone to try to not only get rid of the Kaid Claw still on that main wall, but also the mirror window stopping them from the entry.
Toga's just sitting outside. I think this may be just one of those scenarios where Ottawa can just treat this like a tactical timeout, talk things through. They definitely need that assistance. They're all going to step outside. Take things slowly, have a quick chit chat. And it's interesting you say, you know, why are they putting all their eggs in one basket? Typically, as casters, we're so used to saying that teams should be putting all their eggs in one basket or shouldn't be, sorry, putting all their eggs in one basket and shouldn't be splitting baskets. Because, you know, then if you trip and fall, oh no, all my eggs. For R6, it tends to be very different, right? Like you want to be able to have another basket you can quickly stop off and put some eggs into and then have a fallback plan, right? In case you run out of eggs, you can still make another omelet elsewhere. That's something that is expected in R6, and Ottawa didn't really have a second basket there. It felt like they were too committed to the first attempt, and UND Green, despite the somewhat rough start, losing Sloth right at the beginning there, recovered exceptionally well. They played smart, they sat back in corners, they knew the control and strengths of the areas that they had maintained, and Ottawa came in very one-dimensionally, very flat. If I want to throw it to another TV show from way back in the day, you know, the Flat Stanley, whatever it was called, that's what they look like. It was just a paper-thin idea, paper-thin ideology, and they weren't sure what to do on the aggression when they had no one working in on the Slayer window. They didn't have somebody trying to step up through trophy stairs. Way too flat. Didn't work out for them, and essentially have now had a timeout already for a minute and a half, as this one trickles to 14 seconds and probably needs a little bit of extra time since another North Dakota player is now out of the game. It's been a tough time. Oh, it's not Unicorn this time. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say it's a tough time for Unicorn. I just expected it to be him again.
Well, last time I think it was Cole from North Dakota. I could be wrong, but it is that first slot, and that's who was crashed out last time around. Because I think the players retain their slots.
I don't know.
Go in between. It's something you never check, right? It's something. It's something you never see, I guess, as a caster. It's something that you always want to know or assume is right, but you never actually put in the time to go look at and see. But Assuming Cole has crashed twice, it's unfortunate that a couple of crash issues, but let's just pray that when Cole gets into the lobby, Unicorn also remains in and we're able to hop back into the action as fast as possible, because this has been a little bit of a longer map between these two teams, especially with it being later at night. I mean, both of these teams are at least somewhat central/westernized. Ottawa, I think, to my mind, is kind of in the middle of Canada. I'm not very good at geography.
Pretty sure they're in Canada.
I know they're in Canada. Duh. I don't know where in Canada. I'm pretty sure it's somewhat centralized.
Come on, you've been to Canada.
It's probably like very close to North Dakota. I have been to Canada. It doesn't mean I know where I am or what is where. I know that British Columbia is on the left side, and I know that like Montreal is on the right. That's
all I know is I still don't think French is a real language.
I also know you need your passport to get into Canada.
Yeah, I also know you do need your passport to get into Canada.
Even if you have your travel ID, like someone.
I have a star ID, guys. I can get into Canada, right? No, that's not how it works. Sorry.
Do you think he tried to do that for Brazil?
You think he did try to do that for Brazil? You
think he did?
For Sao Paulo? I sure hope not.
I hope.
Sure hope he didn't have to give his dad a call and say, "Hey, can you get the passport out of it?" Yes, Observer. We're talking about our buddy who forgot his passport is now working in Sao Paulo for next SI, for this SI. Yes.
Yeah, I could not believe they would trust a guy like that who who doesn't know he needs a passport to travel. But good for him, right?
Good for him. Maybe he doesn't need. He has a worker's permit now, right? Does that work? Is that how it happens? Whatever it is for it, I don't know.
Who even knows? Regardless, okay, we're finally back. We don't need to worry about traveling anymore. We're traveling into the next round, and into round number 10 between these teams as we get very close. UND, one round away from securing match point or map point on their own map pick here of Chalet. That would be very solid to start off and then go into Skyscraper, where typically teams start off really hot on the defense and maybe be able to wrap up with a quick 2-0 after this long map number 1. That would be nice if you are a fan of North Dakota. But of course, Ottawa still will have an absolute chance to fight back, because we will be going into map number 2 should they lose this one of Chalet. At least it's their map pick, and maybe they've studied that one a little bit better than they have at Chalet.
Interesting segue to get back into the game there, Mason. It's okay. You'll get the hang of it. I promise, bud.
Oh, man.
Frost has got control of one of my favorite positions in all of Chalet, control of mezzanine, and not just because the name is very fun to say, mezzanine, but also because there's so many things you can do from there. A lot of times you'll see a zombie is locked up there, trying to throw out those Kiba barricades to keep players inside trophy back, but when that strategy isn't as solid as it necessarily could be, or maybe when a zombie is banned, you'll opt for something a little bit different, and we're seeing that right now come out from UND Green. Hide behind the mirror window. If that's going to be allowed through the bans, why not use it? I believe it was actually banned in the series earlier when we came over here towards Chalet. So use it, control that trophy side, or sorry, that library side, keep them at bay, and try to find another way in if you're Ottawa, and they've done so well. Star Moon once again, first frag here for their side on attack, and it's Sloth again able to shut down, and UND Green on the back burners, forced to retreat as fast as possible to their objective, and they still 90 seconds left they'll have to defend this site with.
It's a big pick for Ottawa, but I would argue that Sloth has done some part in the good defense here from North Dakota, right? Wasting a good minute and a half or so on the side, and Ottawa still have to try to work up their way to this Ivy Mirror and stop Cole, who is currently positioned on this spot by the main wall. Biggest thing, the biggest, I would say, key operator here to denying Cole would be Toga on the Twitch. We've not really seen a lot of effective use of the shock drones, so it's kind of shocking to see that. But if Lindsay's able to get in down below, then maybe they'll get it. But no, Lindsay's dusted by Star Moon, or not by Star Moon, rather, by the Nitro Cell from Renegade, who Star Moon is thankfully able to get the refrag of. Finally, this mirror will be popped from down below. It takes some time, though, and with only 30 seconds left on the clock, North Dakota are in very solid defensive positions to get a win here and put themselves onto series or match point for map 1.
Oh, and the Nitro Cell, the DBNO, and Cole with the MP rips through the two players attempting to extend in towards Office and up through Ivy. What a great round for North Dakota, who, like I said, 90 seconds left where your whole team is forced off of their extensions. Seems like a whole lot of time left still on the board that Ottawa can have their way with. But if you still make it in an uncomfortable position to work with, despite the fact you're now in the uncomfortable spot of being pinched into your own objective, make what you can out of a bad situation. They do so perfectly, and you can't help but say that getting 2 effectively Nitro Cell kills in that round did a great job to save North Dakota from a very disastrous scenario and from being kept away from this now perfect match point they're asking for on their pick, might I add, before we head over to Skyscraper, which we don't even know if North Dakota actually know this map well.
I believe they played it when they played against GC.
Gotta be, right?
I'm not fully trusting of my memory. It's as I get older,
I mean, you thought you were the star of the team, and I mean, we all know that wasn't true. So
thought anything of the sort. I knew it.
Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I have like recordings of this somewhere.
No.
It's definitely not VODs and things like that out there somewhere. That
I definitely didn't stream most of the games. There's definitely no records or any of that.
No proof that you ever even attended GCU. Yeah, there's not even any proof.
Yeah.
Diploma? What's that? What's that?
Definitely not on Wikipedia or anything either. No. That never happened.
Speaking of never happening, so most of the time, an actual solid hold or a spawn peak never really tends to happen.
Early again here.
And Renegade's having a bit of a tough time. A really tough time. You're back into the same spot you like to be holding, where you can use the Shamika launcher to close out Ivy. And you can't even do that now. They're just spraying and praying down the lane. They want to take control of Big Window to do so. And finally, Lindsay gets the cleanup crew kill. Renegade, man, that has got to be one of the worst asks against you now. 2 times of this objective in a row. And you've got to pray that Sloth can pull off a miracle like he did last time, because they're back in this corner and Ottawa know that he's here and they want to get rid of him. And here comes the fire to help do so.
That's not quite how you're able to get the fire deep enough into the corner to burn Sloth out of this position.
There it is.
But now, finally, it gets just deep enough, and Toga will get the kill, taking him out and getting that elimination that they're looking for. Lenzy has been DBNO'd up there on the mezzanine window. Frosted trying to collect and confirm that kill, but Lenzy has picked himself back up as Starman tries to work their way in through the Ivy hallway and fight top blue. Full top floor control, it seems, has been established for Ottawa, but it'll still take some time to confirm and make sure that they've got all the control that they need. Brick could do some serious damage with those evil eye cameras if they're positioned in the right spot. The issue is he currently is not in a safe place to do so.
And there's no nades. There's no way to clear out top of blue stairs if UND Green wanted to keep poking back up there every once in a while, just here and there. It was very thankful that with the 2 deaths of Renegade and Sloth, they didn't have anyone to really dominate those positions. They had to fluctuate their defense. Ottawa would have nothing left to burn. No utility there that could destroy or flush out those players. They had to go guns up. And thankfully, their first 2 engagements go their way. Despite the little bit of lack of success with the fire initially, the second bolt does what it's needed, spreads, and is able to secure the pick after the fact. Drop is available, though. With 40 seconds left, you're going to look for both hatches, and you're going to look to try to cut down the player of Cole, who just sneaks down PC. But Starmoon and Lindsay, they pick up the last 2 where necessary, and North Dakota will not send us out of Chalet just yet. They're going to head into a possible round that could determine whether or not OT comes forward, or whether or not UND Green goes 1-0 heading into Skyscraper.
Well, it's a rather solid attacking effort there from Ottawa, and a rather lacking defensive effort, I would say, from North Dakota, because you lose the Tachanka very early on, and you're just not in the positions that you need to be able to fight back. However, I also don't want to give Ottawa too much credit, considering they had a 5-on-2, they had a lot of time left, and they didn't use the buck at all for vertical out of the bomb site, which is where the last 2 members were. Like, drone those guys out, play vertical. You make the round so much easier by killing those guys from vertical rather than trying to go for an execute where it might go wrong. I would rather lose an attack based on time and trying to clear them out with a, I guess I would say, a safer strategy, rather than actually going for that execute and all of a sudden maybe 3 of you line up and Cole hits 3 insane headshots and all of a sudden you're in a 2-on-2 and you lose out to that. Still, though, solid attack overall from Ottawa, and they got the round, and that's the most important part. Now they have an opportunity to send themselves into overtime.
The actions of Ottawa were enough to win them that round, but it was the lack of action by UND that lost them that round. Maybe with the way to phrase it, if you want to shorten
That's
it,
a good way
really, like
because-
really shorten it.
Yes. Yeah, because they failed to essentially be aggressive when they needed to be. When you're down men, right? When you're down in the
You gotta even the odds.
you have to find a way to get something back for yourselves, right? If you just sit there and continue to dwindle, yeah, sure, time may be the only thing working towards you or working for you, but man advantage, utility, all of that, that's all against you, completely out of the water. Brick with a run out takes down PC. Very nice opening kill. That's the aggression that North Dakota want, and that puts Ottawa on the back burner for, again, that round that could be penultimate and send us into Skyscraper as Brick collects his second pick onto Lindsay. Or Lens.
That is a two-player lead that UND Green were just facing and now have on their side. And Ottawa will have to find the answer for it instead. Losing PC and Lindsay, PC hasn't necessarily, like we've mentioned a couple times at Unicorn as well, been the end-all be-all player for Ottawa, but Lindsay has been exceptional for the side of Ottawa, and someone that you will be sorely lacking and missing, a lot like UND Green were missing their buck and their attacking sides. It's going to come back this way as well. Cole with the quick stand-up shots, able to DBNO Star Moon, who had just gotten revenged killed. Now it's just Toga, has already collected 11 kills in this series, and it may just be 11 as the stand-up from Cole almost secured enough damage to deal with Toga from Ottawa. But they'll get their 12th instead, still not able to move on to this first floor where the objective truly lies. But they have control of the second as all three remaining players from North Dakota, Mason, hide below, making tons of noise, praying and shots as crossfires are there, and Renegade is here to secure the final kill needed, and North Dakota will take Chalet in a closer game than a lot maybe would have expected for Chalet, 7-5, as we move over to Skyscraper next after a break.
I mean, you've got time on the clock to go for or at least drone a little bit as the IQ. You had a full minute left on the board, right? Why not take that time? Why not go and at least maybe attempt to win that round a little bit closer? You still had a drone in pocket. You had a drone somewhere on the map. Take the time. Try to find a kill. Maybe you get a lucky floor bang or some sort of information aids you in getting a couple kills, or you displace the defenders enough to be able to isolate 1v1s and close out the map, or at least stop the map from getting closed out. It might get yourself into overtime. Regardless, case being, Toga had a very solid map, so I guess I can't harp on him too much. And North Dakota take map number 1. Their own map pick, of course, in a 7-5 fashion. They like playing their matches rather close, and you can already see it here being shown off on Chalet. I'm excited for what they do on Skyscraper, especially starting on the defense.
We call it the collegiate special, Mason, right? Where you take your opposition's map pick, but we're already starting off well here for the NECC. Not seeing that here for our second series of the day, taking their own map pick and now having to face off against Ottawa, who already gave them a run for money on their map pick. What are they going to do on theirs? We'll see after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
I am here in the middle of nowhere. There is no there, it is cold there, but I am safe and I am warm. Although it's hard, I know I gotta keep up. No time to lay to drift away. I find my space, I spend my time down the rabbit hole again, and as I fall I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, I just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, I'm feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down. From the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below. And I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm
Welcome back, everybody. NECC Game 2 is ready to get back underway as we'll jump on over to our new favorite map in Collegiate by Mason's standards of Skyscraper, considering he's now seen it so many times here. We'll have to see how true that actually holds up.
I'm telling you, Skyscraper is like the new wave. It's the new Oregon. Maybe
No,
it's
I
the
don't
new
believe that.
Clubhouse.
I don't believe that in the slightest.
Maybe
I
it's the new
refuse to believe
Clubhouse,
that.
The new Villa.
Oregon is still
I don't know,
Oregon.
Teams seem to be very attracted to this map. It's very weird, and I don't know why that's the case, because it is so defender-sided, it feels like it's just impossible to attack on, but, oh, what do I know, right? I'm an old man. I don't know anything anymore, apparently.
No, I mean, I guess neither do I, right? I mean, who really knows what goes on? I wasn't even here last semester for the NECCR 6, so
Me neither.
what do I know
Glad to
what
be,
goes
I'm
on
glad to
here?
be back on a couple broadcasts. It's also nice they don't play anymore, that I can actually be a part of the broadcast, because that was obviously the biggest thing. Is I usually had games, so I wouldn't be able to cast anyway. So
Excuses while we're hearing Mason.
excuses.
You,
right?
I
By the
had
way.
games. We've been over this. You were on the bench, all right? Like
Yeah,
there was
I
no
was-
games.
I had games to play. Yeah.
Speaking of games to play in, Mason, you know so much about Skyscraper. Why don't you guide us through a little bit of what you're expecting to see here?
Defense winning, championships, that whole 9 yards. I mean, truthfully, right? You're gonna see a lot of defensive wins. Karaoke T, very strong defensive site. Exhibition Office, same thing, very strongly defender sided because of all the long angles that you can hold on that site. Same with T Karaoke, you can just hold literally half of the map, and it just is so difficult as an attacker to push through and try to get through that middle section of the map. That drum and dragon section are where teams really struggle to grab that control. And if you're able to, as a defense, hold that well, and make sure that you're able to take advantage and leverage the angles that can be held both from the office side of that, but also the Karaoke T side, then yeah, you'll find yourself to be rather successful here on Skyscraper. Barbecue Kitchen, that's kind of the only site that most teams are able to exploit, or if teams even dare go to the depths of bedroom and bathroom, then maybe you're able to get away with a round win on defense, but typically only one will be good enough for that. On the other side for attack, if you can get anything more than 2, you should be really proud and really happy, and you're probably going to end up winning the map because this map is just so heavy in those 4-2 splits. It's almost a guarantee.
I'm now expecting the attack to win 5 rounds in this first half. That's what I'm
If that
expecting
happens, I'm leaving, and you're solo casting the rest of it, because that's not happening, not on my watch.
now. Do I get your pay? Is trying to also get
Oh,
like?
no.
Okay, well then I'm not doing that.
No, because I'm still in the Discord. I'll still have my
Okay.
headphones on.
All right. Thanks.
You do the talking, and you.
Yeah.
do the
Okay. So you
That
just
sounds
listen.
fair, right? Like it's like we're doing a group project, but you do all the work.
Thanks for the throwback into high school and college for me. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, that helps me out.
Does that make you feel good? Make you?
It
Feel
makes me
happy?
feel real good. I loved high school and college. Yeah, I loved high school and
Yeah,
college.
me too. I loved homework and paying a lot of money to get the degree, but now I have a job from it, so I guess that's a good.
There you go. There you go. It turned out into something for you.
Yay.
Speaking of turning out into something for you, we saw a lot of success from the side of U Ottawa. Not enough to get them the win, so to say. But now heading into their map pick, like you said, if they can choose where they want to go and they have success for, we'd have to see. But you've been highlighting so much about, seeing your old team face North Dakota, you believe, on this map. If you can believe a little bit harder, maybe they're also, able to secure themselves a victory. But when it comes down to this map, what are you expecting our operator veto phase to look like?
What's an
Sorry, I've been
agent?
casting
You're
Valorant
an
still.
agent.
Yeah,
An
well,
agent.
it is what it is. I'm a
Set-
secret agent. Does that count?
Secret agent. Secret
Yeah.
agent Scott.
Well, you wouldn't
That
use
sounds
your
like a
name.
cool name.
You wouldn't use your name, right?
Well, what would your secret agent name be?
I don't know. Secret agent. I wouldn't
Not
use a
Scott.
color because I'm colorblind.
Secret
so-
agent, not Scott.
Yeah, that's pretty close.
Well, I'm color deaf, so I don't hear
Color
so you
deaf?
can't- you can't use it.
Color deaf?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't hear colors,
I had somebody unironically ask me if I could see them the other day when they were wearing purple.
No way.
Yeah. I just broke down. I was laughing,
That's
crying
funny.
so
I would
hard.
probably lost
It was they were
Hey,
so
Scott, can
deadpan
you see
serious.
me?
They were so deadpan
No.
serious too. I was like, my goodness, honey, you need to get outside more.
Yeah, you need to really go read up on
things here.
colorblind. Imagine what what do they think about? I don't know. I guess legally blind people. Well, no, that doesn't really work in that scenario. I don't know. I don't know what else.
You'll come to
compare that
another. You'll find another comparison
I
someday.
don't know what else I could compare that to.
John
but-
Cena. Any
Yeah.
meme with camo?
Oh my gosh, you're John Cena. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's like me asking you if you're wearing camouflage or something like that, like a camo T-shirt or something. I'm like, Scott, I can't see you. Ooh. But it's actually like.
That's why I thought they were joking. That's why I genuinely thought they were joking until I realized that they weren't, and just lost it. I just broke
and then you're
down.
like,
It was.
wow, this is society today.
This is
You're
what
like,
it's come
this is
to.
what we've come to.
And
This is
speaking
what
of
happens
coming
when you
to-
don't get a college education, kids.
Maybe that's true. I don't know if they were college educated. It was
They
just
should teach
we were just going out to
colorblindness.
dinner. I didn't know if they were college educated and asked that. Speaking of which, though, let's take a look at the agent veto phase again. I'll call it that just to mess with you. The operator veto. We look at the OSO. We see the two brow finally gone. The Solus and the Monty. Monty's the one you have to see on this map. Black Door is so darn annoying to have to deny as a defender when the Montane is on the board. And the moment the Monty's gone, you're going to defend it 9 times out of 10 as if it's the easiest thing in the world.
Well, you might hate me for making another versus GCU reference because I remember it somewhat,
Okay,
but I'm pretty
alright.
sure Brick played Monty like 90% of the round. So my guess is that Ottawa did a little bit of homework since that game was broadcasted last
I'd hope so.
week.
They're college students.
And, okay.
Sorry, was that a
man.
little on the nose?
A little? Very
Little?
much on the nose. Like so much on the nose that the nose has become Pinocchio nose. Yeah, that's a big nose, by the way. If you
Well,
don't know
it's only big
Pinocchio,
when he lies.
You've been living under a rock.
It's only
Yeah,
it's
but
only
I'm,
big when he
I'm
lies.
always lying on broadcast. That's why they pay me the big bucks, I mean, I know everything I'm talking about. I only lie on broadcast just to really keep the viewers on their toes. We're professional liars, actually.
I mean, everything is just
everything
it's
that we
just an
say is happening
expounding
isn't.
notice, right? Everything we
Everything
say
we-
is just essentially just getting expounded upon moment by moment. It's really just us making stuff up until it happens.
Yeah.
There's no way to know for sure, right? I could say something and then it'd be totally wrong the very next second. Like here, First Blood's gonna go in the favor of Star Moon. I can only assume so, considering how many times we saw Buck in our last map be the forerunner of getting into the space
Either
of the
team.
competition. And you can also see Star Moon there in the background. You say hi there, Togo. You can see them off in the distance, but they don't really have that much visual of the objective just yet, as the rest of the team is trying to extrapolate any sort of control of this side, and it's just super darn difficult to do so. But they've gotten around Gong, and it seems like there's so much pressure on the first floor for Ottawa, and they don't even have to worry about that side because they're just gonna go up the stairwell instead.
You might be right on Star Moon getting that first blood because they've already chipped off half of the HP that Renegade suffices inside a karaoke. The smoke, of course, having to dance around these floor holes being made. Unfortunately, though, Star Moon still hasn't quite found the angle to eliminate the smoke playing inside a karaoke. And these deadly angles now could be used against the attackers. That's the danger you run when you hold or create these holes, is that they also work both ways and against you. But PC finding the opening pick. They had a pretty rough map number 1. It's nice to start off with the opener so soon.
Still 71 seconds remaining. With 4 more players that are still there for the defensive UND Green, their defensive position's not looking as solid as it necessarily should be. Toga from outside on window repel downs and finishes Renegade. Frosted now joining into the afterlife with the same darn player to take them down as Lindsay, the first to fall for Ottawa, as Brick collects 2 of their own with Star Moon quickly after the fact. 45 seconds left. 2 players off towards Black Door.
No
Brick on the prone position, able to take down PC as Unicorn is all by their lonesome. Toga off on the repel. What sort of control can they gain? They had a visual, but unfortunately, too little too late. In the Kiba barricade will buy time and safety from that far angle on window repel to keep Toga away from the action for as long as they can gain, as Unicorn is struggling to find any sort of space to control any sort of fight that they can get into, as Brick hides back and Sloth still dominates long position all the way back towards T. Unicorn sprinting in towards Scythe. The noise will have been heard by Toga. They'll go for the plant, but Sloth's inside watching. Deals with Toga quickly. Unicorn will try to get the plants, but it doesn't matter anyways. Brick from down low swings back around the bend and will secure the first round here for the defense of North Dakota, despite the very difficult time they had right off the rip.
Wow, there's no world that North Dakota should be winning that round. There's no world. It was a 5 versus 2 for Ottawa. They had full man advantage. They had all the control of the world. They had all the time in the world, Scott. But they just funneled. They ran down that very narrow, slim hallway. They had Ace Selmas. They could have opened some of the walls. They could have applied more pressure elsewhere on the map. But they got lazy. They got complacent because they had such a big man advantage. And they ran at, guess who, other than Brick from North Dakota, who simply cleaned up very, very easy kills in that main hallway. 3 of them, to be exact, and 3 headshots to follow. And that's the risk that you run on a map like Skyscraper. As a defense, you're very easily able to pull yourselves back, even if you're in a man disadvantage, because of how slim these sites are, how narrow those pathways are that attackers have to run through to get access to the site. And you see it there. It bites Ottawa in the butt. That's an attacking run that could have been really, really helpful for when they got to the defensive side and tried to close the round or the game out with maybe a 6-0 defensive half.
North Dakota will have another run at it here for the defense. Forced to move to a new location. Forced to play, forced to change. And Ottawa, despite the success they had from Toga on the window repel, won't have as many luxuries for the repel in a round and an objective like this. They can still work that eastern side, still repel on the outer side away from window and get some sort of look in towards the A side, but unfortunately, the angle, since you're so far back on that repel, it's a bit too wide for comfort and doesn't give you as much information as you were really working with previously, like Toga had in the round prior. So they'll have to be a little bit smarter about the approach, as North Dakota, all up on the second floor, have to worry so much about the plethora of footsteps they're hearing below them. A full squadron there as who goes prone and drops? It's Brick! Good for one, a second into the afterlife. The coverage being there for your Jaeger, but unfortunately, you don't have a sightline of your Sloth to deal with Lindsay, but you still get a 2-for-1 special. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet for Brick, who takes those dangerous routes I think I've ever seen on Skyscraper and goes nearly unpunished for it.
There's just no world Brick should get away with that. Now Cole leveraging the verticality against the attackers themselves. Lindsay will try to hop into reception to deal with the castle, but he goes in blind, following no drones, no information from PC, their last remaining teammate. Now the last player here in the lobby for the University of Ottawa. They tried to take the engagement, but Cole is simply better as he drops. He wants that kill, and he'll get it just on his own. And University of North Dakota take 2 swift rounds, really off the heroics and just aggressive play from Brick and the rest of the team. And that's the issue that Ottawa currently face. They have no way to tame the aggression, to stop their attackers on the defense effectively.
They're being so darn greedy. And a lot of times a team gets punished for that greed, right? It's one of those, you fly too close to the sun and your wax wings melt and you're brought back down to earth and humbled very quickly. But North Dakota didn't have to worry about that in this round. Send down Brick. Brick goes crazy. You have coverage from over towards main entrance towards drop, and you have your Jaeger there to try to give you support. Unfortunately, no sight line is there to deny the angle from bathroom, but it's whatever. You get a 2-for-1 kill, but then the coverage from above, leveraging those floorboards that Ottawa weren't to use themselves, and I had mentioned seemed hesitant to use themselves on our previous map of Chalet when it was Ottawa's defensive time. Now that North Dakota are using it for themselves, they get caught off guard and they're not sure necessarily how to react. So while it is a little unfortunate, we are seeing a defensive sided map right now for Skyscraper. As Mason said, I always love it when Mason gets proven wrong. It's been a very good showcase for North Dakota, especially when they were able to pull off a huge recovery in the first round and give no chance to have things even get out of control in the second.
Scott, when am I ever wrong?
You want me to answer that honestly, or?
Yeah.
Every day.
What?
There's bound to be something you say wrong every day.
No. I'm always right. You're supposed to tell the viewers I'm always right.
All right, Dad.
Remember that part about where we were, saying that we'd always lie?
Yeah.
Right? We're lying at the fact that I'm always right.
Listen, Mason, I'm turning over a new leaf. I never lie.
Okay. Mr. 2024 New Year's resolution. I never lie. Lame. Absolutely lame. What's not?
No, that's a lie. I didn't set any 2024 resolutions. My resolution was just to make it through the year, so we're on track.
Hey, we're good so far. Two for, well, I guess 1.5 for 1.5 on months.
There you go.
Halfway through February. So, W.
I say who's not making it through, at least this round. Ottawa, if they don't start to pick up the pace, they've got to figure out something here, as they haven't even cleared out the extension that's coming forward from North Dakota. While they do get one through Black Door, PC onto Cole, Brick was trying to leverage it right back at them. Thankfully, they'll survive. But this is where that castle barricade threat from the flank comes forward, and he can just send 2 players out, one from the flank, one from the front, and at least get a trade in the process.
Wow, they've given up complete Geisha control. PC does end up getting taken down by Brick. I don't know if that was due to a hop out potentially that he was alluding to there on the window out to that main T balcony. But regardless, Brick has really been that player who just continues to decimate his opponent. But Starmoon gets that man advantage here for Ottawa. Frosted, though, could, with the help of a Valkyrie camera, spot a kill with the C4. And there's the Zofia. Toga blown sky high, the star performer for Ottawa. Last map there on Chalet. Lens will try to walk their way down. They have information, but Brick gets the kill on a Starmoon. Man advantage swings back in favor of North Dakota, and all they have to do is wait out the clock and wait for Ottawa to come into their arms with no time on the board. Frosted finds the headshot in a Lenzy, and sure, Unicorn gets one, but he's still going to find 2 more members. Thankfully, though, both of them are on low HP, and Brick is nowhere near the site. It's a perfect opportunity for Unicorn to clutch up and win Ottawa's first round.
How does Lindsay lose that 1v1? They're staring directly at Frosted. They knew Frosted was there, and still comes up with a nothing burger at the end of the engagement. Down goes Lindsay, up goes North Dakota. The highlight and the high ground gives them their victory as Brick secures the final kill needed. Unicorn is playing a very slow game. Outside, places the claymore, has to rotate all the way around. Can't trust stepping in through that window. There must be a player on the opposing objective ready to watch. But if you step in through the backstock door, you're gonna see somebody up in hatch as well. And they didn't even check above them. And in R6, that is a guaranteed death sentence. 3-0 our start for North Dakota, who, yes, as expected, are taking a dominant position on the defense, but we'll have to see if they can continue the flawless streak of rounds going their way. Not flawless in kills in these rounds, but an unmarred record in this map so far to try to go 6-0 at half, because like you've said, this map on attack, as we're seeing from Ottawa, stinks. It is hard pressed to find success, and even when you do, comebacks can happen in a 4-2 split and you still lose up the round.
In the last round, just the biggest factor was the idea that Ottawa didn't know whether or not to go clear brick or not, and they decided not to. They decided, okay, we have the map control we want. We can do as we please with our opponents. Here's the issue with that. You lost your flank watch because PC was the first player to die to brick after they refragged their teammate effectively a little bit later on in Cole, right? Well, PC has been playing that flank watch role for your team, so if they die and now all of a sudden you get flanked, well, your flank watcher has died, right? You don't have those gridlocks fingers out to stop Brick from doing what he's been doing and just continuing to run amok on your main attack. And that's a big factor. To lose your flank watch so early on, that's someone you don't want to lose if you're going to go for that minimal take where you don't go for that full extended roam clear. Unfortunately, Ottawa just could not adjust for that. They tried to stick to their normal strategy, but without that key crucial flank watch operator, it ended up falling apart.
When you know that you can't find success with those, flank watch, you can't find success trying to step in on the roam game, even on the defense or on the attack, and you have to clear out space, you need to change the strategy. And I think for Ottawa right now, we're seeing them be pretty aggressive. We're seeing them find a lot of success for clearing out the floorboards. We highlighted PC earlier, doing a good job from below, taking a lot of health off Renegade. They know where these players from North Dakota should be, but they're not finishing the job. They start it and can't conclude it. And that's going to be a consistent problem for them if they can't find something else there. They'll place double claymore up on the outside window near Gong. They want to make sure 100% there is no chance, or from Dragon Initiative, there's no chance that a run out could come forward their way, but they weren't watching the floorboards from above. The actual objective, and there's Renegade, who had faced so many problems from below 2 rounds prior, now just coming up with everything themselves. The first blood, and now even some great assistance to try to get some tag damage off the players extending in towards Black Door.
I cannot believe this is the attacking strategy, just sprinting in through top black. Renegade, though, takes a big licking of damage from the players that have now grasped control of top black. And where is North Dakota? Where is their defense? They're so far spread out. And here, the man of the hour, Brick, last time around, especially on T Karaoke, seems like one of the only players that can actually stop and stall this attack. The issue is he makes a mad dash across, and sure, he's engaged him, but his opponent surely knows he's got to find a way to win a fight. Where is the IQ of Lenzy going? They get the kill. Toga also collects and finishes off Reddick, and Sloth and Cole will have to try to salvage the round in a 2-on-4. Cole has that nitrocell that could go big, or just his own gun taking down Lenzy as the C4 is used to make a rotate. The diffuser has gone down.
Planted over in the opposing objective, Cole has plenty of work to close in that space, but taking too much damage in the initial firefight could spell disastrous for them. A Selma placed on the wall covering the actual plant spot will now open it up and disallow that same wall from being used on the defuse. As Cole's attempt to step forward is denied. DBNO not yet finished, but it will not matter. Sloth left in the 1v3, able to deal with the first on site. A second spotted not far behind that wall, but PC in through Black Door. And with 12 seconds left, you have almost no chance to get this done. 8 seconds. They go for the dive. Can they get it? They can't. It will not matter anyways. Unicorn closes up the final blood, had downed the previous player as well. And Ottawa will scrape away around now on the attack of all things on Skyscraper from North Dakota's defense.
That's the bounce back that Ottawa needed. That's where they needed to get on the board. Just 1 or 2 rounds will be sufficient enough for when you swap over to your defensive side to be, I would argue, successful here on Skyscraper, just because of how defender side is, especially in the collegiate realm. And that's a big one because Ottawa weren't able to capitalize on that kitchen barbecue attack that they went for, that they're able to get at least 1 or 2 T Karaoke wins, forcing North Dakota to go over to Exhibition and Office. This was a site that Ottawa really struggled on, so hopefully they're able to make the same adjustments as they did before and leverage yet another round win, giving themselves a potential at a 3-3 half.
There's always potential, Mason. There's always something there cooking. And look, let's keep in mind, if you're in the kitchen cooking, you tend to get burned every once in a while. And that was right there for Ottawa. North Dakota kind of bit themselves in the foot a little bit too much there. Too little pressure on one side, gives up too much control. Ottawa go high key aggressive in through Black Door. You said it, and I'll quote, I can't believe Ottawa's whole strategy is to rush through door. I can't believe it either. And now North Dakota want to go back to the working strategy they had previously on the same objective. But the issue will be, I seriously doubt that you'll be able to drop down Hatch Brick, take down 2 players, and get back up. there's just no way they'll allow it this time around. And you can see PC's already taking long shots over towards the corner where Hatch actually is in the A objective. They want to ensure there's no chance a player can come from the flank and do too much of a roam too quickly. And they want to try to deny as much space as they possibly can as they start to whittle away the utility, denying that hard breach up on wall.
Yeah, North Dakota's strategy for the most part in this series has been, all right, let's go run at him. Let's see what we can do, right? Well, if they're able to do that, maybe it's successful. Here's the thing. If you run into 5 people standing in the same spot, you're probably not going to be so very much successful.
You can see him.
Cole sitting rather close on the breach, needs to get out of dodge, and he does just that. PC could have potentially nearly lost their life, especially if Cole was able to get that Nitro Cell out and away. But instead, this main wall has been open. It's really solid process overall by Ottawa. And you can see North Dakota, they're being forced back. They're being shifted into these secondary defensive postures. The issue is, how are Ottawa going to go for their execute? Because they have no smokes to deny these long angles and lines of sight that UND Green are certainly going to leverage in their favor.
Sloth has a good solid position to work from with assistance from Renegade nearby. Is getting the ping to move closer to a more advantageous position for the team based on where Ottawa are currently attempting to regress from. Shield is in play, and Ottawa, despite having opened up this wall on the A side, doesn't really feel like they found an effective foot to step in on. With Brick not too far behind, with canisters at the ready to pop, waiting on the other side of this one, the second those sight lines are destroyed with this utility, that's when you start to stand up and swing and try to get that assistance in. They need a first blood, and they need it very fast. It will go in the favor of Ottawa, though, first. Brick, who tried to go for something, cut down instead by Toga. Frosted, the same fell swoop. And despite the fact the canister goes off, Toga still gets the kill onto Cole, forcing North Dakota in a 2v5, now made 4, as Star Moon is finally dropped. But the damage is all but not, as only Renegade is left too far from the objective and too little chances to work with. Ottawa will take 2 in a row and very well could equal a 3-3 half coming into this next round, because North Dakota are struggling the last 2 to find any feet.
It's exactly what they're looking for. It's a perfect position to be in here if you're Ottawa. North Dakota, they tried to get aggressive. They tried to fight these spots, but finally, Ottawa are making the adjustments that they need, and they're letting North Dakota get aggressive. They're letting them run at them. And they're getting the kills because they're sitting there, they're ready, they're gun up. If they go out a drone, they immediately hop off to try to bait out those runouts. It's exactly what you see. That's how Brick is dying. That's how Sloth might be dying in some of these cases. Or Cole, who all are players that like to get aggressive and like to get in the face of their opponents. Ottawa, although I don't think that they quite had the tools to get the job done that last round, they were able to still make do and make it work because North Dakota were the team that made the bigger blunders in that previous round.
The team that makes the bigger mistakes is tending to be the team that loses it all. And despite the first round we saw when North Dakota made a whole lot of mistakes right out the rip and still managed to make a comeback, you could argue that Ottawa's mistakes at the end of the round inevitably added up a little bit more effectively for North Dakota than North Dakota's mistakes added up effectively for Ottawa. That last round was disastrous. We saw a really good shot for Cole, who able to save their life, was in a really interesting spot, trapped over by wall by breach that had just gotten opened up by Ottawa. They fell back to behind small bar, but then they made nothing out of that the remainder of that round. Stood in the face, they tried to peek a breach, they heard the utility go off and go, okay, well, my Fenry has done something. Brick's been here, I can maybe help and extend this. But it's a short sight, not a blind. And I make that presence known, I make that known so much in Valorant with the Omen Paranoia. I'll make it here as well. It's not a total blind. It's not a flash. It's a short sight. And Cole was in the face of Toga, which is why that kill goes that way. And Cole just needed to peek it a little bit further back and play the advantage of that angle. And speaking of Cole, they really weren't happy with what happened last round. So they'll start off this one avenging that frag. But this time with a Nitro Cell, save space against Toga. Probably a smart idea.
Well, it's a nice pick to get. Here's the thing. The main wall still got open. So effectively, the objective that Ottawa are going for, which is get that main wall open, set themselves up for a nice little execute after burning away at some of that utility with the Rotero drone, and then walk into the site because North Dakota haven't made enough long angles to help themselves with their defense. Sure, you've got Frosted inside of Exhibition. You've got Brick playing behind that main desk. But where are the typical headholes that you see near minibar? Yes, that first wall is reinforced, but those other 2 walls should be opened up just a little bit more to deny that breach running the site. That's what Sloth could be doing here inside of Terrace. And sure, yeah, you might have to deal with Lens at least a little bit, but you could still deny that main entry into the bomb site, which Ottawa completely leveraged into their favor last time around.
Lindsay's gonna have to swing this corner on office balcony. The only person still there hoping to hold on to that breach. With an extra cell ripped around, no one there at the end of it as they had fallen back. Sloth will be left with no utility in their back pocket, just the SMG in hand. And no teammate nearby as Renegade gets long fire shot out from Lindsay, who had extended into that corner just after Sloth had left it. The timing is mighty unfortunate for your player inside of Terrace. It doesn't mean that there's no one holding it. As the shots go out, and Slothy is unfazed by it and continues to hold on strong. Two players inside of the B site trying to hold back off towards Armory. Frosted will take an interesting angle on site, trying to work with something, but the bomb chassis isn't a solid enough defensive position, and Brick had already lost that same exact front just the round prior with no effective use there. But they've at least survived longer than they did previously, as the window control and exhibition is starting to be pressed. Frosted downs the player of Star Moon. PC is there, dealt with by Brick, and it's just your outside players remaining, and one of those is still not dealt with Sloth, who finally cleans up the kill onto Lindsay as Brick closes and finishes the final kill in the final round of our first half to send North Dakota positive into the second.
Well, North Dakota were finally able to get back on their feet there at the final defensive round of their half, as you mentioned, getting that expected 4-2 split for the defense. Really nothing completely out of scope or out of bounds from what we would expect on a map like Skyscraper. Good adjustments for both teams overall. But one of the biggest factors that I saw in that round from Ottawa was they were throwing flashbangs, they were throwing utility into the bomb site, but then they weren't actually pushing with it. So they just flashed their opponents, and then they ran around to another window, tried to go in through there by doing the same thing. And yeah, they kind of hopped in, but then they also just didn't even do their job in clearing out the Fenrir mine that still sat at the top of the Samurai window. And it's like little mistakes like that, steps that you skip as an attacking team, which make you lose rounds that are very winnable. They had the main wall open. They had at least positions where they could hop into the site. And they had the utility to be able to make and execute work. But they skipped a few steps, and they missed a couple things. And that's why you saw North Dakota Green taking such an easy defense, I would argue.
North Dakota now have to face off against their own due diligence. Back on over. Ottawa on the defense. And I'm actually very much so liking what they're bringing to the table. Toga has been an absolute menace on both maps now to this point, and Lindsay has always been there neck and neck with them. And we get to see them back into where they're most comfortable, sitting still for 85% of this defensive round. As Toga will not need to move, they need the smoke canisters for the final few moments and to keep them away from possibly Black Door, maybe even towards Gong, as it looks like North Dakota are not putting players off on that western side, trying to play in from window. They're going to go in through exhibition. They're going to clear out Samurai, clear out office, because there is an extension from Lindsay off over here, and try to ensure they have an east to west execution and can avoid the very tumultuous task that is that black window or Black Door that I guess Ottawa was having to deal with on their attack.
So sad with the Rotero drone. Just a little bit short of the mark to open up that main wall. Lens barely getting away with their life as the ace of Renegade was sitting there on the cutoff on the geisha balcony into Terrace. A little bit of damage done, but not enough to take anyone out completely. So far, North Dakota doing a solid job, solid pacing, and getting that office side control. Here's the thing, they need to confirm it, and now this is where this attack gets so difficult for so many teams. You'll see teams all the way up into the pro scene stall on this map in this spot where it's so difficult to transition between Terrace, between Lower Dragon, up into Upper Shrine, and Upper Drum.
Still, no one's been dealt with. And the Toxic Babes, having been sent off towards Brick, will buy a little bit of time, but Toga can't hold that forever. Especially when you'll have to be now concerned as PC's location is known. They get away with one kill from directly behind Gong, and Toga deals with another despite the range with the SMG-11. The refrag has to come forward eventually, all in due time, and Renegade will get PC off the board, and Cole will take out Unicorn. But Star Moon has an angle of dominance to keep them out of that door frame. Frosted has to clear this player. They have to clear that utility, and they need to make sure that Toga can't hold that breach the remainder of this round, as they'll turn into victims instead of aggressors as the toxic babes continue to swing forward. Toga fires back, but it's Renegade again to knock another player off the board. Toga can't be stopped. A second in the same dang angle, 3 total in that round, as Star Moon buries the North Dakota front for the final. They've got to start peeking a different direction, because any attempt we saw there on that eastern side, trying to work in east to west, just fell flat in the face of North Dakota.
And that's exactly where teams struggle, and that's where you saw North Dakota fall just a little bit flat on their attack. The biggest problem there, Scott, they didn't have any drones. They had no information. They only had 3 drones left, and once those 2 members died that had at least a couple drones in their pocket, their only source of information was the Flores. Once you lose that, once you lose Cole, who was playing that Flores, all of a sudden, now you have no information. You're walking blind. You're just guessing at what you're walking into. And that is where you saw North Dakota really struggle, because they used so much drones, so much time, and so much information to just get the office side of the map that they basically had nothing left in the tank when it came to the T side, which is where the bomb site was.
Mason, now that we're seeing this objective again, we have not found it working on any actual A defense a single time from North Dakota. It's all been the players on B that find success for them. And I can't help but feel like the Kiba barricades that were now being brought out by Unicorn, and the lack of a Finrare is much more indicative of them holding on to small bar for Unicorn and Terrace. I don't think I've seen a single team so far in the NECC, because I watched last semester as well, do the exact same thing we're seeing right now from Ottawa.
We'll see. We'll see how Ottawa's defense is able to work. I'm curious with the Glass being in play here from North Dakota. That's going to leave into an interesting, I guess, execution potentially, because you're going to have that good old Western standoff between the Glass, who can see through his smoke, and the Warden, who can see through all smokes. And, well, basically, it may come down to simply the fact of whoever wins that duel wins the round. It could come all the way down to that because of the effectiveness and potency of smoke grenades on this site. The issue is, Lens completely counters that entire execute plan that could be coming here from North Dakota.
Rick's got the drone work. Just a little bit of thorough checking for the side of North Dakota. Don't want to get blindsided on the entry like they were previously. You can see that Kiba barricade lined up where we saw Brick playing in previously. Mostly being forced to rely on the bomb chassis as the number one way to cut off that sight line. But Unicorn with Kiba barricades has a little bit more potential, as you call it. The quick porta-fort, I think is how you described it earlier with the Kiba barricades.
Fortnite build. Woo.
But the Kiba barricades can't keep this wall built, even though it can build up new ones, as the Skeleton and Buck will make sure that they can secure off that wall and hopefully utilize Brick with the smokes and the scope that can see through everything. That thermal ability to try to work it in. And you combo that with a Dokkaebi call. They know for a fact that Unicorn is there, but Unicorn can hide back, not peeking behind the Kiba barricade. And North Dakota has nothing they can do about it except pray they have nades, and they have 0 to work with here.
There's really not a lot of time left here on the clock. North Dakota got to try to fight their way into the site. So far, they've not been able to do so, and that grenade might from actually working their way in. Renegade, though, taking matters in their own hands as the Thermite finding 2 huge picks. Toga will run out. They down Brick, but Renegade has found 3 as the Thermite onto members of Ottawa. And that's the biggest play here so far. Toga will throw a Toxic Babe in. It's not to find anyone, though. Cole, though, does get taken down by Lens. 20 seconds boiling down on the clock as it's a full retake here for Ottawa. North Dakota have control of the site, but it's a 2-on-2. Brick getting rezzed very late in the round. That means Frosted is going to have to find their way to the site, but Toga denies it. There's only 5 seconds left. Lens is down below with the C4. Toga goes big. Brick has to try to stick it in. The hip fire finishes it off. Toga with 4 massive impactful kills for Ottawa, and somehow they walk away with a defense that they didn't even have control of their own bomb site.
I mentioned how much I felt that small bar was going to be so important for the defense of Ottawa. And it came through fruition. It wasn't Unicorn, though. Unicorn can make their own small bar to hide behind. The Portafort, as you call it. The keep of barricades on the backside of table. But Toga's just going crazy in these rounds. And Ottawa has so much there to keep them back. And it was perfection incarnate. The hit fire through the wall. Brett can't get a plant. Can't find anything. And now North Dakota are looking at a scenario where nothing works out for them and they have to readjust and find something new because there was nothing good happening in the final few moments when you've lost your crossfire, and in the final seconds you either have to go for 2 kills or go for the plant, and Brick could not make up their mind in that class.
Nope, they could not, and it was rough at the end. I mean, they had control, but they decided to go for that res outside, and I think that's where the decision making was poor because there was so little time on the clock. When you have more time, you're already in the bomb site with the diffuser in hand. You can guarantee you get the bomb down. Now maybe you go play for the res and you play that 3 versus 2 advantage with the time on your side rather than working against you. That's the biggest mistake that you saw North Dakota make that round, and that's why Ottawa Garnet rather, are able to tie us up now. As we get into the later half of this game, it's feeling more and more like Ottawa just might find themselves over the top edge and get them this map win and sending us into map 3 of Oregon.
But before that, we're going to jump into a quick little break to get everything back up and sorted, as there seems to be an error on some side of something here for R6. Who's that shocked? We'll be back in with this game and over the conclusion for our second map and maybe the start of a third after this.
Last December. I swear I've seen you before, holding your shoes in your hands, running out that door. And you are nothing, but you say you wanna dance, and you're worrying, oh, you'll end up in the wrong hands. I'm lacking sincerity, but you don't care at all. This booze, this cigarettes trying to take me home. Falling in love just a million times, breaking it off with the feeling on ice still. She's as cold as December.
Feelings, it's like I can't walk on the ceiling. Oh yeah, got me dreaming, dreaming in colors I never dreamed in. Oh yeah, I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know my heartbeat needed skipping out, no I can't keep score when I lose my breath, boy you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do, every time you hold me, take me higher, higher. out the sky onto my heart to cover up what I don't wanna show. I let you in deeper than I let anyone else before. Fell in love with my broken pieces, took them all and made them yours. Didn't know when my heart be needed, skipping out, no I can't keep score. When I lose my breath, boy, you got me breathing. Oh, every little thing you do.
Sorry for the bit of an extended break there. Things are back in order. Apparently, it was something like the observer crashing, and then we thought we would just continue, and then a player crashed, so we might as well stop anyways. But it doesn't matter. North Dakota, despite the very solid lead that they had gained for themselves, are now looking at an even stat line as Ottawa has come through on their defense and tore through North Dakota's attempts. It's 4-4 now, and it's not looking great if this continues in this way.
It's exactly as you expect here on Skyscraper. Teams just consistently winning on the defense, and the attack is just so difficult to get down. You just have to find mistakes, you gotta find cracks, and you've got to find gaps in the defense. That's the biggest thing about trying to win here on Skyscraper specifically, is being a gap hitter. Sometimes you just gotta hit the gaps. And so far, neither of these teams have been really excellent at it. You've seen it a couple times from Ottawa on their attack, but North Dakota have yet to show any sort of gap-hitting capabilities.
Even with the fact that they're not hitting the gaps, we're still seeing them find kills. It's just not influential ones that really dictate the final few moments of the round, because Ottawa's positioning is outperforming anything that North Dakota are really putting forward in the final few moments, because they've seen them get it close. We talked about so much of that last round was really kept at bay because the attempt to bring back the teammate that was outside, kind of slowing down a lot of the momentum that they had and the control that they were garnering at that point in time. It just gets worse and worse as time passes, and we can already see that happening here. Brick goes for a jump in through a window down below, apparently not realizing that it's up and up, way up to the high, as there's a peek through there. And it's a first blood for PC for the side of Ottawa, and the defense is already on the right foot on an exceptionally defender-sided map.
Great start off here for Ottawa. Not a spot you want to be in if you're North Dakota. Now you lose another body as Starman gets themselves onto the board after the rehost, taking it down Renegade. So 2 members are already falling off the board here. Not looking so great if you're North Dakota. It's looking like Ottawa are going to have that flawless defensive half. Remember, they won T-Room, they won Exhibition. This would be their 3rd site, and if you're able to do that, that's a flawless defensive sweep. Because Ottawa were able to get a couple attacks on the board, it makes them and puts them in prime position to close out their map on defense in a pretty strong manner. And that would leave a lot of really good momentum going into map number 3 of Oregon, which also plays a little bit defender-sided. And if you go flawless all the way through your defenses, if you're Ottawa, then you get side choice as well.
But if you can't find any success there, you've got to change it up. There's nothing wrong with that. PC's a great spot. Should have seen Sloth way sooner. But it doesn't matter. You'll get the kill at the end of the day. And a melee kill for Cole. It's not often you see it. Maybe a sign of better things to come as Frosted joins in with a kill of their own. But Toga was still not done after the absolute dismantling they performed against North Dakota the round prior. Continues to do so here as the Ram drone tears through some walls and infrastructure here on Skyscraper. Frosted able to take down Toga, just a 1v2, but the question remains, where are these players and can you find them first? Frosted is questioning whether or not it's worth it to drop in through Hatch. They'll instead opt to just continue to hold it. Unicorns backing off towards the top of Black, top of the back stairs. And Frosted is still just too nervous, too skittish, it seems, Mason, to come to a conclusion about whether they should or shouldn't drop here, as they can see the Warden of Lindsay, but can't seem to connect to the head. And it goes on the reversal. And it's a round 1 again by the defense of Ottawa, who are saying, we want Oregon and we want it now.
And a flawless defensive fashion as well for Ottawa. Very well done for them. And we move on into round number 10, which is potentially a round where Ottawa can get themselves their first match point of this series. And just as you mentioned, Scott, send us all the way in to Oregon. That'd be fun. I mean, both these teams have kept the game rather close between each other. And if there's a round that I think Ottawa could step out in front, it is here. However, if you remember back to the first half of the game, which feels like forever ago now, North Dakota did start off with that 3-0, and then Ottawa were able to get 2 rounds here very swiftly. So maybe North Dakota will have that same feat. Maybe they'll have the same fate. Maybe they'll have better fate, or maybe it'll be even worse, and Ottawa will secure this map in an 11 rounds rather than in 12, getting themselves that map advantage, or a side advantage, rather.
Believe in it. I think there's still potential here for North Dakota to come back and find success, but when they have already been struggling, let's be frank, they can't even step towards Geisha in the first place, even when it's not the objective in play. How were we expecting them to do so when it is the objective, and the defense will arguably be even more stalwart in these positions? Like in through that breach wall, we've seen so darn strong out of Dragon when you try to peek out of it from North Dakota. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is going to end up being, but I think you need a little bit more longer range potential. We need to be working on these sight lines. That's just something that's been noticeably absent coming out from their side. They're still working from the western side and trying to come towards the east, but they're from the eastern side and try to go towards the west. Sometimes the compass is always so weird to me visually.
It always spins around.
Yeah, it's always all over the place. But Ottawa are putting 2 players on the extension out this direction, which is 1 more than they usually do. And North Dakota still struggled against that 1. So imagine what's going to happen when they now have to deal with 2.
Look how much time has already been burnt off the clock. 60 whole seconds. Not as many drones, I will admit. North Dakota have been better about being efficient with their drones. The issue is, it's probably because they're not using them and they're just stalling. They're not driving them in and taking space, which is what they were very good at in their first attacking round until they got to that midpoint. They still haven't even gotten this office wall open, Scott. They are crawling through this attack. I mean, it is painfully slow.
It's got to get sped up. It has to come to a boiling point.
South is just waiting.
It's just way too little going on. They're forcing Brick into a 1v2 and praying they can find themselves a kill. And still somehow at the end of that, it's not Brick who dies. It comes up as Sloth instead, and Renegade is quickly in after the fact. Lindsay is a 1-man army holding down Terrace, and to make matters worse, they have control of Diffuser with Star Moon directly next to them. All of this for North Dakota has turned into this just egregious display of slow, scarce effectiveness on the attack. And it has to get fixed, or we're heading to a guaranteed 3rd map in the next 2 rounds. This one, all but over. Very little chances for the comeback to come through, as now Cole is the only one remaining. And the next one, if they play even 1/10 better than this, they still won't have enough. They need to get so much more effective on the attack.
And this is where you see teams really struggle on a map like Skyscraper. Now, I don't love that Ottawa are all actually challenging Cole and taking the engagement. You give 1 pick away, and all of a sudden, a 2 versus 1 is much more winnable here for North Dakota, or for Cole at least, as he finds the headshot. 1 member down, but it's the goo mine from Lens that finishes him off. However, I'll admit, Cole got rather close to winning that round. If those goo mines hadn't procced at the very end, that FNAT mine hadn't popped, maybe Cole finds a headshot, and maybe North Dakota get a miracle round win. All of a sudden, the momentum flips, and the game has changed yet again. That didn't happen, though. Ottawa got the round win. They're now on match point, and they might just have enough gas left in the tank to finish off UND with a flawless defensive half from themselves, sending us into Oregon, with them, of course, being able to have that side advantage.
Possibly last round now, Mason. For the map of Skyscraper before heading into a 3rd map. As North Dakota are facing an objective they've at least had a little bit of success on. The issue is, it didn't ever lead to anything at the end of the day. No win here. Bar their 1 defensive round. They split this 50-50 on defense, so they weren't even shooting 100 for it on the other half. Unlike Ottawa, who has now had a very solid way to defend this and has had no troubles with UND Green. They've gone flawless so far in the second half, which is exactly what you're asking for at a defending team on Skyscraper. So these will all throw the last 2 rounds. I'm getting a lot of tongue action involved there, apparently, in those words. This is also the last 2 rounds where we saw Ottawa find their 2 attacking round wins. and really upset that North Dakota side and kind of turn things back around in its head. So it's still very possible. And maybe we can hope that, 2 attempts here, both failing, and how slow they were, how wanting they were to go here last round, even though it was nowhere close to the objective, could lead to something, Mason, something here. But I still don't think their operator selection is really indicative of going to be capable of finding that.
I don't think so either. I think that Ottawa are looking pretty much ready to send us into map number 3. Obviously, being on defense, you're very comfortable in this position. You've stacked up 4 rounds in a row. You're going for round number 5 to be straight up for you. It'd be huge. It could be big. But they've got to make sure that they still do the job that needs to get done, which is securing that win and getting themselves that advantage. Because if they don't, then I don't quite know how that tiebreaker is decided, whether it's just a coin flip because RD would be even should they finish out the map later on. Regardless, you just want to get it done as fast as possible and have the best RD, because later in the season, when we talk about playoff implications as well, that is also important to worry about.
Sloth will put up an exothermic charge to try to get themselves some sort of sight line in, and will possibly use that repel as a position of dominance. PC is the one person you have to be concerned with the most there. And it's really Renegade's responsibility here to use the skeleton key to flush out Unicorn, who was such a problem child for 2.5 minutes previously. For the side of Ottawa on their defense behind that Kiba barricade, despite them bringing in the glass and the smoke canisters to try and take use of that, none of that's present here. But they'll still deal with Unicorn knowing how much of a problem they are. And it will be the first blood of the round, despite Cole now being only at about 15 HP. Still 60 seconds left with a man advantage. You can at least use Cole for drone work, and that's what the Twitch is good for. They gotta clear out some of that utility. They gotta find a safe space, and they're marking a lot of that barbed wire up on the staircase, which could be a way to slow down North Dakota if they opt to go that way. But I think they're gonna go for the breach instead, as the exothermic charge, the last one, goes ahead and detonates.
Yeah, their shock drones are so pivotal to taking out those FNAT mines. You'll hear the Capital asphyxiating bolt proc inside of the site, try to force these players back and out of these comfortable anchor positions. You can see the chaos and the calamity in the bomb site as Ottawa run around. They try to rotate. They try to get themselves into defensive positions for the final execute incoming from North Dakota.
Sloth has to hit the long shot. Able to get some damage out, but it's Brick that secures a good cleanup kill. 10 seconds left, though, and Renegade from Terraceem will find yet another one, but it's a TK for Brick. Frosted, not allowed to contend. An attempt to try to get towards site to close out the diffuser will not matter, as Lindsay able to spray. The Warden glass is giving them some sight lines, but not enough victory chances there from Small Bar, which has been so darn good for both teams, I would argue, but mostly for Ottawa, as North Dakota will find their first attacking round win and the last possible chance they have now coming into this next one, where they have to get another if they don't want to see a map 3 and force OT.
Calling the answer backs. They answer back in a massively important round. If you got to do it one more time, another opening pick in their favor certainly would help North Dakota to achieve that feat. Of course, getting that opener last time around where Renegade was able to take down Unicorn. That's the Azami going down, which early on that site, very important operator to have up later on because of those defensive positions that can be established via the Kiba barriers by either blocking off lines of sight or creating new effective shields for yourself as a defender. On the other end, North Dakota, they worked the round really well. They got the picks where they needed to. They worked together, and they flowed effectively as a team overall, and that's what I've failed to see them do throughout their attacks thus far. Finally, they get themselves on the board. Finally, they're able to get an attacking win, and maybe they're able to transpire that and roll over another attacking win on Exhibition Office. That would be huge. That would be pivotal, and that would be great for North Dakota.
North Dakota now heading into the final. Operator selection. About what you'd expect after the wow, man, Mason, I am struggling here in the final few moments of this map. After the success they found with a very similar lineup, or the exact same lineup in the previous round, why change things up too much? Unicorn, your job here is the most important one you've ever seen. Can you still sit behind table with the Kiba barricade? Yes. Can you do it for as long as you did in the previous round? I do not think that is the case. The moment you hear footsteps below and a single skeleton key shot to ring out, you've got to get away from that front and you've got to find a new angle, because you can already see UND Green are trying to tear down that wall first before engaging elsewhere from the floorboards below, because they want to try to change the strategy up. They know you're going to run, so they want to cut down the sight lines for you to run by having that player on rappel be capable of doing so on that outside breach. It's just a matter of clearing that utility, which it looks like North Dakota are kind of struggling to do with the mute jammers placed around.
Very interesting how different of attack North Dakota are going for now. They completely rotate and flip themselves around the map. They'll use and try to leverage their operators, hopefully some flashbangs potentially out of the pocket of Frosted to get themselves in. Or maybe it'll be Buck and Renegade, who's able to take down PC, who was running around downstairs all willy-nilly on their own bottom house. That gives Renegade free reign, free access down below, getting rid of those mute jammers so that Sloth can get this main wall open, and the job can be finished off by UND to bring us into overtime here on Skyscraper.
Renegade's using the skeleton key from below. This one really just to clear out any of the utility that's there on that wall. Unicorn is still not being pressed away, with that man advantage now being completely null and mute. With Lindsay's frag onto Brick, North Dakota will have to reevaluate where they attempt to move in from, because it doesn't seem like Gong is that safe with the player inside Terrace. They're still there, having fallen back, and it's purely a guessing game. They're holding closer to the door. I would like to believe that Star Moon's holding an angle that could even protect them, but it will not matter. Cole with the F2 able to deny Lindsay's position, and Star Moon able to get a shot back. It is a neck-and-neck engagement between North Dakota and Ottawa. As 30 seconds left on the clock, Mason, what has to happen for North Dakota? Because they've got so little time to get it done.
They lost their smoke bolts from the Kappa Town, the asphyxiating bolts to move their players, but if Cole's able to collect and capitalize on these kills, then maybe North Dakota can walk in and take control, winning 2 last-minute attacking runs here on Skyscraper. Unicorn watches the Ace of Sloth walk in, just live, stay alive as long as possible, but you get swung from Samurai, you find one, but a great refrag, excellent trade job by North Dakota. They win their fights in the end, and they send us into overtime on map number 2.
An absolutely crazy recovery by North Dakota. They were a team that looked like they didn't want to be involved in the second half at all. If you start out with that poor of a performance, you like to think that they're saying, okay, maybe we can come back, but we're just playing for third map. We got our first, we took Chalet, it's fine. But you can see that desire, that drive now starting to be fed from North Dakota. They want out. They want to be done with Ottawa, and they want to be the team escaping this week with the 1-1 record at the end of it, because they lost last week and victory tastes pretty darn sour. Try to lap in luxury at least once here and get it done as early as possible here in the NECC season. And they're trying hard. The attack works finally. Pretty close there towards the end, as all you had to do was survive and really tear down the final player. But they have to still face Ottawa's defense here first on overtime, and it's back to an objective that has been nothing but trouble for you.
They gotta go back, remember, because they got the side choice to start off, they being North Dakota, now they have to have the disadvantage into overtime. That's where Ottawa get the slight advantage. They've been very successful over here inside of Tea and Karaoke, but they've not been very successful on Office and Exhibition, meaning if we do go all the way to round 15, where do they go then? Do they continue to go Office Exhibition? My guess is no. My guess is that they're going to go downstairs. But then again, isn't that more risky because that's the less preferred site? You never really know until you get all the way down there, and that's where strategy, that's where tactics come into play. These teams certainly, they're taking advantage of as much strategy and tactics as they can. And into overtime, Ottawa, they're in a must-win situation. They've got to win this round. It's an absolute must guarantee.
And the crazy thing right now for North Dakota is they're so just bent on having to take control of this eastern side every time we see an objective on the west. Whether it be down in Kitchen or upstairs now in Geisha, they have to come from the opposing side. Where's the Ottawa style of attack, where they take control of Black Door and they play aggressive? Yeah, it seems a little on the nose, and it doesn't work for everybody, but it would at least be something that North Dakota could be testing and teasing. None of it. It's so
Yeah.
one-dimensional. It's the same thing every time. And look at the history. Know your history or be doomed to repeat it. They're just repeating the same mistakes. But the one thing I can say for them this time, Mason, they haven't lost anyone on this extension, but they also haven't been able to clear anyone for Ottawa because they've fallen back and played a lot safer, which just means there's going to be more players to deal with on site, which was already troublesome enough.
This is the exact pitfall that North Dakota fell into in round number 1 when they attempted, or in round number 7 rather, when they went for the attack here, and now they lose Renegade rather, the buck down below to PC, who's able to get a very important kill and finds a second one now from inside of Drum. This is not what you want if you're North Dakota, and this is why your attack has really not been great at all, and why, as Scott mentioned, you should have swapped your take. Because if you try something different, right, this attack has not worked twice already, and not worked in a very big, ugly way, right? Like, it wasn't like it was like a close round or like there was a chance of them winning. No, it was pretty cut and dry. Like, Ottawa won that round, and it was pretty easy. Now, as I mentioned, maybe North Dakota will make me eat my words. Cole and I believe it was Brick both found a pick to get themselves back into that advantage. And Sophia will walk in and they get it. All of a sudden, North Dakota could turn this round completely on their head. But they still have to bust in the bomb site. They still don't have the control they desire. And there's still 2 full HP players and a pump M590 shotgun from Unicorn waiting for them to step into the site.
15 seconds left. Frosted trying to get as many shots out as possible. The Nitro Cell ripped, but not able to kill and secure. The damage, though, taken a bit too much to overcome. The hip fire, but it does not matter. Unicorn from range didn't have to worry about the final kill. Their sister behind them, and Frosted is able to secure it instead. And that is round 13 in the books. Ottawa barely able to hold on. Like you said, North Dakota had their shot, had their chance, but it took just way too much time, to be brutally honest, to get out of Drum or get into Drum and out of Dragon in the first place. And they've just run into the same problem over and over again. Even if they can get those kills are coming off of ego swings. They're coming off of contested 1v1s. And defensively, you'd think this is a peeker's advantage game, but defensively, it doesn't tend to be that way when you can play that range and you can play the unexpected angle when they're done burning all their drones and they don't know enough. That's where North Dakota are struggling, even when they can figure out that Lindsay is all the way over towards Gong and has to rotate back, even when they know that Toga's holding up close behind and just hiding behind a static wall like they are every single time that position's being held. It's never enough for North Dakota, and it turns into a gun game when it should be a strategy game first and foremost.
Yeah, they better solve that problem quick, especially if they want a chance at winning here on Skyscraper, because they've got to win this defense first overall. That's the first task assigned to them. They'll go back to Exhibition and Office. They were successful both times they defended here, but God, Scott, it feels like it was just so long ago. And I'm sorry, I lied. They were unsuccessful in one of the rounds. It was round number 5. In which it was Ottawa who was able to take it, because if you remember correctly, it was 3 rounds to North Dakota, 2 rounds to Ottawa, one of those rounds being T, with the other one being Exhibition and Office. But North Dakota were able to go back to Exhibition and feel rather comfortable in their final defensive stand. They'll try to do that again. They'll try to replicate those results and see if they can't send us into round number 15, where they might, again, just might have a chance at setting us into the end of the series, or if Ottawa do feel like closing it out in this round, then an excellent attack could proc us into Oregon.
I think Oregon is kind of just like, we're either going to see it and it's going to be great, or we're going to see it and it's going to be bad. I can't envision that Ottawa is going to give up another defensive round. It really will just come down to where they have to play, and I can only assume it'll be down at Dining, right? Like, that would be, if you play in Kitchen and Dining again.
It seems like the better option at least.
Yeah.
They haven't lost that set yet.
Because North Dakota haven't found an answer for this side of the map in the first place. And they're just going to do the same strategy over and over again. Maybe we could see more of an extension in through Black Door and a rappel up through into T or something. Any of those could be fine to give them space, but they'll have to survive this round first. Even if they're on the defense, times are tough for a lot of players, especially when you feel like there's been droughts of success like Sloth has been having, despite being so darn good for UND Green. 0-4 is not a pretty picture you want to have. And even though Renegade should have had a kill on a Star Moon, they can't do it. And they're going to get ripped apart from above as the assistants come through for Ottawa. Both sides somehow live at the end of it.
Somehow, nope, one dead yet. But just as I mentioned, the thought of death.
First.
Frosted takes down Toga. Big opening kill for the defense as time continues to dwindle down into the favor of the 6-man of the defense. You effectively play it as a 6 versus 4 now here for Ottawa, which puts them in even a more hard pitfall through the rest of this round. Brick collecting another kill makes it even more difficult, and we just may see all 15 rounds if Ottawa are not able to find their way into the site, which currently they're completely stalwart and locked out.
Another one bites the dust. It's PC this time. Sloth finally putting their name on the board in this second, I would say, the restart of this map. They were getting kills before it, but you know, stats don't lie when you can only see what's happened post reset. And not been doing so hot in the last 4 rounds, and this 5th one's finally cooking up something into gear. They will go down eventually, though. Happy with their 1, but maybe not happy with the fact that 2 more teammates also will meet their end, putting Renegade and Matters into their own hands from below. They couldn't get the first kill to start this round, but they'll get the 2 needed to finish it, securing with a UMP of all things from below as a castle their OT defensive round. And they have to go back on the attack. And I would be shaking in my boots if I was North Dakota, because it's your round to win, and it's Ottawa's round to lose. And they are not keen on doing so.
In Ottawa, you can see they're talking. They're like, which site do we go to? And it is going to be that of Kitchen Barbecue. They better get their operators locked in rather soon. And hopefully North Dakota can read into this and have extra time to plan their attack. The only time they brought Ram last time around on their attack was when they attacked the site. So assuming they've read into their opponent's play, then they will be able to leverage that into a little bit of extra planning for your attack. Because North Dakota, I'm sure, would love to end this night a little bit sooner before we start treading into that midnight territory where some of us have bedtimes.
Do you have a bedtime, Mason?
Kinda. I get up early in the morning, so I for work and stuff. Because, like, I got to commute to the office and all that stuff. And I don't have to go in every day of the week, but this week I had to go in Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday because of, like, some higher-up executives coming in. So, yeah, I'm a little bit busier this week. And my bedtime usually has been in that 10:30 p.m. local time for me range, and we're right at that mark. So
I'm like 4 hours behind me. You're 4 hours after EST, right?
No.
Is it 3?
No, 2 hours right now.
2 hours after EST?
Yeah, 2 hours right
so it,
now.
okay.
Because daylight savings like flips it, so that I'm an hour like less.
Everyone always says Mountain and GMT and all these other time zones. I don't understand anything. I just know
Arizona
my
has
time
their
zone and
own
EST.
special
That's
time,
it.
Technically.
Weird.
Special.
I am being roasted. I'm being roasted by our observer for my time zone. I'm being roasted by my observer in our ears. You guys can't hear it, but I am being roasted.
I think you deserve it. Oh, Cole!
I don't think I do.
Take it
What a
down,
hit from Cole.
Lazy. And that's big because that's an attacking opener. And that's exactly what is needed for North Dakota. That is huge. That's absolutely monumental. And look at how direct they're going. They just want to hit the site. They don't want to BS around like they've been doing in previous rounds. They want to go direct, and so far, they're doing a really solid job of whittling down at this defender utility in an efficient manner. Not a lot of time left. Taken rather, and wasted off the board.
And they know Star Moon's here. They have somebody holding kitchen window. Or they did on the rappel. So they were very aware of the possibility of that escape backwards, but Sloth's gone a little bit more vertical, wants to try to contend with the second floor, and they won't have the ability to cut down that player on the retreat. That's why that drone's going up there first and foremost through Geisha. Toga will be forced to fall back, which will allow for them to drop back down into the first floor to play for that exit instead there. It's a Finn near mine. We'll make sure that Brick has to hold a little bit slower on that push. They send into a semi-push in from that eastern side, but a much more direct approach than they had previously, but it won't keep Renegade alive this time around. 7 and 5 will be where their stat line will stay no matter what at the end of this map. The damage is being done, and Brick is just mere centimeters away from having their ankles torn apart by the prone player nearby. It keeps PC back, and Brick rushes in to secure huge pickup for UND Green to try to put Ottawa once again on the back burners.
This is the control they need. Toga inside of Geisha. This is the pivotal point. This is the key objective here for North Dakota in this attacking round. Can they control Geisha? 30 seconds left on the clock. It continues to boil down. Toga hasn't been dealt with yet. The SMG goes big. The shotgun also gets Brick taken down, and Toga escapes scot-free with their life. Sloth and Cole, last two members, trying to salvage this round. They go for the chase of the smoke, but I'm not chasing a shotgun. Not like that, but somehow Cole finds the kill. The issue is they've got to drop. They've got no time left. The coverage has to be elite, and I just don't think it's going to be there. But Cole might have just saved the round. Can he stop Unicorn from getting it? Unicorn wins it, and he pulls off the plant, sending us into map number 3 of Oregon. It couldn't be any closer than it could be, Scott. And somehow, some way, Ottawa fight their way tooth and nail into Oregon.
Did they hop off? Hop Zombs to go for the kill. We're scared of the rush, the coverage. Oh my goodness. What a nail biter of a final round of our second map of Skyscraper and our third map now. Up on the chopping block of Oregon. And if our first map's pretty close, our second map goes to OT, and our third map where every team can compete, it's the Dust 2, the Mirage of CSGO, CS2 now, I guess would technically be the term, the Ascent of Valorant, whatever you want to call it. It is the end-all be-all map of R6, the one everyone knows. How is this going to pan out? Any guesses here, Mason?
I really don't know. I mean, I just don't know
It's
which
hard to
team
say.
is going to make the adjustment. These teams are so evenly matched. I mean, it literally came down to a spigot, a kill, and a cover at the very end. And that's all that entire map of Skyscraper came down to. That's how close these two teams are. That's how locked they are at trying to beat each other and trying to get their first win in NECC Spring 2024. It's a very, very important win because it has massive playoff implications, at least later down the line, with you already having a loss in your pocket. So really, it's whatever team wants it more.
Yeah, and the one that has to want it needs to be ready during this break to get back into the action. And speaking of that, we'll go right to it. Don't go anywhere. Third map's coming right up.
Fall into you. I found the rain dripping down your eyes when I'm not around. I found myself, but I fall into your lies all again. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Let me feel it. Let me feel it. Fall into you.
When I'm with you, I am able to keep pushing my limits, and all the drive that I have, well, I'm going the distance with you. I didn't know what I had till I knew what was missing, and everything that I dread, well, I built a resistance with you. Catch me when I fall.
A pretty darn close map 1, but an even closer map 2 now leads us into a tied game, forcing a third map on Oregon of all places. And the answer must be said, can North Dakota make up for the mistakes they made on our second map of Skyscraper? Will they fall short with a single map win in this best of 3 series?
Well, Scott, North Dakota started off strong. They had a good map 1. They even started hot on Skyscraper, and they nearly ended it on top. They found those last 2 attacking rounds to send us into overtime in very rapid fashion, but unfortunately could not stack it up and get themselves into that win column just yet. They'll have to try to achieve that on Oregon. And for the other side, Ottawa just able to fend off their opponents of North Dakota to get us into map number 3 and still keep their fight alive for their first win here in the NECC Legends Division of 2024 in the spring. That's the most complicated way I could have put that.
You just were trying to elongate. It's like a college essay that you're trying to get other words for at that point,
right? Yeah,
like,
I needed to achieve the word count, and that was the only way.
You didn't have to worry about achieving the word count. There's 2 of us here. We're both working on the same paper at the same time. We can both work together. And I'll have you know, I never got below an A on any paper I ever wrote in college. So
I think I want to say the same, other than one professor that I had that was like terrible, and she just never actually would give an A. Like it was like a summer class, and it was online, and the professor had like a record for never having ever given an A, like in GCU ever.
that just sounds like an awful teacher. I mean, that's like,
I got like an 85 in the class, and that was like very high for like what.
wow, I'm so smart. My name is Mason.
Yeah,
My grades were
was
terrible.
like-
I'm just really good at writing papers.
Oh, dude, that's what I'm very good at writing papers. I also had like good grades because most of my stuff was just like, hey, do this assignment, and or just do this.
That was my problem. I just never did the assignments. Speaking of assignments, though, this is where you can assign people to no longer be allowed to be played. For the attack, it was Flores and Dokubi. For the defense, it was Fenrir and Warden, which is not that shocking for Oregon in the first place. Flores is no surprise whatsoever. The Rotero drones tend to be an absolute nuisance. Dokubi is just there for the extra little icing on top. Then maybe the things you would look at here for the defense to be concerned with would be the fact that Mira is up on the board and playable, which could be a problem child when you get down into the basement. And of course, things like Solus for that information nearly anywhere, and things like Azami as well, for just the extra little added icing on top of the already annoying walls and things you have to deal with as an attacking team. They brought the Solus and the Azami here for this round as they move up to the second floor to deal for the first objective on the defense as North Dakota start things off.
Well, we'll see if North Dakota can get themselves off to a hot start here on Oregon. Of course, it is also typically one of the defender-sided maps, but I will argue this. It has gotten into a more 3-3 type of split, and as teams again get more and more comfortable with attacking Oregon, it's a map that everyone at this point in Rainbow Six Siege kind of knows how to play, knows how to go for a basic attack, knows how to go for a basic defense. It's just perfecting it and making less mistakes than your opponents. Typically, you'll end up finding yourselves winning the round with ease. Just depends on which side of the shoe you're on. If you're the one making the mistakes, then you're probably losing more rounds than winning. That's how it works always in Rainbow Six, but especially on this map because it's so fundamental and basic for everyone.
Player inside a master closet. It's very dangerous to be lying in wait for the defending team. Typically, you barricade both sides of that one and force the attacking side to have to clear that with some destructive utility. But now, when you just sit there with the Mossberg in hand, you can be a little bit more annoying than just that. The issue is, it's a lot of commitment to make for a single player, but it's also why you have a nitro cell in the pocket to really make matters even worse. You break down portions of that barricade, you see that it's open. What sort of call do you make? Well, let's just keep breaking it down so we can get an entry. Well, you break it up perfectly for the nitro cell to come out and take down your diffuser carrier of Unicorn, and that means no Selmas, which thankfully you probably don't even need anyways on that side because they've left it open. But should they choose to just go ahead and reinforce it now, if they have any remaining, which fortunately does seem like they do, you'd be left with nothing on that side of the map to work your way in, and you'd have to step through Trophy instead, where you're already down yet another player, as Lindsay tried to go on that rappel and quite literally bit the bullet in the process.
It's unlucky to lose that ace, especially if Ottawa realize it and they make the correct call, going and reinforcing off that master wall. That'd be the smart way. Of course, you do have PC who can still bring out those Maverick Torch. What was it called? I guess it's just the Maverick Torch, right?
It's a blowtorch. It's Mav torch.
Yeah,
blowtorch.
Yeah, it's just a blowtorch, right? Yeah, okay. I was like, I felt like I wanted to say like breaching torch or something like that. I'm like, no, it's just a blowtorch. You can rotate
really
that over there. Oh my god, no way. Star Moon tries to hop into attic, and they get fried by the pre-fire C4 from Cole. They get decimated and dusted. It's looking all the way towards a North Dakota round. At least all signs are pointing in that direction. You've got Brick still even working up on this rear stairs flank, but it doesn't matter because everyone's getting kills for North Dakota. It's a flawless round. They clean house. They wipe the floor with their opponents. They basically just run at Ottawa, and they're wanting to end this map potentially rather early, considering how aggressive they're getting and just running at their opponents. I mean, they're taking the fights straight to Ottawa, very similar to how they did on map number 1.
They started off really well on map number 1. Of course, it got a little dirty in between and towards the end of the first half, and very much so at the start of the second. But if they can kind of deny that sort of potential from Ottawa and just kind of keep them kind of cramped in, this should be a pretty clean cut and dry scenario for them. But we're down into the basement, and I mentioned that Mira being left unbanned. They don't opt to go for it, which is one of those shots they go. It's kind of 50-50. Some teams still really like to have that mirror window placed over their door shorts. They have the sight line towards laundry and laundry staircase. Some teams like to just bring a little bit more of the static quo, where you say, hey, mirror's usually banned anyways and has been banned for so long. Why would we worry about bringing it here when there's so many more new agents and just agents in general that get kind of adjusted that we would rather be concerned with in banning and just not be worried about whatsoever. Brick, though, on that roam game with the Solus will probably more likely than not be over towards Big Tower would be my guesstimate. They know that the side of Ottawa is likely to play out and spawn on that eastern side. That's where I fear most of that presence is going to come in down towards Barrel, because Amontane is on the board for PC, and I don't think there's many players, or they weren't many players at the time, actually stacked up ready for that for North Dakota. And if the swiftness was key, it could have been a great way to rush in fast, and they combo it with a glass of all things to make matters even worse, as PC will be separated from the backline thanks to a Toxic Babe.
Oh, and that smoke of Renegade has been completely flashed out. Continue to throwing those Toxic Babes. PC is going to take a lot of damage, but somehow they get out, not completely unscathed, but more unscathed than they probably should have, getting out at least with 50 HP or so. So far, though, good stall effort by North Dakota to at least stop the Monty and the rest of Ottawa from getting in, but Renegade picks up a kill and also has lit the Monty up to such low HP that they can't really take the engagement. And Frosted will clean up yet another kill for North Dakota. They just completely stop and stunt this attack as PC. Sure, they find one kill on Nicole, but all you need is one of those shotgun pellets to take down and at least bring that Monty down to his knees, if not all the way to their grave. As PC will still continue to get aggressive, but the Unicorn is still locked out outside of the building, and PC being on such low HP, one impact from the Solace of Break will put him down for good, and there it is. PC gets downed and is fully finished off. Sure, the Nomad is down Frosted, but Brick will reposition down to the prone, finish off Unicorn, and finish off the second round win in a row on the defense here for Oregon.
I mean, just look at the way that Ottawa were trying to play that one so aggressively. The Montaigne play and the desperation that came out from Renegade there to survive that. Toxic Babes being sent is not shocking considering what was going down, but all of them at once was the shocking part to note. And the fact that we still saw PC engaging so desperately. Where was the rest of the team? Were they watching for that one? They nearly couldn't have. The smoke canisters that were placed were blocking out the sight lines anyways. So how did they lose the 3 other players engaging from the same door frame? It's because they weren't watching towards Harry Potter. They weren't keeping control of Blue Tarp as cleanly as they should have. And they weren't aware of how North Dakota were playing that because they didn't do any drone work truly prior in that area before just extending their Montaigne in towards bunker. It takes a little bit of wiggle room. It takes a little bit of give and take to make sure that you can get that surprise factor. You gotta know things first, or you're both stepping into an unknown. And North Dakota have already shown that they know how to handle themselves on this map, and you're just testing a shark in blood-infested waters.
Now we go over to that tertiary bomb site. This is where Ottawa have their best chance at getting a round on the board. They're going to elect to go with this big tower style clear. At least it appears that the operators and the spawns that they've selected, how they want to attack this site. You've got the OSA. What you're going to do with that is open up the attic wall with thermite, and then you're going to open up the stage wall with thermite, and then you're going to place a Talon shield, one at the top of attic stairs, or tier 2 stairs, whatever, tower stairs, right? Looking in towards attic, denying that hatch play from the defense. And then you're going to place the other one, or use the other one rather, to walk into the site, place it down, and then plant right behind it as a safety net.
Smoke canisters have to be at the ready if you're on the attack trying to move in, especially when you know that you are trying to clear out all the sightlines available for North Dakota. Player up inside of rafters, trying to make control of that rafters window. PC was in a bit of a spot trying to go for the rappel downwards, but it's not them who will go down first, it's Star Moon. This tertiary bomb site, though considerably weaker than the other two we've now seen, still has its trials and tribulations for an attacking team to deal with, and there are no qualms yet for North Dakota. They left that one single wall of this bottom stage reinforcement open, and it's just enough to throw a wrench in the ideations of Ottawa as they'll lose yet another one. This one finally PC from the player up above of Sloth and Rafters, who is yet to be even contested from this trophy opening that's been created and left open by them. Where's the aggression, Ottawa? Where was the commitment when you knew those shots were coming out in the first place? It's too cut and dry. No refragging, which is the same problem y'all had on Chalet. Y'all managed to come back with on our skyscraper, but man, they faced it on Chalet, Mason.
Yeah, I'm gonna just be real blunt here. How does it take you a minute and a half plus to open the attic wall when your entire take is completely centric around opening attic and opening the stage wall, right? It took you almost 2 minutes to get in the big tower, get that attic wall open, and you lost 2 picks finally you've only gotten one back, but does it really matter? I mean, you've just lost so much time. You're going to try to contest this angle. I guess it works out as Frosted is worse for wear in there, but Brick laying on the floor as he does best. Finds a nice kill on a Unicorn. Renegade will swing from behind. A great flank and retake. Toga finds himself in the site completely evicted by his opponents. And they'll try to retake. Cole will drop down. The issue is Diffuser's been dropped above. All Ottawa have to do, or all North Dakota rather have to do, is just sit upstairs. But instead, they drop. They don't know they have the Diffuser control. This makes a very winnable situation for Toga. The issue is, on such low HP, not a lot of utility, and zero information on his opponents. There's really not much he can do. Brick, yet again, from the floor, will find a kill on a Toga, and another round win, making it a flawless half here for North Dakota.
It's just continuing for them. The success they've strung together, and now you're heading back up to the second floor, which started off on a horrible foot for Ottawa in their attempt in round one. The Nitrosil out of master bedroom door into the small balk, taking down your single hard breach on that side. If North Dakota had opted to reinforce that closet window and just fall back after that point, you would have had no chance to do anything afterwards, and you even failed to get control of rafters in the first place. And it's not the only time we've seen that. How long did it take them in the previous round? On an objective where the entirety of your success is dictated by that rafters control and 85% of all tech, since most people don't really opt for kitchen that often on the attack. It doesn't seem to matter for them, though. They'll have to overcome those odds. They'll have to find new ways. North Dakota are setting up very strongly up in rafters. A shield placed in center at top. Control of it will be held. And Brick even going for a spawn peek. They want to bury Ottawa right off the rip and to make it just the worst case. Maybe not speaking. They're tossing out utility. What the heck is he doing there?
No, he's shooting drones.
Drone outside. That's what it is.
He tore down the front door and he sat for about a good 15 to 20 seconds trying to get that drone.
He's just taking his time with it.
Throw impacts outside like the front door and stuff and get rid of
it's a bit of a waste this early, though. I don't want to use an impact, right?
No. W Solus players.
W Solus players impacting drones.
Yes.
That's something I never knew. I'm adding it to the repertoire.
Yep. You gotta be that dog. And to be that dog, you gotta be a hunter. You gotta be a hunter. And if you're a hunter, you're gonna tear down the T1 door and run out onto poor PC, who yet again falls early on. That's your Jackal. If you're going for a roam clear, which there's really not much to clear here on Oregon, but the way that North Dakota like to run around this map, there's enough to clear. And unfortunately, Brick will no longer be able to be cleared as easily because PC has hit the floor.
Oh, and Star Moon is going for a double swing on the attempted break. These Kiba barricades are placed to perfection. There's nothing you can really do with it. A Nitro Cell is sent and unfortunately clips the bottom of that Kiba barricade, so it doesn't go very far. But the damage that Star Moon got dealt to them there means that no matter what with this Mossberg, if a shot gets out, it is going to kill 99 times out of 100. And that is a statistical anomaly I could not ask or pray for if you're an Ottawa player. Sloth does take a bit of damage there after the call comes out from the Lion. Sloth will be able to set up a Kiba barricade to have some semblance of control of their towards window and game stream, but it's big window that I'm more concerned with, as Ottawa has actually opted to go for a more tertiary sort of attack. No one off towards rafters, and instead a lot of presence up on this hall roof, where they have that big window control and can try to step in from there. That's where you still need that player Renegade to be dealt with, and you haven't done it. And that SMG-11, it's good at range, Mason. It's not going to be stopped, even if you think you can.
I don't like tempting fate there, though, as Renegade. It's not worth to try to quick peek and jiggle peek your way into an angle that your opponents are already or most likely holding, especially with the longer range scopes of the 1.5s that so many attackers have access to. Star Moon with a nice grenade gets one pick onto Frosted. That's inside of it. And now Toga will try to walk down. The issue is there's a frostmat. If you jump down right into your own grave, then Y finds one, but is traded out. It's Lindsay to get a kill, but Brick has hopped out of small tower, regaining control of that top small tower control. But North Dakota clean up house very nicely. Cole with a couple of swift kills from inside a trophy, collects a bag. Very nicely done, and it's 4 straight rounds here for North Dakota. It's like an entirely different Ottawa team is in this lobby, Scott.
It feels like they've let their little brothers on the controllers instead, right? That's usually you'd say they look like a new team, look over a turn over a new leaf, and they let their little brother pick up on the sticks, right? And so they're all of a sudden doing better. It's the total opposite right now. I don't know what's happened to Ottawa, which is very sad to see. They're an exceptionally good team. We saw all of that in map 2, and we saw great glimpses of it in map 1, but North Dakota looks like they've just taken a new step forward. They've completely forgotten what's happened in map 2, and they're still remembering the positives that they gained in map 1 with that win, and they want to finish things off absolutely for our third and final map here on Oregon. It may be the go-to map for every team, but it looks like it's North Dakota's everything right here and now. They're up 4-0, back down to the basement, which was just also a pitiful attempt from Ottawa with the Russian from Montaigne, and from the looks of things, I don't see the Monty getting picked. I think they're going to go for a more default push here.
Yeah, it feels like that needs to be the case. The issue is they just have to get something on the board, right? Going into your attacking half, or into your defending half, rather, you would really like to at least have a round or two so that there's not so much pressure to also get that flawless half to try to send us into overtime. It is possible. These two teams seem to play very, very similarly when it comes to round win and output in their respective halves of attack and defense. But you don't want to be on the back end of that. You'd rather be on the front end, just like North Dakota are, because there's less pressure on you to perform until you get into that later stage of the half. With North Dakota, they've already secured a nice 4-2 at the worst split. If not, they could get better and be 5-1 or even 6-0. Really, on Oregon, which is a map that is rather easier to attack than what it used to be previously.
I'll have to see if it works out here for Ottawa in this round as they start to move in on that first floor. As he's working in from the east, you had some assistance, or some, I say, obstinance coming out from the defending side of North Dakota off on the opposing end of Small Tower, but it's not going to be enough. It's Renegade on the prowl all the way in on Big Tower, clearing out one, hiding in Harry Potter, barely able to keep Toga at bay. They were just a couple seconds, even half a second slower with that Toxic Babe. Renegade would have been refragged back, and you can see the desperation from Ottawa. They know that refragging has been one of their biggest weaknesses in this entire series, let alone this map so far, which is already going so poorly. They're trying to recover from that fact, and North Dakota realized that, and they're falling back faster. They're setting up utility to deter, and they're sending 2 players there. Notice how Renegade had Sloth just mere meters away from them to have that extra assistance. So if there was a refrag, there's a refrag to the refrag. And they'll maintain that man advantage, which is everything that North Dakota wants.
You lose that Habana, that's your range hard breach, and also your flashbangs to burn away Midas that are stopping grenades from killing players in important defensive anchor spots like Pillar. You also have Brick, who's still running around amok on the kitchen side. He'll run through, take down PC. Sloth taking down Lens. Not looking good at all here for Ottawa. University of North Dakota looking to potentially grasp even another flawless defensive round as Toga gets brought down to a sliver of HP. The Pokeball will not collect its character, but still, regardless, right? Ottawa just are struggling. They just can't get anything going. It seems like they have completely forgotten how to play the game, and North Dakota are just running amok on their own home territory, and they can do whatever they want to their opponents. Ottawa will take this time as a remainder for a timeout, talk this one through, and see if they can get at least one defensive round win here, or attacking round win, rather, on to Meeting in Kitchen.
Rick saying save the KD. Toga, I'm not really sure has the KD to be too concerned with about that. 1-4. At least be better than the other 1-5 individuals on their team, which is 3 of them. It's very shocking, though, to see that there is only one player on the entirety of Ottawa that's been able to pick up more than a single kill in this map so far. And it's Unicorn. And Unicorn is a very good player. But Unicorn was also the player that struggled, I think, the most, right, on map 1 of the day.
Unicorn's also been the hard breach player on all of the attacking rounds.
And you're looking at...
Which basically means... sorry to interrupt. Which basically means your entries are dying so fast that the only player that can get kills is your hard breacher, because everyone's already dead. So when your opponents just start running at you, it's essentially just impactless. I won't say baiting frags, because your job is to technically stay alive until the wall gets open, and that's essentially how it is.
But think about map 1.
It's pretty rough.
Think about map 1, how much Toga and Lindsay did for the team. Star Moon was really good too, right? But it was Toga and Lindsay that really straight up to give Ottawa the best chance. Didn't pan out for him, but map 2, how many rounds was it Toga on the defense holding that T-room wall that breach that completely cut off the western side of the map on Skyscraper for North Dakota. Without Toga there, it was nearly any other player on the side of Ottawa. It probably would have been dealt with very quickly by North Dakota. At least a 1-for-1, if not, you know, a 2-for-1, which would still be debatably good for North Dakota. Unlike what it actually turned into, which was mostly Toga getting 3Ks or 4Ks in one single spot. Toga's nowhere to be found, though. Where is Toga? Where is Lindsay? On this map right now for Ottawa, I'll tell you where they are. They're getting taken out first. They're getting removed from the scenario. And like you said, it's putting hard breachers in a spot where they have to be the forerunner. And it's just not something you can work with. We highlighted in map 1 in Chalet. If you're in a 5v5, you can use a 5v5 strategy. But if you're down to 2 players, you can't bring the same strategy you were just trying to do. You're lacking over half of the utility you wanted.
Well, Ottawa has had some time to discuss how they want to go for this attack, but my concern was the fact that they had to fully attack or repick as if they didn't know where the bomb site was going to be that they were attacking. So I'm a little bit worried that maybe some of that time spent as the extra timeout, because they had already pretty much lost the round with a 1 versus 4. You're playing with 1 HP. You get to spend the time outside to talk about the next round. If that was spent more so arguing about random useless stuff or talking about the task at hand, which is getting the round win, which is necessary. Now, it seems like the job is getting done much more swiftly by Ottawa. They get that top attic wall open. They have the OSA put up at the top of attic, and now they get the OSA shield on to stage. So this is the attack we were expecting from Ottawa last time around. Now they've started to actually execute it and put it into practice. The issue is you've still got to actually get insight and get that diffuser down. That's the hardest part here.
You still have to deal with Sloth, who is all but willing, it seems like, to still hold in attic for the most part. Has fallen back more so into the kids' bedrooms, kids' dorms, but doesn't mean that they can't re-step through that breach and try to fight for control. PC is holding down for as long as they can, and the Inox scanner could force them even further back once they see those track marks on the floor. PC isn't really opting for it, more so concerned being able to fire should the occasion arise, and that's where Renegade comes through effectively. Why have they not broken the castle barricade on Green Hall door? I'm not sure, but it just feeds the first blood in the favor of North, forcing Ottawa to fight 2 more in quick succession to try to risk brick on the flank. Takes 2 with the M870, but 2's all you need to get that man advantage back in favor as Renegade goes home on Unicorn. Lindsay, what do you got? Because it's got to be a 3K, and I'll tell you what it is instead. A face full of shrapnel. It's a 6-0 half. Flawlessly for the side of North Dakota.
Just as he said, Scott, why the hell did they not open the castle on Green Hallway? Like, that is the only place a defender could potentially punish you from when you go for the OSA shield plant. That's the only place it could potentially get punished from, is there. And they just completely forget about it? And they let a player sit close on the stairs with an M590, easily take out the OSA, and all of a sudden, your attack falls complete shambles into complete pieces. Ottawa, it looks like they're just, like, lost or out of steam. I don't know what's happened, but this is not the Ottawa team that we saw being so close in map 1 and 2 of Chalet and Skyscraper. It feels like they're almost outclassed here on Oregon, where North Dakota are very, very, very comfortable on this map. And maybe it was a strategy and a tactic from North Dakota to leave this map up at the end because they felt so strong on it that if they got into a situation where they were going 3 maps, that they would, of course, be able to win in that map number 3 situation.
Oh, Ottawa now looking down the complete wrong end of the barrel. They need to be pulling the trigger, and instead they've just been staring directly at the wrong end of it and saying, oh, this is what it does. Now you got to play the defensive game, praying that something goes right for you. And I think that has to start with being really aggressive right off the rip. Set the tone against this North Dakota side, because they did the exact same thing. Nitro cells at a doorway from master closets, players aggressing right at breaches, ensuring that you can't escape when you aggress early. They set a tone and they kept it. They barely had to step away from it. The only time we saw them truly stray from that hyper aggressive style was last round. And look what they did at it. They fell back, then they aggressed. They baited the idea that they would play a lot slower, a lot smarter, and instead just lulled you into a false sense of security. It just puts you in a horrible position. You can see Ottawa want to go for the run out. The Solus goes for it. But unfortunately, PC, they're all on the other side of the map. They're taking down your rafter side, something you couldn't do the entire first half. They've already got the breach perfectly set for.
And that run out, unfortunately, is effectively on nothing. Because there's just no information. There's not good enough info from the default cams early on to figure out where your opponents have spawned and how they're going for an attack. And guess what? It's almost the same attack that Ottawa went through. The issue is North Dakota have already made much better progress. They haven't died yet, and they've got good control, especially in towards the Z hallway. I don't know where Brick expects to be going as the Montaigne. I'd expect them to be working their way up Armory stairs, which appears to be the case. We're just finding a safe spot to drone. And now, here is where the attack really begins to proc. Getting that trophy control, getting that main wall open, and finding your way into the site.
So no players having been dealt with yet. North Dakota having the Montaigne there for the information. You can only envision that an execution up through White Stairs is doomed to come through as the drone gives them intel and the slow peek afterwards. Perfect from Cole. Down goes PC and Lindsay to join them, this time from Rafters. Brick with the pistol. No one has an answer for Ottawa, and they have to find it soon. 2 players against 5. 50 seconds left in the last possible round to come back in. As it's a 1v5. Will it be a flawless first half with a flawless ending? It will be, despite the shotgun DB knowing it doesn't matter. They are out of it quick. Ottawa 7-0 on our 3rd map of the day. On Oregon, it's North Dakota having nothing but positives to say about it.
I mean, what the hell happened? Map 1 and 2, very close. I mean, as close as could be. Very, I want to say North Dakota style because they like to play their opponent's level, I would say, where if their opponents are better, they play up to that level and they play them really close. If their opponents are maybe worse than what they are typically, then maybe they play down to that level a little bit and are having more mistakes. And all of a sudden in map number 3, they just completely steamrolled Ottawa. It felt like that they just were in complete control. They had everything they wanted, and Ottawa were just, they hit a wall. And unfortunately, sometimes that happens at best of 3. Sometimes it's the team that can make it all the way through, especially in a long BO3 where you have max regulation in map number 1, and then you have max overtime in map number 2. It's a lot of siege, rather, and that's why we ended up so late tonight that maybe Ottawa got tired. And that could be a total factor. Maybe mentals were tracked, especially being down 6-0. There's really, it's kind of an ugly spot to be in as a player. So Ottawa, unfortunately, will suffer their second loss, but the University of North Dakota will get their first ever win in the Legends division here for NECC. So congrats to them.
Yeah, I mean, we said it. One team's going to escape out of this week with a win, and it just happens to be North Dakota who decided the 3rd map enough was enough, and they'll take a flawless first half and a flawless final round and send it 7-0. That's going to be a stat line the casters next week are going to be looking at, or whenever these two teams, or whenever North Dakota, I should say, is back on stream, the casters are going to look and go, what the heck happened in week 2? You'll have to fill them in on the glorious action we saw here today. So don't forget anything, and don't forget that tomorrow League of Legends coming back here for the NECC, so make sure you stay tuned for more esport action. But that's it for us here today. That's it for us with R6 this week. Go outside, have a good time. Mason, go to bed, why don't you? We'll see you guys tomorrow with League.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll